so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so good for you. a cruel fate for love to fall apart. It's a switch blade drawn across my heart, and I don't wanna think what I'm thinking. And I don't wanna fall, but I'm falling. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Fires keep burning. Desires keep turning black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Go till I'm ready to let it go. Go till I'm ready to let it. I lie low, but in truth, I'm biding my time. Gonna mark what I choose, gonna sharpen my tongue. And I want to be free, but I need you. And I'm not gonna beg, so I tell you. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Go till I'm ready to let it go. Go till I'm ready to let it go.
I'll challenge you, I'll challenge him, I'll challenge everyone, I am a king. I'll challenge statuses, I challenge me. Step to my game, you got no time to sleep. I run in the wind, I run in the snow. Outwork them all, best expect me to blow. I've tasted the low, I've tasted the high. Best I ever did was to not give it time, I just stayed on my grind. What you gonna do when they come for you? We just go hard. What you gonna do when you lose out? You just go hard. What you gonna do when they come for you? You just go hard. What you gonna do when you fall down? You just go hard. Go hard. Standing in a crowded room, but it feels so empty. I'm haunted by my thoughts of you, and it's killing me, killing me. I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. And I know it's all my fault. I feel the guilt and the shame. Tried to make a deal with the devil, but he just turned me away. So what can I do to get back to you? I run through the fire and bathe in the brimstone. Visions of your face, it keeps me away. I have no peace, this pain won't leave me alone. No, I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's help. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing, hey, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. Yeah,
taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's right. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me. What is missing when you've been? Tell me something I can hear. Body screaming. You won't admit that you want me close. I know you need, you know I know. When you're with me, you feel it the most on the low, low, low. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's vibing. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me.
I just wanna lay here. Don't know what I'm waiting for. Don't know what I'm aiming for. I've just gotta feel it. Late night, yeah, my head be spinning around. Yeah, I was once lost, but baby, you got me feeling found. It's time to show now it's time. This is the go up. Come on, it's time to have some fun. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna break it down. We giving big love. We're gonna show 'em how it's done. That's right. We're gonna show 'em. I've got to keep fighting. Strike hard, I'm like lightning. It's my life, I rewrite it. Yeah, I'm gonna show ya. Late night, yeah, my head be spinning around. Yeah, I was once lost, but baby, you got me feeling found. It's time to show 'em how it's done. This It's time to show 'em how it's done. This is the glow up. Strike hard up like lightning. It's time to have some fun. Yeah, that's my life. That's right. And I've got to keep fighting. We're giving big love. We're gonna show 'em how it's done. That's right. Come on. This is our time and we're gonna show 'em.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Wrong calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. Thousand souls to stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and you must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Wrong calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. Thousand souls to stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
So don't you tell me about nothing slow, babe. Nothing okay. 'Cause I know what it feels like to touch the bottom when the temperature's so far away. Leave another second wasted. You make it count so you control all you made. I know tears don't play no more excuses. So don't you tell me about nothing slow, babe. Nothing okay. 'Cause I know what it feels like to touch the bottom when the temperature's so far away. Leave another
'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so good for you. must be a warning.
It's a cruel fate for love to fall apart. It's a switch blade drawn across my heart, and I don't wanna think what I'm thinking. And I don't wanna fall, but I'm falling. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Fires keep burning. Desires keep turning black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Go till I'm ready to let it go. Go till I'm ready to let it. I lie low, but in truth, I'm biding my time. Gonna mark what I choose, gonna sharpen my tongue. And I want to be free, but I need you. And I'm not gonna beg, so I tell you. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
I'll challenge you, I'll challenge him, I'll challenge everyone, I am a king. I'll challenge statuses, I'll challenge me. Step to my game, you got no time to sleep. I run in the wind, I run in the snow. Outwork them all, best expect me to blow. I've tasted the low, I've tasted the high. Best I ever did was to not give it time, I just stayed on my grind. What you gonna do when they come for you? We just go hard. What you gonna do when you lose out? You just go hard. What you gonna do when they come for you? We just go hard. What you gonna do when you fall down? You just go hard. 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 Go hard.
Standing in a crowded room, but it feels so empty. I'm haunted by my thoughts of you, and it's killing me, killing me. I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. And I know it's all my fault. I feel the guilt and the shame. Tried to make a deal with the devil, but he just turned me away. So what can I do to get back to you? I run through the fire and bathe in the brimstone. Visions of your face, it keeps me away. I have no peace, this pain won't leave me alone. No, I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. Hey, what I'm doing? Hey, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's helped. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing? Hey, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you
lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the fray, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's fine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find another me. Try and try, never find. Try and try, never find. What is missing when you've been? Tell me something I can hear. Body screaming. You won't admit that you want me close. I know your needs, you know I know. When you're with me, you feel it the most on the low, low, low. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's vibing. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me.
I just wanna lay here. Don't know what I'm waiting for. Don't know what I'm aiming for. I've just gotta feel it. Late night, yeah, my head be spinning around. Yeah, I was once lost, but baby, you got me feeling found. It's time to show 'em how it's done. This is the glow up. Come on, it's time to have some fun. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna break it down. We giving big love. We're gonna show 'em how it's done. That's right. We're gonna show 'em. I've got to keep fighting. Strike hard, I'm like lightning. It's my life, I rewrite it. Yeah, I'm gonna show ya. Late night, yeah, my head be spinning around. Yeah, I was once lost, but baby, you got me feeling found. It's time to show 'em how it's done.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的
三杯鸡？
哇，现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗三杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道。
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼。
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，台酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此线上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in a frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dudes. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. See it on your face.
Lashes divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to the PCS Summer Playoffs for our series, of course, between CFO and Frank, brought to you by Riot Games, Carry Live, Changhua Telecom, and TTL brand noodles. There are a couple of new flavors dropped recently, TTL Sichuan Spicy Beef, as well as the red wine stewed beef, and of course they can be purchased on the TTL official website. Now, I'm your host, of course, I'm Vestian, and alongside me, it's Shock.
We are here for the CFO vs. Frank series, and it should be an interesting one, and I want to come to you straight away about what you think about this series, because I don't really know. I really don't. I'm pretty lost. I think that Frank have started to look a lot better recently, but at the same time, so have CFO, right? Both of them have really had this kind of late resurgence, and it really is just in time. We'll take a look at the playoffs bracket so far, though. It was yesterday that Beyond fell down to PSG after a 5-game series and will be awaiting the winner of this series in that bracket up there. And it should be a good one. Of course, PSG have already qualified for Worlds as well, so we'll see who ends up joining them. And I think that after last night's series, you'd probably look towards Beyond as the obvious choice, I suppose, but I don't think it's unrealistic for CFO or Frank to make some sort of run for it.
Yep, I definitely don't think so. And to come back to your question, I think ultimately I do think we might have a 5-game series, because it doesn't feel like either of these teams look dominating enough to take it. And yes, they did pick up, obviously Frank picked up a 3-0 against J-Team, which was quite impressive. But I do honestly feel like whatever team wins here probably has to do it in 3-0 to be able to convince me that they are going to be able to take on Beyond. Because even though, yes, J-Team were second seed and they looked very strong, they fell pretty hard down here in the playoffs. And so I still think Beyond are a whole nother level compared to J-Team. And I think, yeah, ultimately I want to see a 3-0 out of one of these teams to just give me the confidence that the next game up against Beyond is doable.
I think I agree with that. I think it is going to have to be a very one-sided affair for me to think that. And at least for me, I feel like it's more likely that Frank are the ones to 3-0, if anything.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But honestly, I do suspect we're going to have a 5-game series. And honestly, that could be more exciting. It's more or less just who will give us more confidence going up against Beyond, because right now it does feel like the finals will likely be between Beyond and PSG. But of course, we got this game to get through first. It is Flying Oyster there on your screen. And I think really the most interesting thing I would say to come out of this team since entering playoffs is possibly Shun playing the Vayne, something that nobody else has picked up, and he's looked very, very good on it. Of course, had a 60-minute game where he was just 1v9ing some of those team fights late game Vayne, certainly very scary. And a lot of the PCS games in the playoffs are getting to the later stages of the game. There was a few graphics that me and you both saw that basically these teams on average close out the game around 35 minutes. And 35 minutes is certainly a stage of the game where Vayne can have the items to turn around even if you are behind or just push for the end. And so I'm excited to see really what comes up. And I think the 35-minute mark as an average for CFO is quite insane, considering against DCG, there was a 45-minute game and a 60-minute game within the same series.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy, just how long those games went, especially considering that both teams, at least in the past, were known for that very early game style, right? And here they are playing some of the longest games we've seen. But it is, of course, CFO that choose that blue side. No surprises, really. I think draft has been a very big deal all throughout the playoffs, but I think for CFO and Frank, it's perhaps even more important just because both teams feel, I don't want to say restricted, but maybe quite narrow in terms of the play styles that they function well on. I think that the players themselves actually have fairly deep champion pools, but I don't think they seem to gel together that well, especially the side of Frank, right? It seems like they've really found success where it has been, some kind of facilitatory mid-jungle that can extend that lead, get solo kill on a carry top and snowball from there. And I think that's an interesting thing about this series as well, because again, coming back to it, blue side has been prioritized pretty much all playoffs long. But I think for these two teams, both Solo Kill and Rest, they are more willing to pick up something weird when it comes down to the red side 5 pick. So I wouldn't even be too surprised to see red side being the side that comes out on top.
Yeah, I honestly feel very similarly. It honestly hasn't felt like blue or red side has been the reason any team has won in the playoffs. It's really just been what champions were picked. And a lot of the time, you can't even look to the fact, oh, blue looks like they're going to win because they got the better champions, because they got the first pick. Because honestly, that hasn't been what we've seen. We've seen a lot of red team getting the better picks out of this draft phase, and then they go on to win the game. And I think it is definitely something to look towards as we head into the series. Of course, stat comparison here between the two AD carries, both performing very, very well for their own rights, and ultimately holding a very similar champion sort of played, obviously the Vayne being the big difference there.
Yeah. I think Shun, he's been probably the most consistent member of CFO all split long, but I think he does at least slightly different from the likes of Wako and Betty, because it feels often like, Betty and Wako are the type of ADC who do drag their team across the finish line a lot of the time, and Shun hasn't quite been able to do that. He's looked good for sure, but it hasn't actually led to a lot of their wins, I would say. But let's see, because I think Frank's bot lane as well, they've been powering up lately, so they've got a game on their hands.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the last series out of Eminem was pretty phenomenal.
Yeah.
Was it 3 games in a row of Zaya, I believe? And he just honestly smurfed so many of those team fights. And I mean, I feel pretty confident for Eminem. He does feel like he has the upper hand in that bottom lane. Be interesting to see if Shalsey goes back to any of those hook champions. I'd love to see the Blitzcrank out of him at least one more time.
That would be nice. So, remember, of course, that the winner of this series goes on to face Beyond. The loser is eliminated from the PCS playoffs. So far, what we've got here, Poppy ban, Jace ban, Nocturne. Okay, so the Nocturne is really interesting. I think for the teams that play Nocturne, they can really shut down anyone that kind of relies on their solo laners to get big leads, because I think Nocturne makes it so difficult for those solo laners to play aggressive and really build up the big leads, big farm and CS leads, really. I guess towers as well. Everything really on the side lane, Nocturne makes difficult. So I kind of like banning that away, especially if they do want Jimmy to play the likes of Jace or Tristana. Now, Jace, of course, is banned, but Triss remains available, and I wouldn't be... I'm not personally a fan of it, but I wouldn't be that surprised to see it.
Shock, I've got a question for you.
Right.
Both of these top laners are the only 2 top laners that play Udyr.
Yeah.
And it feels like the only champion that they also play that counters Udyr might be the Gwen. So imagine that we get to the second stage bans, and Udyr's still up. Maybe Frank ban Gwen to try and get the Udyr, but they might not be willing to still blind pick it, and then CFO take it blind. Do you think that's ever something that there's some priority over the Udyr top? Because at least for now, solo kill on the Udyr has looked so incredibly strong.
I think it could be possible. I mean, until someone shows that there's a good counter to it, it kind of feels like you can keep playing it, right? Driver, I believe it was the Gangplank he played into it, and it didn't look that great, right? But something real interesting here, the Taliyah banned first 3.
Yeah, I guess it's just against Pretender.
I wonder if this is for Azir, do you think?
It could be. You could blind Azir here. Ivan the current hover, and I wouldn't really like that for CFO. I think there's still so much power left available. The Maokai is still open. Of course, that allows for you to play even the Tristana, perhaps, which is open. The Azir is still open. Xayah even as a
there's
highly
lots of picks
contended
open.
pick. Okay, the Xayah, that seems a lot better. I like the Xayah pick.
This is Xayah over Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I was going to say, with the Xayah pick, though, it makes me question the real purpose of a Nocturne ban. Now, yes, obviously, it's just the ult. You find a lot of value, not in the reactivation of the ult, but just the initial paranoia that you get and blinding everyone on the enemy team. So you can make that argument that it doesn't really... You're not banning the Nocturne for sort of a better time for AD carry, but more to get rid of that ult. But it still feels like maybe there was something else you could have banned. Eminem, though, he's going to be pretty confident. He's going to get himself the Aphelios, and he's looked very strong on this champion as well. And our second pick looking to come through here. I wonder if we ever see something like the Lulu come out. It's something that started to see play internationally, but it seems like the PCS in general is often a couple weeks behind what we see from the other regions. And wow.
Yeah. Well, these look like good comps. I like the Azir. I think the Azir does so well here. It's one of the few mid laners that can function against Rel. Obviously, Rel is extremely good at punishing those immobile mids, but Azir has range, self-peel, and a dash, so all of those is great. And now, what do you pick up here? You've still got the Rel for the flex.
Oh, don't pick LeBlanc. I'm very scared. Surely they saw yesterday's series and... Okay, good.
Yeah.
As long as he plays this better than it was played yesterday.
That's the thing, right? It feels like in isolation, good matchup, good pick for sure. But it never is in isolation in the PCS. There's a lot of fights, and I think that Pretender has to be really careful to survive up against Azir Maokai ganks because that is not easy. A lot of different angles and a lot of range that can come out. So for me, just eyes on Pretender with that pick. It's up to him to execute it. It's going to be a hard time, but I mean, if he gets ahead, it does do well against both the Xayah and the Azir.
Yeah, certainly does. Obviously, the Maokai, pretty hard to play against. Now, Gwen is banned by CFO, which honestly makes me feel like there is maybe an Udyr coming out from
Would they go
rest.
more AP, though?
Oh, that is...
I feel
well,
like...
you can go Udyr and just be a tank. I mean...
Possibly. I think it's more likely we say something like Cassante or even Sion. Probably not in a solo kill, actually, but... You know, more on that sort of line of thinking.
Yeah, I guess Frank would also probably like to have the solo AP Xerath.
That's true.
Obviously, you don't need to, but it certainly feels like it can be. We didn't really touch on it, but this Rel is still a flex.
Yeah.
Ornn going to be banned there. Ornn and Gwen does suggest to me a Sion. Ornn has a pretty good time up against the Sion in general, and obviously scales similarly in the 1v1, but giving his team those items does sort of change that. Rakan, the current hover. It looks like that Rel will be going jungle.
Okay, we do get that lock-in. So, of course, saving top lane counter pick for last. This will give over possibly Rakan as well as whatever top lane tank they want.
Man, that's Xayah Rakan.
Yeah, I mean, the CFO comp seems pretty unbeatable.
No, I think Frank have the tools to deal with it as long as Pretender doesn't fall behind.
Yeah,
I'm sure he won't.
I think it is up to him, though, because I think if it's just a, Rakan and a big tank locked in here, you've got a Xayah, possibly the two best backline DPS you can get on the patch with that just triple front line.
I'm surprised that Kai'Sa just made it the entire way through the draft.
Yeah.
I even think you can go... Oh, I guess the AD doesn't feel that good, actually. You can sort of hit the Maokai, and you can hit the Renekton. Obviously, it's too late now, but we'll see. Renekton's going to be locked in, and what is going to be the answer here for solo kill? He has his choice. This kind of would disappoint me a little bit. I think seeing him on something that can sort of extend a lead in the lane and bring it to other lanes might be better, but we are going to see this Cassante locked in, and I mean, all things considered, it does round out the comp fairly nicely.
Yeah.
It's quite nice to see solo kill on that red side counter pick, whereas this doesn't really feel like a counter pick. It's just something that somewhat neutralizes the Renekton. You're still going to ultimately lose out on those early objectives on the top side if CFO choose to go for them. We'll see, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I feel. I feel like CFO's draft on paper looks really, really solid to me. I think it's easy to play. They've got strength early game from the top lane. They can allow the rest of the team to scale up. And so I think I favor them overall. But I feel like Frank's comp, if you execute it really well, has the potential to shut this down. Because if you deny the chance of any team fight coming out just through Pretender, landing the poke on their carries before any fight starts, that alone can be enough to kind of shut down this team fight comp. But for me, I think in the PCS, time and time again, we've just seen ease of execution and whoever wins just a grouped 5v5 be what ends up making the difference. So for that reason, I feel like I favor CFO. But at the same time, I mean, I'm kind of wanting to be proven wrong, right, by Pretender Xerath, because the one Xerath we've seen so far was yesterday. It left a lot to be desired. I think it was misplayed quite a lot. Yeah. But Pretender, at least in the past, he was really good on the off-meta control mages, so I do have high hopes.
Yep, I agree with what you said. I do think, honestly, that Frank certainly have the tools to be able to win here. But as you said, just all-in 5v5ing does seem to favor the side of CFO. Really does seem like it's going to be up to Pretender to find some poke before those team fights. And admittedly, he has been very good at the Jace, which has a similar playstyle in that regard. Obviously, you can't then follow it up with looking for an assassination and resetting through Duskblade. But in terms of the poking before a team fight, similar objective. Even possibly safer and easier if you are the Xerath. We are now going to head onto the Rift here for our playoff series between CFO and Frank. As you said earlier, winner will go on to face Beyond in that lower bracket final. And the loser, they will be eliminated here. Won't be able to make it to Worlds and won't have a chance at getting to the finals.
Yep. Now, a couple interesting things here. First, Shun has taken Cleanse and he's already used it. So I think he just misclicked it, because I don't think there was anything he could have used it on so far. But for whatever reason, it's on cooldown. And it feels like a pretty weird Cleanse game to me. I think, again, it feels like their Ghost is more valuable. Something else interesting is that Pretender has gone for the Comet. And I like that more, because I think that while First Strike Xerath definitely scales better, I think that when you kind of match First Strike versus Azir, it feels like you're both kind of looking to farm early game and avoid fights. Whereas I feel like if you have the Comet, you have enough pressure that actually allows you to be the ones to start stacking dragons and make Azir come to you later on in the game. And that means you can really set up for your poke. So I like that a lot more. We're going to see how Shun used his cleanse. I think he just misclicked it. Happens to the best. Dude, they did him dirty with that.
They did. Happens. Big jobs and getting them and all that. Cleanse down. Importantly, there's no way for Frank to know that it's down. So
for sure.
I don't think, really, there's any need for him to use it until it's back up. Being that you are against Aphelios and Alistair, you should feel pretty okay without the cleanse. It really is only if Kenny Chan makes an appearance. And as you said, I mean, it feels like a really strange cleanse game, because what are you really going to cleanse? There's the stun from Alistair, which doesn't feel like it should really be hitting you.
Yeah.
The stun from Pretender, again, if that's hitting you, you're mispositioned, I suppose, and should probably be going down anyway. I think Kenny Chan, I mean, you can't cleanse the ult, you can cleanse the Q. That's about it.
Does feel pretty strange. I think on the other side, though, Eminem taking cleanse makes a lot of sense, because I mean, how many times have we seen a game ended just off a Renekton, flash W onto an ADC?
Yeah.
It's just lights out. So priority does favor Jimmian. Part of that is just because Xerath often has to choose between harassing you and pushing the wave. If you position properly, can't do both. But it doesn't feel like anything can really be done with that prior. I mean, neither Xerath nor the Azir want to fight too early in the game. Probably want to at least hit some lost chapters before we think about it. Oh, Timing just took that. I mean, he wasn't going to get it, but I respect it.
Yeah. He's going to get to Mythic super early off that.
Yeah. Now, it is pretty quiet, obviously, for the early game, but I would expect stuff to heat up a lot around the Herald, because it feels like both teams have the potential to fight. Maybe you give it as Frank just because of the Renekton, but it's not like you're really weak around it, and CFO do have the Azir, so they don't have the clearest. Oh, yeah, interesting. And they're going to know that. Oh, big bot lane fight.
Yeah, Chelsea taking the damage there from that Q out of Aphelios, and he's getting very, very low here. Shun trying to do what damage he can as the junglers will join the fight. Kaiwing will be taken out first. Chelsea claiming that one. Eminem, though, trying to run away. It's Kenny Chan that's still full HP. Cleanse coming out of Eminem. It should be a kill going over to this Aphelios. And first blood onto the side of CFO, but it's traded back for 2 kills there for the bot lane of Frank.
They're very, very low across the board here. Even the mid lane is trading a lot. But we'll be able to crush this wave. Kill picked up for Eminem. It does feel really, really good. And let's see how this happened. It kind of feels like just trapped in the river. And I think part of the reason this did go fairly badly for CFO is that they are down a level in the jungle, and they're also down a red buff. So missing a lot of power at a very important stage. The W there did also miss onto Eminem. thing as well. I mean, look how much damage comes out here before anything is really committed back. Gemini, he manages to hit level 4, but down red feels like, yeah, again, you're just missing so much damage. And especially with Eminem not really being the focus target at any point here, is just able to DPS. He does end up burning Flash Cleanse, which I'm not sure he needed to flash, but I can respect it, right? I think getting these kills on the board, you know how important it is, especially in this, you know, it's a pretty high stakes series, right? So being willing to just invest stuff to pick up the guaranteed kills, I guess, I can understand why.
Yeah, he's got his BF sword already. So just the boots there for Shun. So feeling pretty happy about himself in that bot side. Now, Deep Ward does come through onto the Wolf camp of Kenny Chan, so will be spotted out when he's in the bot lane vicinity again. Makes it a lot easier there. And Pretender got a recall off without having to expend teleport.
Yeah.
So mid lane as well feels very, very good here for Pretender. Is going to be able to recall on that lost chapter timing and teleport back to lane, at which point should feel very comfortable up in the lane against Jimmy and Zazier.
Definitely. I like Jimmy's itemization though. I'm not sure I actually like the Mercs themselves, but I do think tier 2 Boots Rush is probably the way to go. I feel like the Mercs maybe aren't that useful though. Kenny Chan setting up some vision around mid, which is definitely a good choice. Need to spot out this Maokai and make it so Pretender can continue to play that isolated 1v1, and also just making sure Eminem is somewhat safe here without his sums, but Gemini, he's looking towards bot anyway. I think Frank should be well aware, and with that ward, it will spot him out. Well, just returning to laning. Top lane, it's been pretty quiet. Not expecting much from this until that Herald spawns, and then it should be rest. Much favored at that point. Kassante's been a pick that I think honestly fell off a lot during the split, but now seems to be back. We didn't see it that often for a while, but I think almost every time Cassante has been picked, it's felt impactful. Maybe bar 1 or 2 games here or there.
I definitely tend to agree. Now, we do have Kenny Chan waiting in the wings. Isn't going to be able to find anything though, and actually he's walked through here and there are actually no wards, but Gemini's in the area. He's still looking. Headbutt and Pulverize will connect onto Shun. Clean's going to be forced out of that Xayah, and a fairly decent chunk on the health bar as well. Now with that priority, are they going to look for the dragon? It looks like no, they're just going to get the resets come through. No, they do cancel it, and we do have once again Kenny Chan in the area, and they're going to turn around, back looking for Shun. He does have that Featherstorm available to himself, but importantly, that's another huge cooldown off this Xayah. Immediately, as she ticks level 6, going to lose that ultimate.
Kenny Chan did invest his flash for that, which I think is also a very important cooldown. The flash rel engage is really, really hard to play against, and Jimmy actually has a prior over mid. He messes up the combo.
Yeah, going to have that Emperor's Divide, though. Is going to hit back Kaiwing into the side of CFO, and Jimmy gets the kill credit for that. But Eminem, he's got a lot of chakrams. He's running forward. Is he going to be able to connect with any of the damage? Does manage to a little bit, but now he's out of mana. He won't be able to chase forward any longer. It is just going to be the kill going over there to Jimmy and on the Azir.
Nice pickup for him. And I think that is kind of problematic. Not even so much just because of the kill given over, but just how is Azir getting the priority over the Xerath at this point? Because, again, with that TP, you know, maybe Pretender should have reset and just picked up a chapter or more AP, something to allow yourself to have push. Because I think if you are counter-picking mid, you should have priority. Obviously, you can't have it the whole game, but he wasn't scared of the jungler there, right? Because jungler was showing bot. So without having it, having Jimmy get the first move into River, it costs him a fair amount, as Jimmy's actually really strong right now for this Herald fight, especially with the Renekton. I think this just goes to CFO.
I'm going to start it up. Can be traded for the dragon if that is something that Frank would to choose to do. And it looks like with Kenny Chan heading into that bottom quadrant, might just be the option they go for. Of course, this Rift Herald will be going over to the side of CFO uncontested. Yeah, and Dragon going to be started up here. It should just be given to Frank. Chelsea's in the area though. But of course, any fight that were to break out at best would be a 4v3.
Should just grab this though, which is a nice pickup for Frank. because I think, again, you want to have the ability to force Azir and Xayah to take fights before they have 2 items, if you can. Now, they don't have this dragon super early, and I think also both Xayah and Azir are at least slightly accelerated, so the likelihood of getting those fights that you want as Frank is maybe not as possible as it was before, but it's still something they can aim towards. And one thing I will say is that at least Pretender's building the Liandry's.
That's right.
It's a good game for it. And I think while, it's very tempting, I think, as solo AP just to go the Ludens, sometimes as solo AP Liandry's is still better, just because you're able to output so much AoE as a champ like Xerath, and just applying Liandry's, to 5 different people when they don't have magic resist, it does add up.
For sure. Now, top, very, very quiet. This is the Bramble Vest, of course, picked up by Solo Kill on the Cassante. Rest, though, finding himself a slight CS lead. Nothing all that important, though, all things considered.
Gemini trying to get aggressive here. Is not going to find anything, so we'll just move back down that bot side. Has the Herald, and I think dropping it on bot could actually be the way to go. It feels like heralding mid. I'm not sure if Azir can actually get the gold just because of the range difference, but if you drop a bot, it would be acceleration onto Shun, and maybe they're going to look for a gank on Pretender anyway. Yeah, here it comes.
Yeah,
not easy to respect.
Does flash away, gets caught by the furthest part of the ult, and in fact, he's turning around. Oh, Jimmian is very, very low, but will survive. Flash, though, now off the Xerath means certainly an option to repeat gank. You have the flash available for Azir, as well as that Emperor's Divide means Pretender's going to have to play a whole lot more safe now.
Yeah, that is super scary. And again, this is the big problem with the Xerath in this matchup, is you are just so easy to gank. If you don't have some sort of dash, it is really tough, especially with, you mentioned the Azir flash, but also the Maokai flash will be coming up far sooner than Pretender's is. So he's going to have to just cower under the tower for now. Does have a lot of wave clears, so it's not an awful spot for him to be in. But you would like to be able to leverage this counter. Now, it is worth noting that while Xerath is a counter to Azir in the laning phase, he is also a counter to Azir in the mid game. Azir does tend to struggle against longer range champs because there is no way of him building sustain, and a lot of the time there's not good defensive options on Azir either, at least not until very later on in the game. So that's kind of nice for Pretender. Oh, actually, Jimmian's building a Liandry's too. Not what I would have expected, even though it is
what
best. Yeah.
They've been listening to us.
Yeah, they have. Or maybe he just decided there's no way he can do Crown versus Xerath.
Wow. That's not what Maple decided, and he won.
True.
No, but for real, it is good to finally see Liandry's coming out of the Azir, especially being that he is against Alistair, Cassante, Rel.
Yeah.
Feels like you need to go at, but we haven't seen pretty much any Azirs go for the Liandry's in a long while. I feel like oftentimes the players maybe just are too scared to be the person that loses the team the game, that they don't actively play to win the game.
Possible. I think the actual argument for Crown is that you deal so much damage as Azir anyway that if you don't die, you're still just going to win the team fight. But I honestly think Azir has so much safety anyway, just with the range, the dash, the self-peel from the ult, that you should most of the time be going Liandry's anyway.
That does feel like a somewhat weird argument, because why not just do more damage? It can oftentimes be the difference between you killing the Cassante or the Cassante disrupting the team fight long enough that you lose. Something akin to that can certainly happen if you do opt for less damage. And I mean, how many team fights have we seen in the PCS where one side wins by a matter of like 10 HP on 3 different champs?
Yeah.
That is the difference that Liandry's can offer you, of course, especially against those high HP targets.
I think as well, the Liandry's Azir does spike quite a bit earlier. You have a lot of damage just on that 1-item spike, whereas with the Crown, you're kind of moving towards that 2-item spike. And I think that is really important for a game like this, where you have already given over the first dragon, and ideally, you would want to fight this one. So it feels like CFO, they're in a really good spot for this. Pretender, he's recalling. I imagine he's got his Mythic as well and can TP back, but both teams, they're positioning to fight this. I feel like I favor CFO in this. Now, Rested just ping on his way top, so it's possible they just try and bait out Solo Kill's TP or bring him back topside before they start this up. So it might not just start it immediately.
Yeah, I think I favor CFO if Rest is at the fight. I think otherwise I favor Frank because your 80 carries are both at one item, but the Gale Force does feel a little bit better than the Kraken Slayer. And then also, I mean, maybe you'd make the argument that Maokai ult's more impactful in the team fight, but it does depend on how many people Kenny Chan can find in that Magnet Storm. Pretender does not have his flash up. It is very, very soon to come up. And Solo Kill will teleport down here to join. Rest now channeling his, coming from the mid lane, looking for a flank perhaps. And it is going to be Pretender who picks up that Dragon. But Rest, he's not done. He's blast coning over. He's looking for Kai, but he gets immediately pulverized. And the 3-man Magnet Storm is going to land here onto the carries. Solo Kill looking for Rest. Kaiwing flashing over, getting that stun. Will confirm it, but the Emperor's Divide on the other side is going to cause havoc here for the Frank carries as Pretender and Eminem go down. It's a 3-for-1 there in favor of the side of CFO. Dragon, of course, picked up by Frank.
So Dragon being picked up for Frank, it does give them a win condition that they can play around, but I wonder how much of it's going to matter. It feels like CFO's carries are now so accelerated, especially Jimmy-N, who just picked up so much gold. And we'll get another look at it. Look how much damage comes out before this fight has really started. I mean, just the poke landing and obviously the Maokai ult, there's a lot of damage. You know, Solo Kill is down to 50% health here, which adds up. Rest goes in, a lot used on him again. And that Kenny Chan, I think, saves this fight from just being an instant wipe, which was definitely good by him, but you can see the damage runs out. Jimmy goes in, finds the flash ult onto both carries, and then is just able to absolutely annihilate them from there, because we kind of see this a lot with, you know, poke champions, especially the likes of, well, I guess the likes of Xerath even. You know, champs that are very reliant on poking and can't provide the DPS to actually back that up. A lot of the time, they won't find the poke they need before the fight and then, you know, get into a 5v5 and lose. And I think that's the real big difference with something like Kai'Sa or the Jace is, at least if you get engaged on, you can pump out a lot of damage off the back of that. But, I mean, you saw that fight, right? Frank, they were the ones getting poked out, if anything. And, of course, didn't go well for them.
I didn't notice there in the replay, but I wonder if both junglers missed Smite and it was just picked up by Leandri's tick.
Oh, it could have been, yeah. Because I think it was Xerath that got it, right?
Yeah, it was. Pretender did pick that one up. So it could have been an ability from Xerath. It also could have been Leandri's, which would be pretty funny. Or even the Arcane Comet.
Okay. That's a big win, though, obviously, for CFO. I think they should have no trouble contesting that next Dragon. And while they're not that far ahead, I feel like Xerath is quickly becoming useless. It's not a champ that gets outscaled. In fact, it does do an incredible amount of damage, but I'm really worried that CFO are going to be so far ahead that they're just going to be able to engage on this Xerath non-stop. Even with the range, it might not be enough. And that can be a problem, right? Because if you are forced to play back because you're so scared of being engaged on and you can't land that poke reliably, it doesn't really matter how much damage you do because you're never going to land it before the fight is already kind of decided. You might even say, I think, that Xerath outscales Azir in some sense, but it's just, I'm not sure he's going to be able to do it.
Yeah. I mean, in the isolated 1v1, perhaps you'd favor the Azir pretty much at all stages of the game. Yeah. I mean, sorry, the Xerath at all stages of the game. But the problem is that if you ever get CC'd up as the Xerath, you will just be pretty much taken out immediately and then lose all your value. Whereas Azir has that ability to escape both through his dash as well as the Emperor's Divide. So game feels a lot easier for the Azir to play. But again, if Pretender's able to position correctly and find that damage, can be the difference between Frank winning and losing the game. Of course, they are sitting at 2 dragons. It's going to be the Air Soul, the Cloud Soul, of course. And that doesn't feel too good, especially as Xerath. I think Xerath gets pretty much nothing from that, the Soul.
Yeah.
In-combat movement speed feels good for the just regular dragons, but yeah, obviously the movement speed after using ult as Xerath doesn't feel that great. You're just stood in one spot anyway.
I think it can be nice for the rest of the team, though. Provides engage options or the ability to kite out. So if they can get it, I think it's still going to be nice. But I have worries about it. A minute away, and I don't think they want to contest. I think if possible, Frank should look for some sort of trade. I think top tower could be the place to do that. If you can get more gold onto Pretender, that would be really, really nice.
Jimmy has Nashes.
Yeah, that's a really big spike to have this early. Leandri's Nashes. Once you get those 2 items on Azir, you're pretty much going to be the strongest champ on the map, especially before there is magic resist coming through. And that could even be a problem, I think, with Pretender's build, because you can see he's going either towards Horizon or Shadow Flame. And either of those mean that his Rabadons and Void are going to be delayed a pretty long time. He's not going to have those spikes. And obviously, it's not all about the Xerath, right? Like, I think Eminem is pretty strong here, and he can be the one to carry a fight. But you just look at the comps on face value and the items that they have. Is there a chance that Frank can contest this dragon in 10 seconds? They're pinging and moving like they can, but I don't think they can at all.
Yep, and it feels pretty hard to walk in with the Xerath. Obviously, feels a lot easier to be stood there, similar to how the Jace functions. Kaiwing, though, going to be walking in, clearing up some vision. Does have to be careful, because even with that ult, can be just taken out almost immediately. A lot of CC, a lot of follow-up, of course. Now, looking for mid-pressure, Kenny Chan will connect with Chelsea, using that Rail Q. Eminem clearing out this wave. Doesn't have the best guns for the fight. Will end up having Gravitum Infernum, which isn't the worst, of course, but see how much value you can find out of these two. Nature's Grass coming through. Kaiman's going to tank that one up. He's going to pop his ult. Rest, though. Solar Kill even getting very, very low. Is just going to be taken out near on immediately. And now you see the front line all but gone. It's going to be Pretender and Eminem who are trying to kite away. The Featherstorm flash forward is not going to be landing that route. But now, with 2 dead, ignore that dragon. It is going to be the side of CFO going towards Baron. And are Frank going to look to contest?
I think they kind of have to. Yeah, I think they have to do something. Eminem, he's still strong, and Pretender still has the ult, but this is going down so fast, and I don't believe they have any vision.
They have no idea. Xerath's going to spot it out, but it might just be too little too late. Rest flashing over that wall. Does connect with the stun, but is going to be able to use that slice and dice to get over the wall and then back over to the other side. And with that, it's Baron here picked up by the side of CFO. Dragon still alive. And all the respawn timers are coming through here. So we might just see a fight around that objective. Take us through the replay.
Once again, I think it's a fight that starts with pretty much full HP for CFO. And when it comes to the straight up 5v5, I think you can just see the difference in the comps, right? It feels like Pretender can't find the opportunity to deal any damage. And CFO, they don't feel at all pressured and can just run straight forward. And while the Xerath damage is maybe high off the back end, I think a lot of that was just at the Baron. And so the actual deciding fight itself didn't do much. I think important as well, this is just the dragon picked up. I thought maybe that Frank would be able to knock this one out while CFO were resetting, but weren't even able to do that. And now in a lot of trouble because while Xerath is really good at clearing waves, it's not so easy when there's a Baron, and especially not when the engage tools are this strong.
Certainly is not. Solo kill. He's getting a lot of armor, but it does feel like in this game, magic resist is going to have to come through because Void Staff already being started here by Jimmian has that blighted jewel, and once Void Staff is completed, it does feel like your MR is not going to matter all that much. Jimmian dashing out of that.
Yeah, just grabs another tower for himself. He must have so much gold this game. He's level 15 as well, up 2 levels over Pretender. Grabs a blue while he's at it. So that's 1 tower broken. They're going to work on mid-tier 2 next. Bring in 4 members here, and this is actually really good macro by CFO, because a lot of the time with Baron, you see people just go for the 2 lanes, you know, say mid and bot or mid and top, but here they're actually going to play all 3 and just kind of move members up the map, so they still end up in a 2-lane state where they can't be engaged on, but they are able to pressure, you know, multiple different towers, which I really like. It's already a 4,000 gold Baron power play. And CFO, I think, in general, have always been very good at snowballing their leads. It's just the problem is they often give that lead back. And an overreach by pushing too many lanes could be the way to do it.
Absolutely. Jackshow coming through now for solo kill on the Cassante. So an important item, of course, being picked up there. And Pretender still trying to get to their Horizon focus. Taking a lot longer than he would perhaps like, as 3 items done now for Jimmian on this Azir. Void Staff has been completed. Shun as well, making his way towards that LDR. We're about to have 2 very strong carries for the side of CFO.
Now Shun, yeah, he's a really big boy right now. Look at that gold as well, especially in the mid lane. I mean, I think as Xerath, you Well, just as any poke champ, right? You function so much better from ahead and just so much worse from behind because the regen ends up being higher. You're scared of being engaged on. You can't control areas cleanly. You can't make them being the ones walk into you. So it feels like the Xerath pretty useless from now on. And I really like Jimmy's itemization. The only thing maybe is the Mercs, but honestly, everything else, perfect, I think. The Void Staff against all this MR coming through. The Andrews Nashes. It's all looking really good. Now, sieging a bit further, there is no Baron up just yet, and with no Baron waves, I think Frank will be able to... I think they'll be able to stall this out for now. I'd be surprised if any more towers go down until the next Baron. And where do you look here for Frank? I think it's tough. You are down 10,000 gold as a comp that I don't think should play from behind or shouldn't play very well. So it's going to be really tough, but if you can catch one of CFO's overreaches, and maybe with Kenny Chan in that bush, that could be a way if Jimmy walks up a bit too far. If you can get that shutdown, that would be super, super good.
I bet Pretender wished he had a way to just farm gold now. Arcane Combat didn't do much.
That's true.
Also, at this stage of the game, First Strike would just be the better rune.
100%. Well, a minute 30 away. I want to see if CFO care about this Dragon at all, because I think that they probably can just end the game off another Baron, but whether they feel confident in that or not is another story, and they might just choose to play it safe. CFO have been a bit, I don't know what you call it, chaotic, I suppose, turbulent, went ahead. So taking the safer play and just making sure you tick all the boxes, don't give Frank a chance for a Dragon win condition. I think that might be the better play just for CFO, even if it is basically a free Baron.
For sure. Now, nothing really likely to happen between these two mega tanks. We see Cassante making his way to what is likely going to be a Gargoyles. That makes a lot of sense. A lot of mixed damage coming through pretty much across the map here for CFO. You see, though, the damage from Pretender really isn't that high, especially onto Gemini, who is picking himself up a large amount of health. Jimmy has a stopwatch in his inventory too, so this next fight going to be even harder. Eminem very close to his LDR. In fact, he's recalling now, so might just have it. Does, so there is a big item spike. And if anyone on the side of Frank were to have a say in the team fight that we're about to see, it's going to have to be Eminem. He's got the most gold in his team. He's on the champion that quite often just 1v9s.
He is going to need to go big here. Dragon and Baron spawning, and I think the way CFO are playing it right now, they might just have their AD and top lane just do this drag while also maintaining the Baron control. So I'm really liking the macro that we've been seeing from CFO so far, and honestly not something I would expect from them. Normally they are just a team that tries to snowball off lanes and team fighting, but they've shown us some growth here, I think. Managing to really shut down any way for Frank to get back in the game while still managing to snowball your lead. You kind of see there that in the meantime, while getting the Dragon, Jimmy also got a top tower, and just getting absolutely everything here is the side of CFO, and I think Baron is the next step. Question is, do Frank have something to say about it? At least for now, they can regain that vision, and there's pings onto Jimmy, and they do spot him out, but I think he's gone. Of course, with the stopwatch flash, doesn't feel that viable a target. But can you win a team fight without killing Jimmyan? Because it feels like both Shun and Jimmyan so strong, and their team comp as well, so easy to execute. It almost plays itself, just having this sort of front-to-back DPS comp.
Yep, for sure. And now, Amp Tome here for Pretender, so I have to hope it's a Void Staff. But not having Rabadons on Xerath always feels pretty rough, to say the least.
A little bit of poke on to Shun.
Yeah, and no lifesteal for Shun. He's opted for
another one.
Cloak of Agility as well as the BF Sword here instead of a Vamp Scepter, so that poke will stick.
But that is meaningful poke for sure, but Kaiwing losing his ult.
Being caught out here. He might just go down. Does have flash. He's going to have to commit it. Gets himself out, and solo kill. Chunked down pretty significantly from just one of those Sand Soldiers. Pretender does land at least one Q here onto Jimmyan. But Gemini now running forward.
Ooh,
and it's going to be a two-man quickness into the grand entrance here. Does connect, and somehow Pretender is living. He's trying to kite out Gemini. Gemini does not have ult available, but does have flash. The flash Bramble Smash will connect, and Pretender's still running for his life. as 2 members taking him down while 3 are pushing forward into the base of Frank Esports. Now with the dead Xerath, they're going to turn their attention towards this Baron. There shouldn't be really anything that Frank can do about it.
No, should go over, and I think Frank are lucky that solo kill managed to get out. Feels like Jimmy and Zolt might have even delivered him to safety, but really nice engage there was found by Shalcy, and that is going to give CFO the opportunity to continue to snowball this game. They are just going to go for resets, spend all that gold, try and come back on the map as strong as they can possibly be, and just going to be able to really break this base open. I don't think there's much that inside of Frank can do about it. Now
Does
down
not feel like it.
Yeah, down a tremendous amount of gold. And I think as well, you know, Jimmy and having the stopwatch, having the Zhonya feels just insult to injury. The only way I think you win as Frank now is to find some sort of miracle engage with your Rel and your Alistar. But there's just so many tools to get through. It's really, really not easy. And that can be the problem, I think, of drafting a comp that is, you know, more difficult to execute. Because if you are still going to play it the same way that you do any other, doesn't work like
comes
that.
in and yoinks himself a blue buff. Going to commit that Nature's Grasp here to look for Kenny Chan. The 2-man, even 3-man Magnet Storm will be coming out as he flashes away. And we now have Gemini in the middle of the team of Frank. He's going to get taken out. Shalcy very, very low. Does use the quickness and the battle dance. Pretender almost landed the damage needed there. Importantly though, 1-for-1, both junglers down. It does delay the potential push here from CFO with that Baron. Although very importantly for them, it was someone without a shutdown that gets taken out. Of course, Jimmy and Shun both supporting very, very large shutdowns.
Importantly though, you know, getting that kill on a Gemini is going to stall this Baron play a lot. And while it doesn't feel like Frank have a way to scale into this game, it does give them time for more mistakes like this to happen. So we'll see here, Gemini, he commits quite a lot for Kenny Chan. They overextend a fair amount, and I think that can just walk away here, take the chunk, but the W follows the flash all the way in, and then Gemini just takes so much damage on the way out. And it's a bit hard to, I guess, see all that coming, but I do think it's probably better even just to save the Nature's Grasp for forcing the side of Frank off a tower, because it's really not easy to break towers up against Xerath Aphelios. So having that Nature's Grasp, just to have that one wave almost of freedom to auto-attack the tower, I think that goes a really, really long way. Instead, the game stalls out, at least for now, but Jimmy on level 18.
Pretender getting awfully close to a Void Staff, at which point we'll start doing a considerable amount more damage. Of course, Gemini not even opting any MR as of yet. Nature's Grasp comes out. This is going to confirm at least the inhib tower going down. Rest taking a bit of a chunk there from Pretender on the Xerath. Turning around, will not connect there onto Jimmy, and as Kaiwing actually getting pretty low from the saplings that Gemini has placed throughout the base here of Frank Esports. Now 15 seconds left on this Baron. Eminem's doing his best to clear out this wave. Doesn't want to give over 2 inhibs if possible, and it looks like they've done enough to be able to defend at least that bot lane inhib. And so it's only the mid that goes down, and the mid definitely the least important.
Yeah.
Very easy to just continuously clear out mid waves. Third Dragon now on Soul Point, afforded to CFO, found themselves 13k ahead.
They are very far ahead, and I think this game is taking a lot longer for CFO to close out than it should. But I honestly kind of like it, just because, again, I feel like CFO's biggest weakness has just been throwing games from ahead. And if they just want to take the really slow and consistent, steady way to close this game out, I'm all for it, especially in a game like this that is so important, right? Whereas you go back in the regular season and CFO, while they did only barely scrape in at the end, you could probably expect them to be in the playoffs, right? They're just that sort of caliber of team. With everything on the line now, potential elimination, I think just making sure everything is as safe as it can be is one way to victory. Obviously, you can lose games, you know, from playing them out too safe, potentially giving Frank the chance to farm back into it. This game, perhaps not one of them, but who knows?
Yeah, Eminem's getting some items for himself. Should be very close now to this Bloodthirster, which would make the job for Jimmy a lot harder. And as the game progresses as well, Aphelios does, in many ways, damage-wise, outscale the Xayah, simply because you do have more access to range. Obviously, the white and green gun combo and just a higher attack range in general does allow for that. Now, Xayah definitely does not fall off, which is perhaps maybe something that Eminem can play around. Bloodthirster is completed. It's 4 items now on this Aphelios. I think importantly, though, there is no needlessly large rods or anything to talk about there for Pretender, which you almost feel like is more important because otherwise the Zeref just doesn't function. The Sephelios will function very, very well in the fights now. And really, if you can delay for items to come through from Zeref, maybe you've given yourself a chance. Solo kill might even be looked at here. Does seem like he's going to be able to get himself away, but Nature's Grass coming out means that this might just be another tower going down. In fact, it will be. Only one inhib tower remains. It's the bottom one, and it's very, very low as a minion wave coming in towards that objective. Recall perhaps coming out here from Xiaoxi means the play should die down.
Well, looks like we'll be looking towards a Baron, and this will be the third one for CFO. And even with that, you know, they've only managed to get one inhib so far, which is the slowest I've ever seen CFO play. But now with two of those inhibs at least open and a third one, you know, not far behind with their tower being so low, it feels like this should be the one to end the game. I mean, unless Frank get another pick, right? If they can find another one and buy themselves more time, that would be good. And I actually like where Kenny Chan is right now. Being able to find some sort of flank or creative angle into the Baron pit feels like what you have to hope for at this point.
Absolutely. One thing I am concerned about, though, and it's not so much for this game, but if you play like this against Beyond, it does feel like eventually you just get into Betty 1v9ing, and Eminem is a player that can do that as well. Baron being started up now. There will be no answer coming through from Frank. They really do need Pretender to get to that Rabadons. He's got one needlessly large rod, which means he's about 2,000 gold still away.
It's a lot of gold that he needs to get. Let's see where CFO deployed their lanes here. I think mid-top is probably the way to go. You can get both these inhibs really easily. There's still another minute before that mid-inhib comes back up as well. So if they work on top first, they can easily move across to that. And there is, I think, a bot wave that's stacking up. It's hard to say which way it's going right now, but if that does push towards Frank, it looks like it will. CFO can potentially go down there as well. Just have to make sure that they respect the poke. If they can just walk back and make sure Pretender doesn't land anything massive, I think they are fairly happy with that.
Yeah, Eminem trying to clear out this wave, but he's going to be losing the Infernum Gun very shortly, which makes it a whole lot harder. Skywing just going to headbutt away that annoying Croc. Top lane inhib, though, is completely exposed. Mid lane coming up in 20 seconds. There is the angle that perhaps CFO can look for 2, if not 3, with this Baron. Kenny Chan standing very far up, and Eminem's got the perfect guns now for a fight, as Nature's Grasp will come through. They do take out one inhibitor, and now they're turning their attention to look for this bot lane as well as the mid lane that just respawned, and it feels like perhaps it's do or die time now for Frank Esports. There is no Nature's Grasp, so maybe it's a little bit difficult for CFO. A minute and a half still, though, on this Baron means there's going to be at least one more Nature's Grasp that can come through in combination.
Well, this mid one will go down. Top or bot tower is moments away, and they still have a full minute of Baron, so there should be the triple inhib going for CFO. Are they going to back off to the Dragon? Maybe they will. I wouldn't even be surprised, though, to see them stay on the map after this and just go straight back to bot, because I don't think you need to give Frank the opportunity to farm up all these waves. Now, they do have TP, so we'll see what they end up doing. There's some resets coming out. Looks like they're going to commit to the 5-man reset, so really playing this out as slow and safely as they possibly could. Jimmy completes the Rabadons. Rapid fire for Shun. If you can't win the game with all this, you can't win any game. I mean, they're so far ahead, and there's only one inhib remaining, and it really shouldn't be too hard to take down. They can just put 5 members into bot, maybe put Rest mid with TP, have him Baron the wave, and that should be it.
Look, Shock, I'm sorry to tell you, pal, but there's 20 more minutes left in this one.
Now, let's see. Can Frank hold on? I don't think so. Still don't have their Rabadons on the Xerath.
15 seconds left. It will be this tower at least going down. Are they going to commit to a fight? With Solo Kill not being there as well as he's just completely out of mana. It is going to be this third inhib going down. And there's going to be 3.5 minutes of double super minion waves coming into the base of Frank. Now Baron has gone down. Chelsea's looking. Does get knocked aside there. Is going to have no quickness available now for this Rakan. And Eminem has the guns to clear out these minion waves. And Xerath as well, certainly helping with that minion wave clear. Although CFO aren't going to back down now. There is nothing on the map for them to take. It really is just this base. But how easy is it? There's Nature's Grasp available. Every ult other than Rakan's is up. for both sides. And Jimmy taking a big chunk.
Nice poke.
Pretender now, finally starting to do some damage. But is it too late?
Oh, Jimmy got his base cancelled.
Yeah, he's getting very low. Is going to be able to get out of the range there from Xerath.
He can TP back, and this, I think, is the first of the double creep waves coming in now. I imagine he does TP and continue to pressure, but Frank do have a lot of wave clear and the range to back it up as well. I think eventually it should become too much. You see TP comes in, now double side waves are crashing as well. So it's going to be really tough, and I think this is probably one Nature's Grasp away from just being game over.
Yeah, Eminem does do a very good job of clearing out these minions. Nature's Grasp comes out, connects on to Kenny Chan, who's getting very, very low. No damage to follow up, though, as Kenny Chan will be headed back to the base to get some health back for himself. And these Nexus towers are staying very, very healthy. Quite hard for the Xayah to walk up and auto-attack them, of course, as the next minion wave being culled out here by Eminem.
Wow. They hold for now. And I think that CFO, they might need a fourth Baron.
A minute 40 left on these inhibs, and a minute and a half on the Baron. So it should be another Baron going over to CFO. But all this time being spent not ending the game means that Pretender is little by little getting himself into a place where his poke is starting to matter. Eminem as well, very, very strong. One big team fight out of either of these AD carriers could just end the game. Some poke out of Pretender as well.
And how frustrating is this for CFO? They just can't end the game. There's too much wave clear from Frank and too hard, I think, to pull the trigger. So they'll back away, but...
It's even the Runans.
Yeah, it's a lot of wave clear. I mean, Eminem is really, really strong. And I think if Pretender can get the Rabadons as well, they give themselves some sort of fighting chance in this game. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's still so CFO favored, but you start to get worried for them if they get 4 Barons and are still unable to close the game out.
Have you ever seen a team go over 15k down and win? Because if Frank do it here, this would probably be the first time I've ever seen it too. Obviously, they're not favored to win, and I still think CFO have this one in the bag.
They should.
But we are getting to the point now where it is just 2 team fights to Frank and the game's probably over. I think you can't really do it after one. There is just so much to go through. Although respawn timers at this stage are about a minute, so maybe that's even possible. 2 inhibs going to be spawning very, very shortly as Frank are out on the map. Ult here committed by Pretender. Kenny Chan's in the pit. Who's going to get the smite? It's so low, and it's going to be Shun, of all people. Flash forward, rest is on Eminem, but he gets himself away. It's going to be a 4v5 if Frank want to do it. Baron picked up by CFO. Chelsea, Eminem's going forward, he flashes away. He is going to take down Chelsea, but he himself goes down. Rez teleports into the base, and after 42 minutes and 4 Barons, it's going to be CFO.
Finally, after all that, CFO put the finishing touches on that game, and we'll grab number 1 here against Frank. It's a good start to them for the series, but I do hope they pick up the pace a little bit as it goes on, because it really feels like that game should have finished a long time ago, and I think that, you know, you kind of see the 2 extreme ends there of, for the regular season, right? CFO would just all the time, right? Be pushing, be diving, be fighting, and here they kind of went the full other side and just give Frank so much time to farm, and I think while there isn't a realistic chance for Frank in the game, if there is a chance, I think it comes from letting Eminem and from Pretender just farm inhib wave over and over and over until suddenly they have comparable items.
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't even see Pretender pick up the Rabadons, by the way.
Yeah, it's pretty sad.
42 minutes, no Rabadons on your mid laner. That feels pretty terrible. And honestly, I'm a bit concerned, I think, for the side of CFO, because as you sort of touched on, they were so far ahead. That game probably should have ended a good 10 minutes earlier, but they weren't able to do it. And I think what that sort of tells me is, of course, yes, there was wave clear, but if Frank are at all even or ahead, it almost feels like they just are the better team, because CFO found themselves so far ahead early and didn't really push all that much. And it led to this 44-minute game that could have, again, ended like 10 minutes earlier.
I think so as well. And I think a big thing for me in that game around the Frank comp was the Xerath, because I think you saw moments in that game where the Xerath, even despite being so far behind, it had potential, right? It was poking out, at least every now and then, the carries, and that was making CFO actually take more time to go and secure Barons, to push waves and stuff like that. So I think it does have potential, but I think, again, if you're not going to play around it, if you're not going to very concretely say, okay, we will not fight unless we land poke, and we're not going to fight unless our mid kind of has priority, then it's not really worth it. Because I would say, if you look at that early game specifically, it was a kill that goes over to Azir because there's fighting in the river when mid doesn't have prior. And then at that first fight, no poke was landed from Xerath. Frank decided to opt into the fight anyway and just get destroyed for it. So I would prefer that they just play something else, because I think it's too hard to fix these things in the time they have left. I hope they just go back to, the consistent team fighters and stuff like the Annie, the Nico. But I do think that the Xerath has potential, especially for the teams that are more disciplined. Like, I wouldn't be surprised, I guess, to see something like PSG end up playing it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, maybe the biggest problem that Frank faced was the Maokai, because while it didn't do that much of like spectacular, just putting out those Nature's Grasp was literally the only way, despite 4 Barons, was the only way they ever took a tower, was putting down Nature's Grasp and then following along with it to take the tower. And I honestly think if there was no Maokai in that game, there is a very realistic chance that that game continues on, Xerath gets his items, and Frank actually could possibly win.
Yeah.
And so maybe heading into the next draft, I'm not sure what you'd replace the ban with. Maybe you can just give over the Sejuani, because it does feel like Maokai is just the stronger pick a lot of the time, especially in the PCS, because most teams don't really combine the power of the top lane of the Renekton or the Jax with the Sejuani, and so I feel like it loses a little bit of strength here where it might see strength overseas. I mean, you saw the LCO teams even probably using that combo better than the PCS teams do. And so I think maybe, you could leave over the Jace, leave open the Jace, because Tristana was still open, so there is that answer if you really want to go down that route. But I do feel like if you're not on blue side, you probably don't want to just give over the Maokai.
Yeah, I think I agree. Or if you do, I think having a better trade for it, because it didn't really feel like, I don't know, it didn't feel like they had the power pick comp, right? They definitely had something playable, but if you look at the side of CFO and what they had, they've got the Zyra Rakan, the Azir and the Maokai, the Renekton, and you're wondering, how did they end up getting all these picks? And I think I guess the big thing that you got back was the Rel, but it didn't really feel like anything else was a power pick. And I think you almost could have just gone, something like the Kai'Sa Rel, just to have a bit more poke versus Azir, right? I think you can even go for something like the Kai'Sa Xerath combination and then just have strong ADs from the other roles, and that can actually work out, because I think double poke is really effective against Azir, as long as you have, of course, the damage to justify it.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I want to say as well, solo kill kind of felt invisible the whole game. I didn't really see a moment where he did anything in particular, and that's a problem. Of course, in general, we think of solo kill as a carry player, and so maybe it is just better for Frank to give him something that he can have pressure in his own lane on. Obviously, he saw the Renekton early and decided to pick the Cassante, but maybe there's something else. Even the likes of a Jax, where maybe, yes, the 1v1 doesn't go that well early, but you can have some autonomy later on in the game.
It could be, yeah. I think they had options for sure. Let's take a look at this fight. I mean, this was one, again, all health bars are full here for CFO, and while there was a 3-man engage here from Kenny Chan, you can see that there's not really any follow-up. There is nothing like a Nico or an Aniol that can come through. And I think once you're being engaged on as Pretender, if you haven't already dealt enough damage that the fight's pretty much already done, you're just going to die. There isn't really much you can do, especially against a comp that did have so much engage, right? I mean, this is not just the Maokai in isolation. It's also, Azir has engaged, Rakan engaged, even the flank there from the Renekton. It doesn't make it easy. And one of those last fights at the end, Kenny Chan, he tried to get away the Baron, and I think it was just one shot by Shun from like 2k health. Let's see it. Okay, it wasn't 2k, but it was,
it was
still
12,
out of
19.
smite range, yeah.
19 health out.
Was close, yeah. And I mean, at this point, are you really expecting Frank to win fights? I don't really think so. I think just down too much gold. Eminem was strong, but I think Pretender is still so much weaker here than Jimmy. And I'm not sure what the AP was looking like, but you see there, this is a late game, level 18 Xerath hitting a Q on Azir, and it chunks for what, like 15% damage? It's just not enough, because you don't have the time, especially, ultra late game team fights. I mean, you can see there, right? 1 or 2 autos finishes the fight. So if you're not super strong by then, it's not going to be good. And I mean, you can see the damage from the Xerath was high, but it didn't feel like relevant damage to me at all.
No, definitely. And I mean, that number would have been so much higher had he have been on par with the rest of the map in terms of damage, in terms of damaging items. Of course, the Rabadon's never being completed as a Xerath. I mean, that is almost the most important item for the champion because it just ups your damage so much. All your champion offers is damage. I mean, you've got a stun, but other than that, it's just damage. And so, I mean, while yes, the damage number is high, a lot of that is going to be Liandry's burning on these health stackers, and just damage that ultimately doesn't matter that much because there is just going to be healing coming out. Of course, there are, you know, the likes of the honey fruits. There's a Radiant Virtue available. There are Bloodthirsters there for the AD carry and Shun, and even Rest. He just heals it up himself, as well as Maokai. So it's really only the Azir that it can land on, and it didn't land on the Azir all that much.
For sure. And I think to no one's surprise, it is the MVP that goes over to Jimmy and Azir. I think he had a very good game for himself. I think a lot of the engages were really, really nice, especially that one he found in what was honestly the first fight to really break open the game, finding that flash ult on both the carries. And take a look, they're up 7,500 gold. And this was even after Xerath was gobbling up, you know, inhib waves time and time again. I wouldn't be surprised that if for the kind of the relevant portion of that game that he was down, you know, more than 8k for a lot of it. And we come back to this fight. It was the one that, while it doesn't seal the deal, it puts the game in such a good spot for CFO. And you can see here, all the cooldowns once again used. And Jimmy played this fight really well. I like that he didn't immediately go into the carries. He finishes them off, and then he goes for the flash ult on both of them. And of course, you know, once you find yourself in the middle of the fight as a Xerath, you don't have long left in you.
No. And the same can be said there for the Aphelios, of course. And I think Eminem played very well. I actually think Eminem probably had the most gold in the game because he was just absolutely eating up minion wave after minion wave. He had 500 and something CS at the end of that one. I think he also itemized very well to be able to do so with that rune ends. But game number 1 now, already done and dusted. It was CFO who picked up the first win of the series. Join us shortly where we'll see game number 2.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的3杯鸡？现在好想吃哦。
少年嘞，要不要来碗3杯鸡风味干面？来，跟我回味一拜。
就是这味道。
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼。
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，海酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
What you gonna do when they come for you? We just go hard. What you gonna do when you lose out? You just go hard. What you gonna do when they come for you? We just go hard. What you gonna do when you fall down? You just go hard. 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 Go hard.
Welcome back, everybody, here for game number 2 between CFO and Frank, of course, brought to you by Changhua Telecom and TTL brand Noodles. And now I want to ask you, did game number 1 sort of give you an opinion on the result of this series, or even the score line of the series?
It's hard because I think going into this series, I probably would have said it's a Frank 3-1. Now, looking at that, I think the way, if CFO had ended that game maybe like 10 minutes earlier, I would have been really confident in CFO for the rest of this one. But I honestly feel like now it's like, okay, you got a giant lead, but then you just kind of just let it to the side, right? And if they don't find a lead that big, are they going to be able to clean up the games? I'm not too sure. And I don't know, it's such a weird state for CFO to be in because they've never had that as a problem, right? In fact, they've had different problems and it feels like they've just overcompensated the whole way. And I do think that Frank probably will stay away from the Xerath. I don't even think the Xerath is so much the problem, but not being able to play around it is certainly a problem, and I hope they just go back to team fights. If they do that, I might even favor Frank, and I think on the blue side, perhaps they can look to get a bit more of what they want, at least not give over the Maokai is probably a start.
Yeah, I think for me, Maokai was the only reason they ever actually ended up winning that game because, as I said before the break, pretty much every single tower that got taken wasn't taken because there was a Baron. It was taken because Nature's Grasp could come out and force M&M as well as Pretender off the wave so they could then look to hit the towers. And I think without the Maokai, it's just not possible. And so now that Frank are blue side, they will have the possibility of taking that as a blue side first pick. Of course, last game it was Shin who picked up the Xayah in blue side first pick, and it just ended up going through that it was able for Frank to take. We are now into that draft, of course. Sejuani banned once again by Frank. Jace the answer here for CFO. They do not want Pretender to get that champion. And I guess the key champions to look for really are Kai'Sa, Xayah, Maokai, Azir would be probably the 4 that I'm most interested.
The Blanc ban, first 3. I think it's questionable as well. I think it should just be let through right now, and I feel like almost whichever team picks it up probably just loses. But taking it away, do you think that increases the Azir priority? Because I think that while there's an argument for it, most of the time people are just banning LeBlanc for the sake of it.
Yeah. Just, I don't know. I feel like these players think the LeBlanc is a whole lot stronger than it looks. And maybe that is a result of scrims or something else, but at least on stage, it doesn't feel like the LeBlanc really does a whole lot. It's had some standout games for sure, but more often than not, it does absolutely nothing. And so the constant priority, both in pick and ban, is so questionable around that champion. Azir will be banned. Jimmy not going to get access to that champion again. Makes a lot of sense if you don't want it for yourself. And honestly, I think for Frank, this is probably where you just go back and, again, we've said this before, they don't really realize what they find a lot of success on a lot of the time. But the Annie, along with the Viego, I think should rise in priority.
I think I'd have to agree. It really shouldn't be too hard to get either, because it doesn't feel like champs that CFO contest too highly. Sticking to their Nocturne ban, though. So first picks that are available, the Maokai feels like the big one. Obviously, the Xayah and the Kai'Sa are still open. True. I do think the Taliyah was for the Azir, I think.
Ooh, that's not going to be locked in, but solo kills Aurelia is very exciting to watch. And admittedly, if you do lock it in first, it does remain a flex, but not likely to see that. And Nico has made it through, but they're not going to pick it. It's going to be the Xayah.
Not going to pick it. Okay, do you think that's because they don't think CFO are going to play it? Because I think if you can get both Xayah and Nico, that makes Shun's life really difficult, right? Of having an ADC that isn't that great into Nico.
I guess. I think Jimmian would be able to play it, though. And
I think he's capable, but I don't think CFO have really prioritized it, right?
No, I don't think so, but I think if there was a time to, it's right now.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw it yesterday, and there we go, yeah.
I think it's good.
Yeah, I do too. I'm already favoring CFO. I think the Xayah on M&M is very scary, yes. And it does have some counterplay to the Nico. But the Nico, you're seeing it there.
Nico realm.
100% win rate thus far in playoffs. Sitting at a 90.9% ban rate.
That's pretty insane.
Yeah.
I think as well, while the Xayah is probably good against the Nico or the Rel, it feels very difficult when there's just threat after threat being thrown at you, right? There's only so many instances of you can disengage one of them, but if the rest are piled on top, you can find yourself taken out. So what do you respond here is Frank? I think the Annie could be a possibility. I'd be down to see it.
Yeah, I don't see a reason not to Annie Viego. And Annie, the current hover.
Do you think they go Viego? I'm not sure they will into Nico Rel. It feels
I'm not sure
pretty
they
hard.
will. I think they. I think it does seem a little bit hard, but that's all later on. I think if you pick the Viego alongside the Annie, you can have a lot of priority along those early dragons, as well as, depending on top laner, perhaps even the Rift Heralds. And so I wouldn't hate it, as well as it just looks like one of Kenny Chan's best champs.
I do agree with that. I think he is definitely better on the carry junglers.
Kha'Zix's also being hovered. I do suspect it will just be the Viego lock-in. And honestly, I do like it. While yes, maybe in team fights it struggles a little bit against this combo of the Nico and Rel, I think honestly if you play around sort of the cooldowns and if you even channel the ult to block out some of the damage from the Nico, you can find a lot of success. And now Kai'Sa has made it through draft, is currently hovered, and I do suspect we will see it picked up.
Yep.
Which build we'll see will be yet to, you know, be discovered.
Yeah.
I think AP. Okay.
Oh, interesting. I'm really surprised that they didn't go for the Kai'Sa just to have, you know, more potential poke and follow up. I think both of those synergize quite well with the Nico.
And against the short range of Frank.
Really surprising to me. Yeah, I'm actually not sure. Do you think it was he felt like he was going to be forced into AD Kai'Sa, and so he just prefers Zeri?
I guess, but you've got so much engaged that
That's the
AD
thing, right?
Kai'Sa feels pretty good anyway.
I'm not sure. I think I would have preferred the Kai'Sa. Honestly, Zeri is a fine pick, but I would have preferred the Kai'Sa. They ban away the Rakan, so not going to give that one over. And Frank, I think you might just need to ban away some top laners here. I mean, you could ban away supports, but of course, Rel can always go bot lane. Now, maybe because there are so many junglers gone, Rel is just forced into the jungle anyway, and we could just target supports. Because if you can limit the engage, I think that goes a pretty long way to making this game a bit more playable for yourselves. They ban away the Kha'Zix, so at least respecting the fact that it's a flex, but I wouldn't be surprised to just see Rel go straight to the jungle.
Yeah, I definitely almost suspect that will be the case. Now, Nautilus banned out, as well, especially because these supports are getting banned out. Maybe actually... Ooh,
They could
just
still
mean-
pick up Alistar. Yeah.
There is Leona as well. Even Blitzcrank. It is Chelsea. I do want to see it.
What would this last ban be? Feels like there isn't something super obvious. I'm not even sure what junglers we'd be looking at now. I mean, the Vi, but not good into Xayah, right? Feels pretty unlikely. They ban away the Jax.
Rumble does remain open, but there is already AP coming through from CFO. Would make their team comp fairly high in magic damage.
I really like the Alistar pickup. I think it's another support denied away. And again, your engage and your team fight is so strong. And that's what has been winning games here in the PCS playoffs. So I'm a big fan of the CFO comp so far. And I honestly think Frank is not too far behind them. I think if they can just bring out some more teamfight picks and they're 4-5, then we'll definitely have a game on our hands. Leona, I'd be down for it. Feels like probably the best engaged support remaining. And it will be locked in. Now, what do you pick up here as your top laner? It has to be the blind. You can go the likes of the Gragas.
Can go the Udyr.
Yeah.
I actually don't think you can. There can't really be a Gwen come through that easily.
No.
But well, maybe it can.
Yeah,
and
you
I'm
could
sure
make it work.
Rest is a carry top laner, so he certainly does feel like he'll be confident enough to pick something. But Rumble being left open is the current hover. There's Renekton as well. It is just going to be that Renekton.
Okay.
So what is the answer here then for the top laner here for CFO? What will Rest choose for his matchup? Nah. I don't hate the Nah.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we haven't seen a Gnar in a pretty long time, but I feel like it is a champ that still has pretty strong viability, honestly, and does play heavily into how Rest plays of both wanting to dominate a lane and having the team fight. So I think this game, the draft is a lot closer to than game number one was, and I also think that Frank definitely have what they want this time, right? Like, this is a Frank comp when you look at it. So I'm not sure who I favor in this game. I think I'm perhaps willing to give it to the team with Nico just because of how strong that champion is, but I'm really expecting some fireworks from this one.
Yeah. And it doesn't strike me as the kind of game that's going to go to 44 minutes as well. It feels
I
like
think so.
There's probably going to be some hectic fights around early dragons that lead to one team getting ahead. And I guess the side that does have this Renekton Viego, I do favor them when it comes to those kind of moments.
Yeah. I think it's such a shame that it always requires Frank to lose to remember what they're good on. You know, it feels like they always just end up losing a lot of games or just dropping a random one here and there, starting the series obviously 0-1, because they just stray away from what they're good at. And again, it's hard to say, right? Do they just not recognize it, or is there some ego there perhaps of, you know, they want to be able to play all the best picks? Because I can definitely say that, you know, it's pretty common for teams to be like, okay, we just need to play all the meta picks, because if we can't, there's no way we're going to be able to beat teams like PSG and beyond. So it could be that they're trying to look, you know, forward to the finals, but they really have to take it one game at a time at the moment, because, you know, if you lose the series, you are just going home.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, 1-0 in the series so far are CFO. Bit of a shaky one. They were dominant the entire game, but not dominant enough to get the game closed when they certainly could have. And now I think, as you sort of said, Frank got exactly what they want. And so if Frank play how they played, especially up against J-Team, you do have to favor them here in game number 2. We are now loading, of course, onto the Rift. Excited to see how this one plays out. I think a lot of early fireworks may happen. I think the Dragon could be a hotly contested part of the map, even early on into the game.
Double Airy in the mid lane. So no commas. They're just going for the straight up aggression, which I like. I mean, I think both the Airy and the Comet are viable on the Nico, but of course, only the Airy really for the Annie. But that's a lot of early pressure. Cleanse on both ADCs. I think, again, probably necessary. So much of that, you know, CC coming through from Leona, Annie, Renekton. I mean, you can't really not have it as Jun. And then Eminem, I feel like Nico alone warrants a cleanse.
Yeah, tend to agree. Going to have our first pause. Sure, we'll get back into game very shortly. Now, give me your prediction. Who's getting first blood in this one? Who even got it in last one? I think it was Shell C picked it up.
Yeah, in that bot skirmish, right?
Yeah.
First blood in this one. I think it might be Kenny Chan's Viego. I think Viego is just one of those champs that often does get off to a good start, and maybe I feel like that because the games Viego doesn't get off to a good start, he's just invisible and I've forgotten about them.
True.
That's a very real possibility, I think, especially against this comp, right? Because I think that having Annie and Viego makes playing Viego a lot easier. It's a lot of follow-up, it's a lot of shielding, damage, everything you want, really. But it's still going to be, you're still reliant, I guess, on being ahead as this champ to function into a comp with that much CC. If you fall behind, feels like your options quickly run out. Now, if the rest of your team is still strong and you can find a reset somewhere, you can still have impact, right? It's not like you're just completely out of the game, but it's just, once again, options become limited. And I think that's when teams can get forced into making bad decisions, because when you just don't have a lot to choose from, it's really easy for the other team to kind of shut down your remaining options, or at least make them kind of unfavorable for you.
Yeah, certainly. Now, I think, honestly, after game 1, it's already looking a bit shaky, I think, for both of these sides, which isn't so good knowing that they have to go up against Beyond in tomorrow's game. I think for the rest of the series, whichever team picks up the games, going to have to do it a bit more concise. Because especially if a game goes to 44 minutes against Betty, you pretty much always just have faith in Beyond to be able to take that one.
Tend to agree. I think drafting is still somewhere that, while both these teams, maybe they're not perfect, neither are Beyond. Yeah. And I think, you know, maybe even letting through the LeBlanc, we mentioned it before, could be a way to go about it. And we have been informed it's a game sound issue for Shun, so hopefully that will be cleared up soon enough. It's pretty annoying playing without sound. Do you ever play with no sound?
I never play with no sound. But you know, one of the most annoying things, and I know you've talked to me about this in private too, but I've played with a Nami recently, and I think it's a particular skin. I can't tell you what skin, but literally no matter where she is on the map, you can hear her doing absolutely everything. If she's using abilities or auto-attacking a ward, you could hear it anywhere. And that, I was playing Lucian Nami, and it was getting so annoying by the end of the game, just constantly hearing everything Nami was doing.
Well, it's not too bad, right? Because at least you're in lane with her.
Yeah,
like,
but
I think
like
the time
later
I
on,
noticed was when I was like laning mid as something, and I was just hearing random Nami noises.
I wonder if the enemy hears them as well. It's probably only if they're on the screen for the enemy, right? Because
I don't know. But back to the Rift. There's no Nami in this game, so it won't be a problem. And could we see anything from the level 1 here? Doesn't really look like it. Both junglers will just be getting a leash, and then they're going to path. Now, it is opposite sides for them, and maybe they can find something. I guess talk about the Gnar for a bit, because it's a champ that we haven't seen much this split, but it was played so much in the previous split.
Yeah.
And I think Rest he was fairly good on the Gnar, I'd have to say.
Yeah, I think Solo Kill was the best on the
Probably,
Gnar,
yeah.
so you do feel like that being the case, that Solo Kill should know really how to lane up against it. So I don't think we'll see too much happen in the isolated 1v1. At least you'd hope not, if you're the side of Frank, or a supporter of Frank.
Big wave is being built up here. I don't think anything will come from this one, but Viego is pathing down the map, so they have something they can use the priority for later on. Jimian, he grabs a ward here onto the Raptors, is of course spotted out, so Kenny Chan will be very aware of that, but having that vision is just confirmation, really, of the path. There can't really be anything else.
Yeah. Wow, this is a massive
they
minion
are stacking
wave.
it pretty big. I don't think anything can be done with it, just because Kenny Chan is pretty slow on the way down, but...
This is where you need an Elise.
That's for sure. So they can go River here. Ooh, could it be a Cheetah Recall from Eminem? Does he have enough for a longsword? I guess he does.
Most likely.
Yeah,
If not,
should be
even
able
just a
to.
dagger.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so has a longsword, will be pathing back to lane, even gets a pink ward. Not
How
many
far are you
ADCs
going?
would do that. That's good though. He's going to be able to get back to that wave, and that also gives Kaiwing a chance just to pressure the map. In fact, he might even rotate into the top side. This is a really aggressive play, and if he dodges the vision, which I think he did, there is no way Gemini expects Kaiwing at this top scuttle.
Yeah, there's the fight over Scuttle Crab. Games are won and lost by this. And your prediction of First Blood might be coming true. Stunned up, and Gemini's able to get over the wall. He does survive. The chain CC was not there. Very, very close call, but some nice aggression found there by Kaiwing on the Leona. And now bot side, Pretender's going to have to teleport here to ensure that Eminem doesn't go down and is able to farm up this minion wave. So, all things considered, play fizzles out, but it's certainly in favor of CFO.
Yeah.
All things said and done.
I think rough series of events there for Pretender. He flashes to try to get the stun, and I don't think he got it in time. And then is forced to TP away from his mid wave back to bot. And that's without even getting a reset in. So it's going to be really easy for Jimian to just put on the pressure in this lane, force a base out at some point, and come back advantaged in items. And that's going to make things really tough, because we've seen how strong Nico is in lane for that very reason there. Of if you hit an EQ, you're just going to deal so much damage. And I think this was really nice by Kaiwing. This is really good to recognize that your ADC is fine at the moment. And what jungler expects a level 2 Leona in the top river. Gets a nice engage on here. And Pretender, let's see what he did, because I think... he tried to get it with the stun, was very slightly out of range. I can understand why he went for that, because that was very close, and if they got it, it would have been a massive win. But I am very worried for Pretender now. He does have a ward here, so he is aware, but can't get any prior, and I think it's so hard for him to get a reset off without losing pretty much a whole wave for it. Kenny Chan's going to try shove out, but I don't think they win the 2v2, and this is a disastrous spot for Pretender to be in.
Yeah. Now, admittedly, and he doesn't need resources too much. So, while yes, obviously definitely in favor of CFO, I think the saving grace is that you are Annie. You're not something that relies on resources as much.
Pretender's going to try stay. I think if Jimian, I think he should have committed to the base and just TP'd back, and there would have been no way for Pretender to crash it. And I think this possibly gives him a window. Both junglers are around mid, and maybe that's what CFO are looking for, trying to punish Pretender here.
Yeah.
There's the counter
Both
gank,
mids very low on mana. Which one's the real one?
Who knows? I wonder if maybe Jimian's trying to save the TP and just, try and TP bot at level or at 10 minutes or something. It feels weird, because oftentimes you can still get off a TP and have it up, slightly shortly after. And it is obviously a big CS lead here for the Nico, which you feel like is mostly off the TP play as opposed to pure 1v1 laning. But of course it's good for Jimian to make the correct decisions around that, right? Like, I think the way he was controlling the wave there was really nice. And now he's going for a reset. Let's see what he does. Is he going to TP or is he going to try hold it? Got the alternator. No. He does. And some MR. TPs, okay. So he's going to be able to come back to this lane, probably shove in a wave if he wants. Alternatively, might have it bounce back out. And that could give them a window to punish Pretender while that flash is still down.
Oh, Shun.
Oh, Shun being looked at, does get out though. And they also get confirmation on where Kenny Chan is, which means that other side of the map can continue to play aggressive. Pretender, on his recall, he got the Merc Treads, which should make lane a lot easier, but starting at this sort of deficit is not what you want. And I think, Frank, they almost have to put pressure towards mid to try and relieve the Annie, but ganking a Nico is no easy task.
No, certainly not. And now, could be a skirmish coming out here. Kaiwing going to get knocked on up there. There is still a headbutt available, going to be used there onto Kenny Chan. Xenoblade Blade connects. It's going to be first blood, and it's picked up there by Pretender. Answered back, though. It's going to be a kill in return there for Jimmy and Shun taken down as well as resets are coming through for Kenny Chan. He skirts over the wall. He's going to have access to the Zeri abilities, and Eminem going to claim himself a kill as well. And from almost nothing and what looked like it might have been Kaiwing getting called out, it's 3 kills for Frank.
Pretty crazy. I mean, I thought that was a fight that was going to go really, really differently. So Frank being able to win that one is pretty nice. And I think Pretender as well, getting some much needed gold, is going to bring him back online. Because I think while it's true that Annie doesn't need resources as much as other champs, I think especially getting to first item is a big spike on Annie. So having a bit more gold is going to be good. Let's see how it played out, because this is looking really good for CFO in my opinion. They have first move from mid. I think arguably they're stronger here. But I think... Okay, so there's a lot... Yeah, okay, so the EQ from Jimmy onto Kaiwing, I think it's a mistake. I know it's tempting because, again, you take out the Leona, but Leona's already got all of her CC off, and you can see without the EQ damage onto either of these carries, it's hard to win the fight. And I think that's something that's so easy to forget in League, because the reality is a lot of champs are extremely cooldown based, where if they get all their cooldowns off, that's kind of it for them. They can be alive or dead after that point. Doesn't make much of a difference. So I wonder if CFO, I think they might have been able to at least go 2 for 2 or make it a bit closer.
Perhaps, but too little too late now, as Herald will be secured there by Kenny Chan. There is no one on this dragon as of yet, so still a certain opportunity that Frank can get back on the map and make sure that is an objective they can at least contest.
Swapping their bot lane to mid for now, which feels more as a result of the Herald rotation, but it might even be better for the short term, just because Annie should have no trouble laning up against Shun, and I think Xayah might even lane up against Nico better at this point. Starting up the Dragon as well would be super nice for Frank if they could get both neutrals in the early game. And with that bot and mid priority in their favor, it should go over. Infernal Dragon as well, always a nice pickup.
Certainly is. So that will be the Infernal Dragon. Once again, Frank picking up the early Dragon for themselves. Although a bit later than last game, of course. See if there's any more fights. I don't suspect there will be. There's no objectives to contest over, and you do feel content, really, as both sides to just farm up and try to get one item. Look for a team fight around that spike.
Yeah, there's one item now for Shun, and so having the Shiv is going to mean that wave priority should go to him. Unleashed teleports do come through now. See if they do get used anytime soon. Rest, you know, just use that TP, so he's not going to have his for a while, but solo kill, he's still got his in the bag. I think it's real good as well that this game has kind of sped up, just to allow Pretender to be less in the isolated 1v1. Obviously, he was swapped bot, but you haven't really seen Nico Annie laning for a while now. And I think that's definitely been to Pretender's benefit.
Certainly has been, but
ooh, a lot of people
this
around
might not
mid.
be.
Yeah, they have a lot of control.
Looking for mid. Will be spotted out now on this vision ward as they head towards that bot lane. Eminem and Kaiwing smartly decide to back away and not allow for any potential shenanigans there at the bot lane tower. As teleport going to be committed by solo kill back to that top lane. Doing pretty well, I have to say, all things considered. Up against the Gnar. Can be a bit annoying to lane against at times.
Yeah, he's doing fine for himself, I think, and I almost feel like Renekton has kind of done his job, right, of securing early objectives. It's hard to say, though, because I don't think either of them really came from him. But either way, you know, as long as you're getting those early objectives, I think your team's off to a good start as Renekton. You can kind of just become a tank from that point, and it'll still be fine. Even small things, you know, like forcing Shun to take cleanse. Obviously, probably would have taken it no matter what here, but that does add up. to just reducing that carry potential. Gold lead, it does favor Frank, but it's very slight. It's nothing really to write home about. So we'll just be waiting probably on the next dragon. Kenny Chan pathing down bot with the Herald, and this is a recall from Shun. Ooh, cancels it. They've got pings onto him.
And there is no vision. Shun does not know Kaiwing's location, although will now. Kenny Chan as well, spotted out by that vision ward. Looks like he is still headed towards the bot lane though. Perhaps looking to get off this Herald. Get some more plates over to your Xayah. Kraken Slayer would be a very nice item to hit. But is he even going to be able to pick up these plates? He's certainly looking to try.
Yeah, thinks he might, but it's going to be heavily shared if it is. No, don't think he... Oh, did he get half of... I can't even tell.
I'm not sure. Kenny
Didn't
Chan
quite
certainly
see the
got
gold.
his.
Yeah. I mean, gold on the Viego is still pretty solid, I think, just for keeping this champ ahead, because that really is the name of the game. Big damage comes out mid onto Jimmian. Does have his TP, so of course we'll be able to get back for that dragon, and still 2 minutes away, not expecting a whole lot to happen here. Kraken Slayer is now completed, and I think maybe looking at Pretender to try and get that Liandry's before the fight, because I think Liandry's one of the biggest single item spikes in the game. Just in terms of, you can even be a champ that, if you remember Liandry's of old when it wasn't the Mythic, you could be a champ that was building full tank, you suddenly build a Liandry's and you become a credible damage threat. Just because of how it interacts with all the HP.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Scuttle Crab will be in favor of Frank. Of course, it will be down by the time the dragon is spawned, but it does help to set up for the vision around that objective, and you do have to feel like Frank should feel pretty comfortable trying to take the dragon. Obviously, Annie as well as Viego. Very strong in their sort of skirmishes they find. As well as, honestly, the Leona, Xayah. And if Renekton does come down too, of course, it's just a whole lot of power.
Yep. 45 seconds away. Herald is up as well, so it could be that the teams don't even fight and we do just see some sort of trade. I think if you're trading here, it probably should be as CFO, and I think you're just looking to try snowball either your Zeri or your Gnar, because I could see that avoiding fights at this point might be to your benefit, but you also have a pretty strong Nico, right? So there are ways to fight.
Yeah, certainly agree. Now, 15 seconds. I think this could even be a make or break team fight.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
I think really both teams want to fight. And Liandry's not being picked up by Pretender, although he is recalling now.
Yeah, I think he's waiting on it.
Is going to teleport back, does have it. Okay, so that is big. There is also going to be solo kill headed out towards this dragon. Rest already has arrived there. Now let's see. Chelsea's got himself a nice flank, but it's going to now be spotted out by that ward. Still though, he remains on the side. There's also Jimmy in there. I think that's really the guy you got to keep your eyes on. If anyone's going to turn this team fight around, it should be him, but solo kill. Just marking this Nico.
Yeah, it's really
Pops
nice.
the Dominus up there. Now Jimmy is so low. They're going to have to turn, but solo kill. He's not going to be able to find the kill. He flashes away. He is going to be taken out, but not until Gemini does go down as well, and that's a reset now for Kenny Chan. Rest almost has the Mega Gnar. Not going to be able to get it. It's 1-for-1, but Dragon does go over there to the side of Frank, and once again, we're going to have a Cloud Cell.
We are. I think really well played there from solo kill. I mean, he was very close to picking up a kill as well, but he meant that there was no way CFO could contest that. With that Nico ult and flash just being burned on a solo Renekton, I think you're super happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. It did cost Rest his flash as well to be able to pick up that kill eventually.
Oh, true. Didn't even see.
Yeah, and so a lot of value really was found there.
Did Gemini flash too?
Gemini flashed, but he was on the other side. That was...
Yeah, I guess he just died.
There was two different 4v1s. Unfortunately, it was solo kill and Gemini paid the price, but ultimately, solo kill on the Renekton found a lot more value than the Ral did.
We'll see it again. I think marking flanks is so crucial, and the fact that you find Nico, even if you hadn't got the chunk, just finding Nico goes a really long way. So to go even further, get out the ult, and was so close to picking up a kill as well, gets the flash. Probably shouldn't have flashed, to be honest, on his way out, but realistically, he'd already done the damage he needed to secure this dragon for Frank, so he should be happy with that one.
Well, he's going to be frustrated because he saw a low health bar.
Yeah, he did.
Every League of Legends player ever despite a good play being made, you see someone live on 1 HP, and you're no longer happy. But I think his team should be happy. Of course, now we do see a 2-0 and 2 Viego, as well as both carries picking themselves up a kill each. And really Zaya, as well as Zeri really, they're very close to reaching their 2 items. Certainly feels like, though, gold barely in favor of Frank. The tempo of the game feels largely in their control. Rift Shield obviously was picked up there as well before the replay by Kenny Chan on the Viego. And see where he puts it. Could put it bot to take that tower, but it feels like you just want to have it go mid. There is the static shiv, of course, available for Shun. Makes it pretty impossible to push into even.
Pretender does drop that ult there onto Jimian. Does a fair amount of damage and can force him away. And I think it's credit to the strength of the Annie, honestly, that fell this far behind and still has quite a lot of pressure in that 1v1 against Nico of all champs. Feels really good, and I think I'm a little surprised that we haven't seen more Annie priority, because I think while it is a champ that has been nerfed and might not even be that strong, it plays so well. It plays perfectly into the PCS playstyle. And I think teams like Beyond, especially, that have used it before, should be using it again.
Yep, absolutely. And you are seeing how successful it can be. Started off the game pretty rough, not really to his own fault. Was just trying to go around and help the team. Fell far behind. You can see it in the CS as well. And Jimian's picked himself up a Oblivion
I saw that too. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
For what is the reason?
The only thing it can be is for Renekton Viego healing, but it feels
that seems so worthless.
So inconsequential, right? Especially compared to, you know, what are your other options as Nico? It's either Shadow Flame for a ton of damage or Zhonya's for incredible utility, right? So I don't think Morello compares, and I don't really like it. Big damage goes on to Gemini, but it's not enough to force him away. The crash does land there. The tower remains.
Yeah, I'm perplexed. I think that's just a waste of 800 gold at this point of the game. We'll see though. Maybe it's going to find value. I highly doubt it, because there is almost no healing. But what a weird build.
Yeah, it does feel very random. I mean, it does give Pen, you know, the completed Morello, but it's not as much as Shadow Flame, right? So
yeah,
you're
but
never
do you
building
want to
it.
complete the Morello?
I wouldn't think so, but I don't know. Let's see what he's cooking.
I'm not liking it.
Next dragon is spawning now. 45 seconds. Frank already 2-0 in the dragons. And so we'll be looking to just keep stacking these ones up. And I think CFO probably still do want to contest. But I'm not sure if this is a winnable fight either. You do have Shun, who's very strong, but I almost feel like Jimian's Nico is outscale, which feels really weird because I don't think Nico normally gets outscaled by Annie, but it feels like the itemization not quite there, and just feels like Pretender's been finding a bit more in the fights. You know, especially last fight, Jimian found nothing whatsoever.
Now, there is still hope it's a Shadow Flame, but both of these items do also build into Morello Nomicon.
I'll keep hoping. It is Frank currently with full control of the river. CFO, they have to find some way to get in here. Perhaps it can start through bot, as Rest TP's down there, and it's going to find some sort of angle here, but he does not have Mega Gnar. I think if Frank just commit to dealing with the dragon, it should be too hard for CFO to fight.
He's just trying to get Mega Gnar. Chelsea does manage to go in, and so many low health bars. Pretender going to have to get out of there, but it's going to be Kenny Chan who picks himself up one reset. Shun picks himself up a kill. In fact, he finds two, and Rest does get Mega Gnar, but it's going to be flashed away, and Eminem is just wailing on the Gnar. It's a double kill for Kenny Chan. It's a kill for Eminem, and it's going to be ultimately a 3 for 2, and third dragon now sole point for the side of Frank Esports.
Nice pickup there for Frank. 3 in their favor. And that was a fight that I think they maybe even should have won harder, but CFO started to kind of bring it back. I think Shun did a lot of damage in this team fight. Take a look at the replay. I'm a little surprised CFO pulled the trigger so early. I guess just wanted to make sure this dragon did not go down, but Gnar is so far away from Mega that they can't offer much. Now, they did get Pretender very low, but you can see again, carries are mostly safe at this point. Solo kill kind of into this one, I think, went too far forward. Nico outlands onto no tanks, and I wonder here, Resty did not have flash, so wasn't able to flash out Pretender instead. So to me, it kind of just felt like the CFO engage was pretty fumbled. They weren't really on the same page. But I think with the way Shun played it, you know, the amount of damage that he put out, it probably could have been a winnable fight for CFO. And stopping that dragon stacking would have been so crucial because now Frank holding all the cards, they have a lot of potential for whatever they want in this game, right? They have the Baron DPS. They can just go and do Dragon at some point if they want. And if it's a straight 5v5 that breaks out, they're happy with that too.
Absolutely. Kenny Chan 4-0-2 now on the Viego. Has got himself his Black Cleaver as well, so even more impact can be felt from this Viego in those team fights. A bit of utility. Armor Shred there will certainly go a long way for that Renekton, as well as, of course, Eminem on this Xayah, who very fed in his own right, being 2-0-4 on the Xayah. And are we just going to see another series that comes down to which team gets Xayah?
It could be. I think it has been, what, the highest priority champ in terms of picks? I'm not sure if it's pick
more than
and
Kai'Sa.
Yeah,
I think Nico might be the highest.
Yeah, I think if you factor in the bans, I think it is. But Xayah might be the most picked. I think it is the most picked. And it is kind of surprising as well that Kai'Sa is, you know, getting through some of these drafts.
Yeah, that feels really weird to me. Of course, this game feels like a very good AP Kai'Sa game if it were to be being picked up.
For sure.
Especially for CFO, but was not to be. And I think we may have a lull period, but honestly, the Baron is alive, and any mistake can just lead to this Baron being taken down. Viego, Xayah will offer a lot of damage to that objective, as well as, honestly, the Zeri and Nah. Nah might not be present for the starting of Baron a lot of the time, but if he is, certainly does a lot of damage with that % health proc every third auto.
There's a lot of healing reduction coming in. The full Morello is completed, and there's a Bramble on rest.
Yeah, it feels really, really weird.
I'm not too sure what it's for. Rylai's now picked up for Pretender. I think that's pretty much full build on Annie. And they're going to start the Baron up. Rest just loses his Mega as well, so this is going to be hard to fight.
Perfect
Nico
timing.
not in position either, so Frank...
Nico has a very good teleport ward, but it should be spotted out. And in fact, we're going to turn around onto Rest, who is getting very, very low. Nice Tibbers makes sure that this Nah is barely in the fight. I hear the sound of a Pop Blossom. We're going to go back down. It's going to be Shun who picks up a kill onto Kaiwing. Eminem is going to get found. He is going to pull back that Blade Caller. And Shao C getting looked at. Tibbers on the flank is going to whack away at Shun. And Solo Kill's going to find that kill. Gemini going down as well. It's going to be a double kill. And Kenny Chan being now that Rel looking for Rest is going to find him. Stops the recall. Heartbreaker used. Will not execute. And it's going to be that Wallop away as Nah does get away with his life. But 2 down, Shun and Gemini means Baron now for the side of Frank Esports.
Oh, perhaps not done.
Chelsea is here, and Jimmian, who is full health, do not be deceived. Although the play does fizzle out, Chelsea going to execute here. Honestly, I don't think the kill gold is all that meaningful. Getting Alistair off the map, especially now that you have an entire Baron to be used, feels very, very good. A minute as well on this soul cooldown.
Yeah, feels like that's just a guarantee, really, that the soul is going over to the side of Frank. Replay here. I think Rest actually did what he could. He baits out pretty good engage, and he could have just, you know, maybe get out, TP back. That could be a play, but fight coming in, and Pop Blossom finds nothing. Yeah, and that's crucial, right? Because this is a Nico that was so ahead from early game and just hasn't found the mark in these team fights. And Shun's actually been doing a lot of DPS, and the flanking Tibbers comes through. I don't think I've seen that before.
I've never seen that.
Imagine you're Shun there, and you walk around the corner and Tibbers is sprinting at
How
you.
did it even get there? It just walked all the way around the Baron pit. That's crazy.
I wonder if Pretender did it on purpose. I feel like he is one of the better Annies, so
yeah.
I could believe it.
I think that's one thing that often gets overlooked from an Annie player as well. Oh,
wow.
Kaiwing, he is directing the team as we're back to live. Solar Flare will not connect onto Shun. Chelsea getting very, very low, but it's going to be a 4-man Magnetstorm eventually. Oh. And the flash, Pop Blossom finds Eminem. Solo Kill, though, remaining fairly healthy here as he's going to keep going forward. He finds one back for the side of Frank. Goes golden as Kaiwing looking to be taken out. Flash forward, he finds Shun. Solo Kill is carrying this team fight. 1v5, he's looking for a penta perhaps as Gemini getting very low. Rust goes into mini. It's an unofficial triple even as the penta will not be found. Gemini running away, and what a performance from Solo Kill. Jimmy in finds the perfect Pop Blossom to take out this Eminem, the Xayah, who is so feared, but it all comes down to those two top laners doing the most damage in the fight.
Crazy fight, all things considered. Pretender engaged on very early, misses that bear, and then Eminem kind of forced to move forward here, wants to deal the damage, but doesn't pay enough respect to that Rel that comes in, and he lost so much health there before getting the ult off. And Jimmy and I criticized this play, but that was a fantastic Nico ult. And this, I think, perhaps should have just been the team fight win here for CFO. Now, crucially, Rest, when he hit Mega, did not yet have the ult. It was still on cooldown, so he couldn't get the Renekton out of here, and Solo Kill was using that full effect. He's just deep in there.
We're back!
Back to life.
Jimmy does get hit by the Solar Flare, but there is no follow-up.
This is fourth drag.
This is the Soul. Now, no Leona ult available. That is the Radiant Virtue as well. That's going to be off the cards here for Frank Esports. Solo Kill just standing in this choke, trying to keep Gemini away from the Dragon. He's going to find his way onto Eminem, but Eminem uses that Feather Storm, and it's Pretender who secures the second objective of the series. He picks up that Soul, and now it's all Frank. They're running forward. One reset comes through here for Kenny Chan. He's looking for another. Solo Kill's able to confirm the kill, and it's a triple kill for Kenny Chan, securing the last one there on Chelsea's Alistair, and they're going to look to break open the base. Death timer's still 30 seconds away, and perhaps there is enough time here for Frank to secure their first win in the series.
I think they can. Should be no hope here for CFO to spawn in time. And Frank, they'll fight back in game number 2. And I have to say, in a more convincing fashion than CFO won in game number 1. So good signs for them, especially, I think, given the start that Pretender had, falling that far behind and being able to have this much impact on the game. Fantastic performance from him. They do tie up the series now at 1-1. And wow, I mean, I want to see more of that, Frank, right? Why don't you just play these champs all the time?
Yeah, it does feel weird that they don't recognize how good they look when they play a comp like this, because by God, that was night and day compared to game number 1. They got ahead early, they found that 3-for-1 around the Dragon, and it never looked close from then on. I mean, there was the one team fight where maybe there was a chance for Shun to just go crazy, but Solo Kill from, I think he was 0-2 as Renekton, goes in and picks up 4 kills after both of his carries are dead. What a performance, and I want to really quickly jump forward and say, who do you think's MVP? Because I think for the most part of that game, I was thinking Eminem, but that one singular team fight is like, well, maybe you just have to give it to Solo Kill now.
Yeah, I think I would give it to Solo Kill, and it's not even just for that team fight. I think if you remember, you know, that flank way earlier in the game where he catches off Jimmy, and that could very well be CFO just getting a big Nico out and winning the fight, right? And he single-handedly disarmed all of that. So I think Solo Kill did so much in that game. He was, of course, blind pick, had to face that red side last pick, and still having that much impact of the game, I'd give it to him.
Absolutely. And I think there could be the argument that the MVP for the game should just be CFO's items, because the Morello coming through, the Bramble coming through on the Gnar, both felt so useless, because what are you doing getting the Morello? Did it ever feel like it was useful? No. The only impact Jimmy ever had that game was the one big ult he found onto Eminem Xayah, which the Morello made it harder to look for because you do less damage. Right. So, I don't know. I think big question marks around CFO. And I think, honestly, going forward in this series, I now am seeing how clean this game was. And it is honestly hard to get Frank off this team comp. Because when you look at BYG, 116 is a bit more limited in the sort of control mages he can play. But Pretender's Ahri is really, really good. Talia as well functions similar to those sort of, you know, the Annies, the Nikos, but also offers late game damage. And so there's also that you've got to worry about. Obviously, it was banned in game number 1. And there's just more like the Gragas is something Pretender's played. I feel like going forward now, Frank, they should realize that this is, wow, we get Solo Kill on something that can do damage. We get Viego and Annie, or a carry and Annie. Whoa, we've won draft.
I know, it's crazy. I really do think if Frank picked their best and CFO picked their best, it will be Frank picking up the wins. But it just, I'm worried still, because Frank so often have just decided not to play champs that they're so formidable on. So I really hope that Frank see this game as kind of a wake-up call of just how night and day different it was from game number 1. I mean, the top side, especially the mid, top, and jungle, you know, the kind of invisibility almost that they had in game 1 compared to the absolute domination in game number 2. I really just think more of that, and Frank should close it out pretty convincingly in a 3-1, but who knows with these two?
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess it's important to mention that now CFO will have side selection.
That's right. Yeah.
And you have to assume they're going to pick blue side, which means they get the opportunity for blue 1 Xayah, which could be sort of a difference making because again, Xayah has won both games and it honestly has looked good in both games, I think, ultimately. And so maybe that is a talking point when you look towards these comps. And Xayah also does somewhat shut down the Frank team comp that you look for.
Yeah.
But noting that, and then the coaching staff for Frank, as well as the players, can probably just be like, well, we could just ban out the Xayah. And then that way, you've pretty much eliminated that entire opportunity. Because after that, who was the next safest AD carry? Maybe Zeri. Didn't look all that safe.
No.
Maybe Kai'Sa, if you go the AP build.
Possibly.
But then it forces something like the Jace or the Tristana.
Yeah, I mean, there are other options, like you said, but Xayah really is in a league of her own when it comes to safety, right? She is the safest AD carry bar none, and it's not really close. And I like that you bring that up because I think that it is easier for Frank to ban it than it is for CFO and still be able to play what they're functional on, I suppose. And this was one of the early game fights that I think would have gone a lot better for CFO. And Jimmy, he invests a lot onto the Leona, which I think is good if the fight is immediately done after this, right? But you can see Shun, the way he's playing the team fight is he's trying to play it fast. He's trying to get in. But I don't think that's what you want to do here. I think you need to wait for cooldowns. And you can see Shun, he goes down without too much affair, and that allows Kenny Chan the reset. So I think a pretty heavily misplayed fight, all things considered.
Yeah.
Cost them pretty big because I think with the lead that they had in mid, it should have been, even if you don't execute the team fights perfectly, you should be coming out on top.
Yeah, I definitely tend to agree. And take a look at another replay. I don't even remember which one this was. I think this was the Soul. I believe it was the Soul. And by the way, Pretender has now secured 2 dragons in the series.
Yeah. Oh, this fight. I remember this one. Yeah. So this was really fumbled engage. So I think the rel and all that I think is fine. I think Jimian using I believe it was the Nico on the 2, or yeah, in the end it just ends up being on 2 tanks, yeah. It goes on to Kenny Chan as well, but he's in Alistair mode at the moment. And
yeah.
I just think when you look at the backline and it's like, okay, what has been used on Eminem? I think
nothing.
It was Gnarl. That was it, right? And so it's a lot easier, right? Because when you're thinking of the Xayah, she's got the Featherstorm to trade out for 1 cooldown. And sometimes those cooldowns get stacked up, which makes it easier. But in that fight, didn't even have to make that decision. And I think at this point, we were kind of getting...
This was the Soul.
Yeah. This was the one where it feels like at this point, Frank is just a bit too strong.
Yeah,
I mean, solo kill especially after picking up all that gold was... It's
pretty menacing.
Yeah.
Has the GA as well, so you don't even mind just trading your life. You come back up.
I think look how hard it is to get in at this point.
Yeah. They make it in, a lot used, but Eminem is able to Featherstorm away from it. And Pretender...
Oh, did you see that?
Yeah.
Solo kill, he forces out the Nico ult and is still able to disengage it.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize he did it again. But man, no, if he's not MVP, we will be riding.
Yeah, I will say I think the best Alistair on the server was Kenny Chan this game.
True, yeah, he was a beast.
I think there was like 3 different times where he got a kill as Alistair after transforming into him. And he also found some nice knockups as well. Take a look at the damage there. It is pretty even across the board, really. Shun doing pretty well for himself. And I don't think you're too surprised to see the Na do a lot of damage because a lot of that is just in the side lane and walloping there onto the Renekton, who kind of just sits there and hopes he doesn't lose his entire health bar.
For sure. And
not a 2k damage Viego game. That is something that's important.
No, he was having a lot of impact. I wonder, how much damage do you think comes from other champs as Viego?
In this game, I honestly don't think all that much
because it's just CC, right?
He was quite often Alistair. I think more often than not he was Alistair. I mean, I think I saw him be Zeri twice. Once was level 2 or whatever, where he got over and got that second kill. And the other one was just running away from a fight through a wall. And it is going to be solo kill picking up that MVP. I think start of the game, very quiet. Coming into those team fights, though, definitely was the most important member of the Rift. Given a lot of cooldowns using onto Eminem, so it's pretty hard for them to play. And then solo kill just... I mean, you'll see it here. He gets an unofficial Quadra, very close to a Penta.
Yeah. I think fights like this as well, it shows why Renekton is such a power pick. Because as I was saying before, I feel like this champ has already done its job if it just secures you some early game wins and some scaling. But it doesn't fall off, right? It falls off maybe ultra late game. But even in these fights here, with the 80 carry still being strong, he is topping the damage charts. And is so hard to take out, particularly at this point where the 80 carries are strong, but they don't yet have armor pen, right? And that's really the sweet spot for Renekton to still have a lot of impact in these games. You can see here, again, I think without the Gnarl was just pretty much uncontested in the backline of cleaning people up and there's just no consistent lockdown. The Gnarl comes through and it's big, but it's far too late.
Yeah. I think the way I kind of like to look at AD carries, as well as mid laners really at this sort of stage of the game, is that they have the damage to follow up on your tanks, but they don't really have the damage to be the front-to-back damage to the other team's tanks. And that's kind of really when you get to the 3-4 item marks when that sort of starts to happen. But we have a tied-up series now. It is 1-1 here between CFO and Frank. When we come back from the break, it will be CFO who do have side selection for our third game, so please do join us.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿妈，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的三杯鸡？现在好想吃哦。
笑人呢？要不要来碗三杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道。
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼。
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，海酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
I challenge you, I challenge him, I challenge everyone, I am a king. I challenge statuses, I challenge me. Step to my game, you got no time to sleep. I run in the wind, I run in the snow. Outwork them all, best expect me to blow. I've tasted the low, I've tasted the high. Best I ever did was to not give it time, I just stayed on my grind. What you gonna do when they come for you? You just go hard. What you gonna do when you lose out? You just go hard. What you gonna do when they come for you? You just go hard. What you gonna do when you fall down? You just go hard. 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 I challenge you. I challenge him, I challenge everyone, I am a king. I challenge statuses, I challenge me. Step to my game, you got no time to sleep. I run in the wind, I run in the snow. Outwork them all, best expect me to blow. I've tasted the low, I've tasted the high. Best I ever did was to not give it time, I just stayed on my grind.
FX on the beat. FX on the beat.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the secret place. Evil runs when it sees your face. From causing danger, know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls will stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take your life. Stand here and You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. From causing danger, know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls will stand at your side. Take your people
And we are back, and do we have a series on our hands here? We've got a 1-to-1 split here between CFO and Frank, and honestly, very different looks in both games. One was a very long game that didn't seem like CFO had what it took to take it out, eventually did, really off the back of Malachi, and game number 2 was just straight domination by Frank.
It was, and for me, whether this is a series or not is pretty much just up to Frank. I think if Frank continue to play the stuff that they're good at, it should just be a fairly decisive 3-1 from here on out. But I don't think Frank are going to do that. I think it's very, very likely that we end up going to Game 5.
That's right. It's time to see the little Blanc, I think.
Yes, that's
that game went
time.
a bit too good.
That is what they're thinking.
We were talking sort of between the break where we both agree that there's an angle, especially for Pretender, who looks like one of the best LeBlancs sort of in the region, to actually just go the standard LeBlanc build, where it can change how a matchup plays, but the other team think you're going to go for that sort of static LeBlanc, and you can just find an advantage that way. Whether or not we'll see it is a different story. And honestly, it does feel like it's an angle, because the standard LeBlanc build plays somewhat similarly to how sort of the Annie does, how those sort of facilitatory mids do, because they can set up for your jungler, can set up around those skirmishes, and then just take over a game. But we will see. Obviously, if they can get their hands on the Annie Viego, I would like to see them do it again, because ultimately it looked so good in that last game. And that's despite Pretender finding himself quite disadvantaged after having to help M&M so hard down in the bot lane.
But that's the thing, right? It feels like the way Pretender started that game was pretty much the worst possible way. And Jimmy also is one of the best champs, I think, for punishing in the early game. So the fact that they then took that to, such a decisive victory was really, really nice. And he and Viego, they know what's up.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, do Frank have something that they'd play now? Because I do have worries, because that does seem like their best two champions on the roll, at least in this split. There is obviously the likes of the Poppy that Kenny Chan's looked very good on, and while it does mean you do a little bit less damage, you have more overall team fighting capability. Maybe even the skirmishing from Poppy is pretty gross. So I feel like there is the angle where you could look for something like a Poppy alongside Ahri. I mean, Nico is unbanned at the moment, but you do feel like perhaps it should be banned, especially now that Annie is taken away.
Possibly, yeah. And I think I almost feel like if CFO end up picking or banning Nico, that Frank are just going to go towards the LeBlanc, which I think would be a lost condition.
Oh, no.
So let's see how it ends up shaping up. Now, Maokai is still open. Kai'Sa's Xayah, of course, there as well. I think there is the potential to give over the Xayah and then just play, you know, some sort of double poke.
Ooh, so Poppy's banned. So basically Nocturne is something they ban consistently and it is going to remain open. Xayah being banned out, Kai'Sa still remains open.
I think the Xayah ban definitely sets up well for the Nocturne, and it's reactionary, of course. So we'll see where we go from here. I wonder what they pair with Nocturne, because something, you know, like the Ahri LeBlanc, I think makes the most sense. Oh dear. He's pretty fast.
That's right. Okay, Kai'Sa does make a lot of sense.
About
We'll
time
be
we
locked
see
in. Yeah, I can't believe it's just had zero priority so far. Finally, getting the respect it deserves. And with the Jace taken away, maybe you go and try and pick something like the Tristana here for Pretender. I don't like it overall for the side of Frank, but it does eliminate an AD mid laner up against the Kai'Sa. So it gets rid of the likes of that poke Kai'Sa. Although Nico being open means this should just be locked in, and it will. And so you banned out the Annie, you banned out the Viego, but now they've just got Nico, which almost feels better.
Yeah, I like that, and I think as well it's feels very fitting for Pretender. And I think Pretender probably is a better Nico than Jimmian, all things considered. I think that kind of plays more into the playstyle that he's found success with, but we'll see it. And I think the
this is going to get slam it. Get that one locked in there.
Yeah, now this being locked in so early does give CFO the chance to respond, but I wonder what... Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like, what do you pick into this, especially with the Poppy Xayah? I feel like those are the picks that could possibly shut this down. Maybe you go something like a Rakan or even a Rel, and you just kind of sit on the carry that's being engaged on.
Yeah, Kha'Zix doesn't feel like the one. Now, Jimmian might just go for the Ahri. Has looked very good at it. Gives it some safety up against that Nocturne, as well as the Nico that can combo pretty well with it. I think that's one thing to consider too, is not only do you have the Nico, but you have the Nocturne, which makes everyone incapable of seeing. And so Nico really has a good opportunity to find those flanks. Ahri being locked in. And Ral, Hovid probably will be locked in as well. Remains a flex going into the second bans.
I think getting some sort of flex here is important. Now, Maokai has just slipped through, which I think is fine. You know, there's a lot of AP for CFO, and Frank already have their Nocturne, so doesn't feel like there's an easy way to fit this in. Now, one potential weakness, I think, of the Ahri Kai'Sa is that you can, especially with the Ahri, struggle to deal with tanks early on in the game until Kai'Sa's kind of hitting that Rage Blade. So that could be something that the solo kill can look for, but I mean, you really do still have your pick of the litter. You can follow up engage on the Nico and Nocturne. I think that's a very viable plan as well.
Yeah, we'll just be Aphelios locked in again. Eminem, despite losing in game number 1, I think he had a pretty good game for himself. Honestly felt like he was playing better than Shun for the majority of the game. Just kind of the nature of how the game went. There was an extremely fed Azir, meant that he couldn't do a whole lot. Now, second bans, tops seem like an obvious one. Maybe CFO look for supports, being that they can just chuck this Ral in the support role. Obviously, could still go jungle, but Vi being banned means that Frank perhaps think it will just be going down into the support.
I think it's fair enough to ban that away as well. I think that that would make the game even harder for Eminem to play out. I think while there is some sort of argument that he gains safety just from how much engages on his team as well, right? Like, it feels like Xiaoxing might just need to be peeling his carries as opposed to having the opportunity to go forward. But I think Vi would have really cemented CFO going forward. And also, Gemini is just really good on the pick. So, respect paid over, and I think it will pay off.
Yep. Now, Gwen banned against solo kill. Obviously, he has his pick of the litter, really, when it comes to the counter for top lane. It would make sense for him to do so. And I think taking away the Renekton feels pretty good. because it really eliminates one of the safest laners up in the top side. Now, Rumble still does remain open, but again, as we touched on, kind of similarly to that Maokai, there is so much AP already coming through that perhaps it just means that you can't really look for a way to pick it.
Possibly, yeah. Furiban comes in.
Oh my goodness, this is Udyr counters.
It very well could be. Let's see what we end up going for. Definitely feels like some sort of top lane tank.
Could be Ornn.
Yeah. So Alistar...
Rish doesn't strike me as a tank player, though. Other than the Cassante, which he's played a bit of, but...
Nautilus is locked in, so more point and click engage. It does feel good. I think as well, Nautilus one of the better champs at dealing with Ahri. If you land a hook, you can just follow up with chain CC enough that her mobility doesn't really matter.
Sedge Jax?
I don't like Sedge.
There is so much magic damage, and Merc Treads are just going to be such a free item for the side of Frank. You also just, the only real combo you have at the moment is Ral, and admittedly it's not the worst champion to pair with Sejuani. It does feel like Merc Treads have just skyrocketed even in value. See what the top laner is though.
Is it just going to be Sedge Cassante?
Oh,
because
no.
that feels like, I mean, it's fine, but it feels like a relatively weak 4-5. And I think that this opens up a lot of potential for solo kill to just, pick something crazy. An Udyr, a Gangplank. Really, the world's his oyster.
I actually think this is a good Udyr game.
Yeah, I think it is as well. You know, it gives mixed magic damage and also a lot of magic damage coming through from CFO. Rumble. I'm not a huge fan of the Rumble.
There is not a whole lot of lockdown.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Is it? Yeah, I think it's fine. I do like that, though. I think that playing tanks up against comps that are very heavy on one damage type is very, very nice. And I think Ahri as well. It's a champ that really struggles to deal with tanks. Even with the Liandry's build, she's still not a tank buster, right? And so often we don't even see the Ahris in the PCS going for the Liandry's, and sometimes for good reason, right? The Everfrost, I think, is very, very good on the champ, but I have to say, I think that CFO really fumbled the ball in the 4-5, and I'm liking what Frank have put together here in game number 3.
I also think, just looking at the mid lane pick here from Frank, that they fumbled the ball in the first 3 bans as well, because it doesn't feel like Ahri does as well at just being neutral and like the Annie, I guess, it's just less applicable. I guess you do need a bit more gold for the Ahri to work than the Annie does, because there is just so much AoE sort of stunning and slowing that can come through from Annie, where Ahri doesn't have that luxury. We'll see though. It's really up to Jimmian, see what he can find in this lane phase up against the Nico. Pretenders Nico, something to fear, I think.
For sure. It's going to be tough as well, because I think Ahri does not win the lane early against the Nico. Eventually you get to a point where you have enough wave clear and you can neutralize, start to move around the map, but obviously Nico is happy at that point too. We'll have level 6 and able to take any of those skirmishes. Do you think straight away that Xun will be going for the AD Kai'Sa build? Because I think he's almost forced
I think you have
into
to.
it.
Yeah, there's no other AD. I mean, Cassante a little bit, but I don't think you really rely on Cassante to be a damage threat. I think you have to go the AD Kai'Sa in this game, and that feels pretty bad too, because ultimately it would be really nice to stay at range, away from the Nico, even away from the likes of, I mean, everyone on this team, I guess. Aphelios as well will outrange you. I think, honestly, all things considered, Frank are my heavy favorites going here into game number 3. Of course, yet to be seen. A lot does come down to execution, as does in every game. A lot of times the game just does get lost at that first dragon, sometimes even earlier.
Very, very true. So runes, they're looking fairly normal. Electrocute on Jimmian. So just wants that skirmishing power. It does make a lot of sense. Has a corrupting pot as well. Needs that sustain in that lane. Yeah, he's got the taste of blood and the second wind. So really respecting the damage that can come out of Pretender early.
I'm somewhat surprised by the amount of armor runes taken by the side of Frank.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can just take them for the lane, because I think that something that's really, really broken against full AP comps is just buying the mercs early, right?
Yeah.
Because it's super accessible it works oftentimes because AP champs tend to have CC as well. You know, you buy Mercs up against Ari Sejuani and you're double dipping, right? You get the resistance and the tenacity. And that feels so good at both just shutting down the raw damage, but also kind of stopping them from getting fed in the first place. And I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever to see Frank very heavy on the Merc treads this game.
Both junglers receiving a leash from their top laners will be headed the same direction. It does feel like Nocturne clears a little bit faster than the Sejuani. And so likely should have priority over the Scuttle Crab.
Some trades in the mid lane. And I think for now, this does favor Pretender. He does do more damage. Now, Jimmy has a sustain with the Corrupting Pot and his passive, and of course, second wind on top of all that. So Pretender does need to be a little careful how much he trades, but he's doing a good job so far.
Certainly is. And 2 uses of the Corruption Pot already.
Really is just the tail left lane against Nico. Oh, nice Q connects from Jimmy in there. Big bot wave is stacked up, and CFO, they're going to sweep out a ward in the river. Don't think they can do much with it, but oh, I saw that, Chelsea. Don't think you got away with that one.
A little bit of a hiccup. That's all right. Shouldn't be that impactful. We'll be able to remount very shortly. And Jimmy doing pretty well in the mid lane. Be interested to see how many potions Pretender still has access to.
Yeah, I think he just popped his second.
Okay, it was the second. He has a cookie.
He does. The hungry boy.
Such a useful rune.
Yeah. Feels like a lot of time it is just picked up kind of as a byproduct of being in the Inspiration Tree. Right, the Inspiration Tree has Cosmic, which everyone loves, but really surprising, I think, that you don't just go for the stopwatch instead of Biscuits on Nico, because even if you have no intention of building the Zhonya's, just the stopwatch is always going to find some value.
I also think Futures Market is often just overlooked as well.
Sometimes.
At least to me, it feels like... Oh, hold up, we're going to have a little bit of an engagement. Kaiwing does connect there with the dredge line, but Chelsea's turning it around, and both junglers will be here. First blood does go over to Shun on the Kai'Sa, and it's going to be Eminem as well as Kenny Chan having to back out from this play. Minion wave very good as well here for the side of CFO.
Okay, they have the bot prior, but mid prior does not favor them currently, and Jimmy's also quite low on mana, so I think Gemini might need to leave this for now, but they've already got what they've wanted, which is a kill, that first blood going over to Shun. That's a very big pickup, especially because it's essentially your solo AD Kai'Sa. You know, obviously Rest will be bringing in some damage, but you need that Kai'Sa to be strong to stop Frank really from just itemizing full magic resist. And we'll see it again. I think Frank, they got a bit too aggressive here, you'd have to say. I think going for this is fine. Once the Aftershock is gone, Kaiwing probably needed to turn around. Went too far, turned around too late. And the chain CC from CFO cost him his life. Oh, very low health bars in mid lane.
Certainly is, but mana is in favor of Pretender. Having mana flow as well as those cookies, which are oh so strong. As I was saying before though, I think, especially in the PCS with how so much fighting happening early, is that quite often the 150 gold you get from Futures Market in the early stages of the game can be the difference between having the likes of, I mean in this case, a Hextech Alternator versus not having it.
Can do. Sork's picked up for Pretender, so not going to be the Mercs. Oh, changes to the Mercs.
I like that.
Nice.
I think there's no reason not to.
Yeah. He realized Jimmy does not have the items to match, so it's probably going to be losing a bit. Now, Pretender doesn't have any sustain, doesn't have enough for a refillable, and did not start with the Corrupting. Kaiwing aggressive enough to force Jimmy away for now, but nothing going to come of it. Bot recalls have come out as well, so there should be a lead here for Shun. But it's not going to be substantial, at least not yet.
No.
Level 6. Some damage comes out. Oh, and Jimmy, and he might have to ult here.
Yes, Spirit Rush available. Gemini is in the area. He's going to have to ult and flash even. Holding ult for too long, meaning he does have to lose that summoner as well. Even takes some damage from the Nocturne on the way out. Pretender has access to his ult, to his flash. Jimmy has to be careful here because I think Pretender is in kill range.
Maybe. There is the magic resist. Yeah, but Jimmy does need to be really careful. I think if an E connects,
yeah,
he is almost dead, if not dead. And Ari, I think after losing her flash, she can still function without it once her ult comes back up, but there is this window here where Nocturne's going to hit 6 that Jimmy is going to be very vulnerable. And I think CFO realize that, have a lot of members around mid, and Pretender, he might even look for a flash ult soon. I think he's feeling it.
I would be too if I was him. I almost think they're favored, especially with Jimmy's health bar in the 3v3. No sums as well, of course. Does cancel his recall. Dragon priority is in favor of Frank here. Just being that Jimmy and feeling so vulnerable at the moment. Eminem, though, is slowly pushing this wave up. Gemini again in the area here. Kenny Chan, not 6 yet, but starting up this dragon. Kaiwing notes where Gemini is.
Jimmy went to the top honey fruit. Oh, Pretender. He'll find Gemini. I don't think he has the damage, but gets a nice chunk. Will force him out. And Jimmy with the honey fruit, he'll be able to stay here for a while, but yeah, first drag picked up.
Third game in a row now that it has been Frank picking up that first dragon. Pretty interesting to see that they have been so consistent at that. Level 6 now ticked over by this Nocturne and yet to be Spirit Rush up, although it will be by the time Kenny Chan does recall and get back out on the map.
For sure. Now Herald is spawning, and I think this fight isn't super clear. You know, on one side you have the Sedge Cassante, which all-time greats when it comes to the brawling, but you're not really weak on the other side, right? You've got the Nico and the Ornolds. So I think this could be a contest from both teams. Currently it's pinged by CFO. Jimin's resetting those, so he's going to be pretty late to this. Now, of course, it's not started up yet, so he has time. For now, though, Frank are the ones in the river. Eminem swapping to top side too, so they're bringing their bot lane up for this, which I wonder how good it is, because I feel like your bot lane, they're not actually that strong at this fight, and while Solo Kill does have TP, I'm not sure you actually want your bot lane up here. But CFO will matched.
At least for the time, it is Solo Kill that's just getting to freely farm away. There is no contest really coming through. Rest will have teleport advantage,
TPing
though.
mid.
Yeah, there's teleporting there. So, Call to the Forge God, keep an eye out for that. Pop Blossom as well. Kenny Chan on the top side. Once Paranoia comes out, a lot could be used all at once. That's the Glacial Prison. Used and missed. Here comes the Paranoia. Here comes the Call of the Forge God. Here comes the Pop Blossom. All of it landing as Shun shall see both on very, very low health. And Eminem trying to find the damage, but at least for now he won't. Pretender does go down, so it is going to be a 4v5, but low health bars mean it really is not. And despite so much comboing of ults, it ultimately does come down to CFO picking up the kill, but Rift Herald is secured there by the side of Frank Esports.
I cannot believe there was only one kill in that fight. It looked like so much more was going to happen, especially with all those big ults connecting, but just too much mobility, too much tankiness still here in the early game. We'll get another look back at it. The Zed Jolt has missed, and that gives Frank the opportunity to get aggressive here. Now, it's still level 5 on the Nautilus, so it doesn't have as much follow-up as they'd like, and I think the Ornalt narrowly misses the Kai'Sa as well, which is, you know, a bit of damage that ends up going missing. Pretender, unfortunately, just taking into no man's land there, but he got his ult off, so that's all you're really looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, important to see where this Rift Herald's placed. Has the chance to somewhat even up the gold. Of course, it was Rest on the Cassante picking himself up the kill there on Pretender. I think all things considered, you're not too unhappy if you're either side over what just happened.
No, I think both sides can be fairly happy with their position in the game. Now, Herald being dropped top, it should mean quite a lot of gold going to Eminem. I don't think they can break the tower, but he definitely got some hits on it, so should be picking up some gold for himself here.
And it should mean he gets Kraken very comfortably before the second Dragon. Obviously lost his Flash in the last team fight, so Jimmy with Flash up. I mean, Rest, Jimmy, and Shun all have Flash, which means this next fight could be very difficult. But it is important to note that Kaiwing now is level 6, also has Flash for himself. So Shun does have to be wary of this Nautilus.
I worry a bit coming into these team fights as solo kill starts to get MR. He doesn't have any yet, but I think it's not too long away from him starting to build some. And I think that's when stuff is going to get really difficult here for CFO. Obviously, Shun is accelerated, which is going to go a long way in dealing with that. But I think particularly, you know, kind of around the 2-item mark, it's going to be tough.
Eminem does not have Kraken yet, so maybe he might be close. I mean, he doesn't have the Cloak of Agility either. So maybe he's not even going to have it by the time second Dragon spawns, which would be surprising. I understand that Shun picked up First Blood as well as an assist, and so does have a little bit extra gold, but the Tower Plate's going over to Eminem, at least in my mind, should have evened it out, at least somewhat.
Rest could be looking. There is no flash.
Okay, that wave just got annihilated, and Eminem is going to recall here, I think. We'll see. He must be so close to that Kraken Slayer.
Yeah, I mean, I think as well, the fact that he's staying bot rather than looking to rotate any into the river probably does mean that he's trying to get that. Or maybe they do just want to try contest this through bot wave. It's kind of weird to be leaving your Aphelios down here, but if they're willing to trade, you know, mid priority for bot priority, although they're getting mid and bot priority currently, so not sure how they manage that. CFO maybe just not as coordinated enough. Still, there's enough members here that will prevent Frank from entering the river for now. Reset comes through for Kenny Chan. He's got a Stride Breaker and Eminem following behind him. Looks like
solo kill.
Yeah, I guess they're all going to have items here. Let's see. Kraken should be completed.
Oh my, he doesn't.
Wow, I'm surprised he has so little gold.
Yeah, me too. And so Dragon started up there. Looks like Frank are willing to just give it over, and I think that is the correct decision, being that you do not have your item come through here on the Aphelios. As well as it's probably just nice to start getting some items on your on. I think at that stage you really do start to just win out. Solo kill looking for some damage onto the Jimmy and does force out the Spirit Rush.
Yeah, no Ariel, but maybe too far away to contest this drag. If they can contest, I think they should try, because Ari no ult means she's going to be very weak, but I think it's just too late. They're going to be unable to get here. But ultimately, this is just one dragon apiece now. And I think you're completely fine with that as Frank. If you can just wait till more MR comes through, that feels like it might play in your win condition a bit better.
Oh, plans, but Rest will go unstoppable and will get out. Okay, Eminem recalling. He will have the Kraken now. There's no way he's recalling again without it.
You hope so.
And a minute 30 on this Rift Herald. Certainly something you feel like the side of Frank should be contesting. Importantly, Kaiwing not going for his Mythic. He went back and picked up a stopwatch, but going to force out the flash there. Kenny Chan loses his as well. Pretender, though, he's waiting in the wings. Not going to go for it. I think that's wise. Very possible that you do just get charmed under tower and lose so much of your health, maybe even lose flash. Not worth it, especially 1 minute away from this Rift Herald timer. Does he have Proto Belt? Does have a lot of farm. Feels like perhaps he should.
Yeah, he's probably close to it. Something I want to really quickly hit on. I don't know if you saw it, but when the paranoia went off, Gemini, you know, he's doing the old classic look over at the other screen to see what's happening. I saw him looking there at Jimmy's screen. It's a classic, really. Only something you can do on land, but sometimes it gives you some advantage. That tower will remain for now, and I think that could be the difference between getting Protobelt or not, is knocking down that tower. So if you don't have it ahead of this Dragon, or ahead of this Herald, it can be problematic, but aggressive TP.
Oh yeah, going to be the Glacial Prison lands onto Kenny Chan. Eminem trying to put down some turrets and find damage. He's going to commit that Moonlight Vigil. As a lot of knockups as a 4-man there found by that Ornhorn. It's going to be Rest going down. Pretender and Solo Kill remain in the middle of this team fight. And the longest hook you've ever seen connects onto Jimmy, which means he no longer has the Spirit Rush available. All things said and done, both AD carries remain on full health, though the jungler for the side of Frank is no longer with us. Will be respawning very soon, and Rest as well, not going to be with us and does not have access to that teleport. Paranoia, importantly, will be up very, very shortly. And Pretender, that's not where a minion generally is.
Pretender's still got that Nico ult as well, so they do need to respect that on the side of CFO. Now, there are sums and ult for Shun, and that could make this contestable, but it's very, very low, and they're not in just yet.
Kenny Chan's not here. Gemini is, and that's Spite advantage, but the Paranoia coming through means that they can no longer walk through. And in fact, Shun's being looked at by Kenny Chan. He's going to have to back out, but a lot of damage offloaded by that Nocturne, as well as the ult just securing that Rift Herald for them.
Gold is completely even at this point. And I wonder,
Oh, not
is
picked
it
it up.
done? Oh.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
You hate to see it.
Only junglers remember to pick that one up.
That's rough.
This was pretty much anyone could have picked that up.
It does happen. But yeah, goal remains completely even. Dragon, of course, one apiece and no heralds on the board. So we're still just going at it, I guess, on the next dragon.
We do go to the next dragon. Minute and 45 seconds until that objective will respawn. Pretender, flash and ult available to him. Jimmy not likely to have the flash up in time. Shouldn't though. He's pretty comfortable with both sums.
For sure. Now, something a little interesting. Solo kill going for the steel caps. I don't mind it too much because he is going to be the main focus of that Kai'Sa. And he can get MR from other sources, but let's take a look at how they secured the Herald here. It really was just off the back of this paranoia, which, you know, made made CFO scurry away, which I think is the right choice. And oh, Eminem. All it took was
one
half
click
a second.
backwards.
Yeah. Well, would it have really amounted to too much? I'm not sure. I think damage on the mid tower really is what you're looking for. And it obviously is better, right, to have it than not. But I don't think it would have been super game-changing. I guess you can drop it ahead of Dragon, and that does give you first move into the river, which might even be the most valuable part of it, just with how Dragon-centric League of Legends is.
Absolutely. And again, 45 seconds now. Till that Dragon. BF Sword completed. Eminem tends to go Gale Force first on the Aphelios, but this game feels like he doesn't need that extra safety given by the dash from the Gale Force. Rather preferring to have that Kraken Slayer to try and take out the likes of Rest and Gemini. And I think it makes sense. Not the easiest for the side of CFO to get to Aphelios, maybe outside of the Ahri.
Coming. Maybe he needs to be a little careful, but he does have members behind him. Is warded out here though. The CFO setting up the control, and this is an Ocean Soul, so it's a nice one to pick up. Funny hook there lands. Pretender has TP. He's currently sitting in base. I wonder if he's just trying to find some sort of flank once the fight starts. Okay, he goes for a flank down here. So not going to be in position, at least just yet, but perhaps he can sneak into one of these bushes. I think he might. Oh, there's a pink there.
Gonna clear that out though. So now he will have more surprise factor. I think they will be aware that that is not Eminem's Aphelios. And the Magnastorm comes through. It's onto Kenny Chan, but it doesn't really connect as Pretender's getting locked up quite well here by these tanks. He's going to have to commit that Pop Blossom. It's not going to land onto anyone. A bit of damage onto Shun as he Killer Instincts into it. And now the Moonlight Vigil comes through. Paranoia as well. He's onto Shun. Can land that Fear. And now the follow-up from Solar Kill confirms that this AD carry will be taken out. Solar Kill trying to run away. There's a Blast Cone available, but so much lockdown means that this Ornn is no longer going to be with us. And Shun does go down, but it's not without 3 members going down for Frank Esports.
No, most important in that fight is that Eminem, 0 damage, Pretender, 200 damage. And these are your 2 carries that right now are actually pretty strong, and they're just unable to find ways into the fight. So it really is just the side of CFO out team fighting at this point. And now maybe you're getting a bit worried for Frank, because I think Nico from here can start to struggle. Let's see it again. Kenny Chan, I actually think he did a good job. Trading Flash for the Relo, I think, is a big win. But you see Pretender is stuck in no man's land, really. Is just getting chain CC'd up. And the ult goes off, but it doesn't really deal a whole lot of damage. And no follow-up, of course, comes through. The Aphelios Assault misses. And you can see, all Eminem even orders after that is, I think, a pink ward. I don't think he got a single auto attack off the entire fight. And you really question, I think, that happening for Frank, because they showed us some really great team fighting in the previous game. And honestly, that team fight is just not good enough if you want to win this series.
Absolutely not. And take a look at the damage graph. As you said, 200 damage, 0 damage. I mean, I feel like it's hard for Eminem once your mid laner has gone down, because you just become the only target. Does make things a lot harder. And now Baron has become an option for these teams. It does feel a little hard to take it. Of course, if you commit too much, you can just find yourself at the whim of either a Nico flank or one of these tanks, even an Ahri flank against you. So probably going to be a bit quiet for a little bit as Rest is pushing out that bot lane and Vision's being cleared here around the Baron for Frank. Aren't able to get the pink that's actually in the pit, although Gemini's moved it.
A lot of pinks being moved around here. Now, CFO, they feel like they're in control. Want to be able to take some of this out. And I think if you can get aggressive into the jungle, you know, make sure that all of Nocturne's paths are watered out. That's really, really important. Infinity Edge is completed here for Eminem. So now he's really going to be able to pump out the damage.
Yeah. Definitely doesn't have all that much survivability, but it is going to be Frank who start up this Baron. All 4 members, okay, they have seen it. They're aware it's happening. Solo Kill might have to commit his teleport very soon. I don't know how low this Baron is. It's down to 7k. Teleport is going to come through here for this Ornn. And I think that's really all they wanted. Rest kept his teleport. He just walked on up. Now, admittedly, Pretender does still have teleport, so you can still match the Ornn. Sorry, the Cassante. And have a way back up into the Baron pit. Although now Frank have priority over this river, and it looks like they are going to take their turn to maybe start the Baron, although they haven't yet.
Yeah, I feel like they almost have to just to get Rest away from bot lane, right, and get that second TP out. But if they're not willing to be decisive, Solokill's going to have to walk all the way across, and then Rest can just TP back to the Baron. Yeah, Frank, they're pinging it. I think they have to start this up. You have to bring Rest away from the side lane, get his TP out of the picture. But this is scary.
To go? Okay, they see it. They're off it. Rest is walking up, but again, he's kept his teleport. And so he's still going to be a nuisance here in the bottom side.
Yep. So difficult, I think, a decision to make for the side of Frank, because you know that you're going to lose stuff bot without having your TP. You also know that if you start up that Baron, you make it really, really easy for all the AoE to come through.
Oh, Infinity Edge is upgraded.
Upgraded, yeah. What is it, Molten Edge?
Yeah, I believe so. Molten something. So that is obviously a lot more damage here for the Aphelios. And this is something as well that Frank can play into to win later on, is that, well, maybe they get outscaled. I don't even know that that's so clear-cut. In fact, it probably isn't. They do have the Ornn items, which just pretty much no matter what level you up to, equal-ish scaling against most comps. And especially in this one, I don't think there's a clear team that outscales in the late game, and so the Ornn really does give the advantage to Frank if the game does draw out just a little bit longer.
I think the Nico pick especially is one champ that kind of defies scaling in a way, because, well, sure, and raw damage outpush, you might be able to scale later on. If you do just get a 5-man ult, that will be it, right? There's not really going to be much to it after that. But I think, honestly, it's not going to be that easy for Pretender. He's up against quite a lot of mobility and a lot of disengage, so I think this game is a lot now in the hands of Eminem, and admittedly, they're good hands to be in, right? Eminem's a strong player for sure, and one of our better Aphelios, as you'd have to say.
Certainly.
But with third dragon spawning pretty soon, and Rest continuing to get more gold on the bot side, it feels pretty difficult, I think, for Frank to get proactive here. You can kind of see Solo Kill leaning for plays around mid, but how can you find and engage on a Kai'Sa or Ahri? It's not too easy. Jimmy going Death Cap second.
Oh, he is.
That's my boy.
That's based.
He's got the Dark Seal as well. Okay. Jimmy enjoy it.
Did upgrade his own Juck Show there too, so finally getting that Mythic online, and wow, that is a very low health tower.
Stays up for now. Rabadon's completed ahead of this next dragon. Big spike for Jimmy. Will have a lot of AP behind him. So now it looks like they can get into this river. Shadow Flame on Pretender, so another big pickup.
It might even just be more raw damage for Pretender right now. But once third item comes through, I mean, unless it's Rabadon's third for Pretender. Hook lands, it's onto Chelsea. Might have a fight coming out here, Carmen getting very, very low, and Eminem is trying to find the damage. Glacial Prison will not connect, and a 4-man Pop Blossom, but he's going to have to flash away. But it's going to be that Ornn comes through and lands onto 3. Eminem struggling to get into the fight, but now he's going to have access to Rest at least. Puts down those towers, has the yellow guns, and he's trying to look for damage. Kenny Chan is going to be able to get away, and look how many Chakrams are available. If Q lands there, will be a sizable chunk. Reset does come through. Pretender has teleport available for himself. As they're coming and looking for yet another fight, it's going to be matched. 2 teleports here. And Kaiwin getting very low. Chunked very, very low. Killer Instinct through. Shun able to pick up that kill. Eminem still, though, he remains on full health as he's trying to output the damage. But before LDR can come through, really none to speak of. And it's going to be the team fight win as well as Dragon over to the side of CFO.
Things not looking good here for Frank.
Oh, Pretender.
He's in a bit of trouble.
He's going to get stunned up. He's going to get knocked up. And Eminem trying to find the damage. But Pretender, he's charmed. He's going to go down. And Eminem all out lands on him. And he's down as well. Everything coming up CFO. And with those deaths, the Dragons picked up. And the next objective will be this Baron.
And I don't see how you're going to contest this, but maybe Kenny Chan could pull a miracle and get
again
a Baron steal. Yeah, he's done it before. And this wouldn't even be the craziest one to have stolen. But it seems really difficult to get in, especially with that DPS. I think it is just gone, but he's going to try.
He is going to try. He's in the pit. Is he going to have time? No, Jimmy just has too much damage. Kenny Chan tried his best, but it was not to be, as the Baron will be picked up as well as the kill onto Kenny Chan. And now a very big uphill battle for the side of Frank if they are to pull off a win in this one.
Yeah. And this was a pretty crazy fight, but it starts off with a hook onto Xiaoxi, and this allows Shun to DPS so freely, and Kaiwing taken so low, forced to flash out, and while there is the Pot Blossom, remember that so much has been used, and the flash cleanse from Shun now means what is left onto him? There's nothing left, and he's just able to freely hit, which makes his fight so easy. And you thought perhaps for a moment there that Eminem would be the one to carry this fight because he has so many chakrams. I mean, if you get hit by this, you're not lasting too long. But they couldn't quite get it. Resets did come out, but it just wasn't enough. And back in the line, we're not done.
Oh, Xiaoxi very, very low, but disengage does come through. It does mean that perhaps this push will be stalled just that little bit. So maybe that could be the difference between base being broken open and not. It is still, all things considered, CFO in the driving seat, but it is a 7k gold lead, which is substantial, but not insurmountable. Especially if LDR does come through on this Aphelios anytime soon. Should start to feel very good about himself.
Jimmy going for the Void now.
Damn, imagine how much damage he'd do if he had Leandri's.
Would be pretty nice. Still though, I think the Everfrost has found pretty good value this game.
Yeah, no,
so can't really fault it too much, but a minute and a half still left on the Baron. How much can they get with it? I'd be pretty surprised if the base can be broken, but I think can look towards this tier 2 top tower.
Yeah, this is
a few autos on it.
Definitely going to go down. Jimmy going to be the receiver of gold for this one. Shun as well, coming to gobble some up for himself. Makes a lot of sense. Now, mid laner also going to be being looked at here as Kenny Chan's trying to clear it out, but not really all that much wave clear. Really for the entire side of Frank. Charm will go wide, 50 seconds, so that's about 2 waves still that can be Baron buffed up. One will be approaching in the near future. In fact, maybe it's just the last one that's about to come through.
Okay,
Give it Bramble.
We do. I wonder if that's almost just in preparation for the Ocean Soul.
Oh, yeah.
Because I feel like it's almost a guarantee that it's coming through at this point. And it's going to be pretty tough to play up against that when it does. So a minute and a half away. Frank, I feel like they should have to contest it. I think it's a death sentence really to give it over. At least they managed to keep their base alive.
LDR.
Yeah, they still have good spikes. I think it's still possible for Frank to win a fight, but I think when you're down this much gold, and maybe even more importantly, down this much control of the map, it is really difficult to get set up in a position to actually threaten Shun, especially when he's got the stopwatch as well.
Yeah, both sums, stopwatch, ult, everything you would ever really need as a Kai'Sa. 3.5 items, working your way towards the LDR. Now, there is no Baron, but Dragon Soul spawning in just 50 seconds. Certainly something that the side of CFO will be looking towards. Pretender as well, very, very weak at the moment, only on 2 items.
It's going to be hard. These waves, even without the Baron, they're very pushed up, and it's so hard for Frank to pull the trigger because the Ahri solo on mid lane not really able to be engaged on, and bot lane, I mean, there's 4 CFO members. How can you pull the trigger there? They're going to try, but
Eminem's starting to do a little bit of damage here to rest.
Yeah, I feel like CFO might just punish Frank for moving forward here. They need to be really careful with how they go about this. Ground is slowly being given up. But this is where Frank have to come into the choke points. This is where it gets dangerous.
Absolutely, and there's no real good way to enter. You kind of don't want your Ornn to go because you need your Ornn to find a good ult. It's Kaiwing who lands a hook yet again onto Shall See. Ornhorn comes through. It's going to miss, but it forces out the Spirit Rush here from Jimmy, which could be an important cooldown going forward. Solo Kill will not land that knock up, and Charm also misses. No more Spirit Rush available, but it's Shun who is working his way on the Dragon. I want to see the health. Void Seeker comes through. 4,000 HP. There is still Paranoia. He's going to commit it. The fight does break out, but the Dragon's being looked at. 2 kills immediately here for Frank as Kenny Chan makes his way into the pit. The Dragon's very low. It's going to come down to a smite fight, but it's going to be Gemini who finds it. And on the back end, Shun, Killer Instinct in. He's finding himself 1 kill. All out comes through onto Eminem, but there isn't the damage to follow as Shun is trying to run away. Maybe he's going to find the outplay. He has the Ocean Soul, but he is against the Thornmail. Solo Kill slowing it up, knocks him up, and the kill will come through. It's Pretender who picks up the shutdown. Team fight win to Frank, but Ocean Soul to CFO.
It was a close fight. I think Frank being able to win a fight from that far behind, even having to go through the entire jungle to get there, is no mean feat. And we'll get a replay of it. And I think CFO, maybe a bit of a misplay. I think that Jimian using the ult here was probably a mistake. I mean, I guess they thought that it was going to have to need it. Yeah, I suppose he had to dodge the Ornn ult. But the problem is that Ari, I think, without ult is not really a champ. And nothing has really happened yet. And he's looking around for the charms, but they can't be found. And in the meantime, you know, that dragon is going down, but it's not going down fast enough. And at some point, they're forced to give up the ground in the 4v5. And that's what allows Frank to get in here. And Pretender, he goes into the minion. And he finds it. Finds a big one.
Yeah. Massive, massive ult. Back to live.
Baron.
It's Frank on the Baron, and they're going to pick that one up. Ornhorn comes through. It's going to land. It's onto both the tanks. Gemini, though, is getting taken very, very low. Pop Blossom comes through, lands onto both the tanks as well as Rest now running for his life. Kenny Chan flashes and gets that blast plant. So now Rest will not have access to that, but Shun has arrived. It's a 4-man Magnet Storm. Killer Instinct comes through. There is Eminem who goes gold, and Solo Kill will find the knockout, but it's a double kill for Shun. Rest getting low, but Eminem is all on his lonesome. He's looking for Gemini. Jimmian as well, getting very low. Shun comes forward, and Eminem, he's trying to find the damage. All out comes through and takes him out. It's only Kailing and Solo Kill left standing, but what an effort out of Eminem. Now CFO, they do not have the Baron, and there is still 2 Barons alive, so it's hard for them to break the base, but maybe they are able to do it. Look at the team fight damage there, though, from Eminem.
Yeah, Eminem, he really put his carry pants on for that one. I think CFO can break the base here and get the mid inhib. Now, it's not the end of the world. And I think Frank, honestly, have given themselves a fairly decent chance in this game, at least a lot closer than it was a few minutes ago. And if CFO, if they manage to lose this game from the lead they had, it will just be unreal, really, because they've given over that team fight win around the Dragon, and now being late here to the Baron caused them to lose this fight as well. It's rough. You know,
Eyes on Shall See.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Shall See re-engage was insane. Shun wasn't here, and it was looking like just a one fight for Frank. But Nico has already been used, remember, and oh my god, this is the most perfect engage ever. Just insane. I mean, they're all grouped up on top of each other. And how crazy is it that Eminem, you almost favored him here, I think, in the 1v4. Because look at what he's doing. He does one auto onto Jimmy.
If he had a Bloodthirster.
Yeah, I think as well. You know, maybe even if the Ocean Soul wasn't here and the health bars were lower from the fight before, it could be that he just cleans them all up. Insane.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. I mean, he picks up the Guardian Angel now. So lost the stopwatch in that fight, but doesn't feel too bad. Having access now to that revive in the middle of a team fight. It is also upgrades on the Mythics there for Kenny Chan and Pretender. I think Pretender, he's doing a lot more damage than you perhaps suspect at this stage for Nico.
Yeah. As long as he finds those big engages, the CC is really what you're looking for. And hey, if you can deal a bunch of damage on top, won't say no to that. But 2 minutes away on the Elder. And I think that should be it for pretty much either team, right? I think whoever picks it up. Now, if Frank picks it up, they have a lot of towers to get through. In fact, Frank haven't taken a single tower all game long. And remember, they actually did have a Rift Herald that could have given them one.
That's true. Did not pick that one up. Eminem, though, he's looking pretty strong, as is Shun, of course. Shun now picking up that LDR is going to make it a lot easier for him to get through the Nautilus, the Nocturne, and the Ornn. What is Solo Kill building, by the way? Oh, it's Gargoyle.
Makes sense.
It has to be, yeah. But I think all eyes really at this stage of the game on these 280 carries. Last time I said that, it went to 60 minutes.
That is true, but surely we can't have too many Elders left in us. I think especially if CFO picks up one of them, they win the team fight and they end the game. That will be all there is to it. Now, if Frank somehow managed to get it, I think we could see it go a bit longer. And Eminem clearly realizes the importance of this fight. He's got the red pot. And 3 stopwatches for the side of CFO.
Pretender's so close to Void Staff. It's heartbreaking that he won't have that available for himself ahead of this dragon. Would be a really big spike for himself. And now, Anathema's chains here for Gemini, which you have to suspect will be on Eminem. So any CC landed on Eminem will be a whole lot more meaningful. Gargoyle's already used out of rest, and he's very, very low. Ornhorn comes through, is going to force out the stopwatch from Xiaoxi, who finds a big Magnet Storm, but does go down as there's no possible follow-up. Charm lands, but it's onto Solo Kill, and he remains fairly healthy. And now 10 seconds out from this dragon. It's going to be a 4v5. Low health bars pretty much everywhere for the side of Frank, but not on the carries. And Eminem, he's just freely hitting away. Gemini, Moonlight Vigil does connect, as does the Pop Blossom. Gemini, Spirit rushes away, does go golden, is going to have to flash. And now Shun, full HP, comes in, he's fighting 1 kill. Eminem, Shun, who has the damage? It's Eminem in the middle of 3. Shun is going berserk, and now the respawn comes through. But it's Shun who has what it takes. Only Pretender left.
I think CFO, they win the game right here. Pretender can't possibly hold on to this one. He's TPing, and I think he might get cancelled here. Oh, so close. I'm not sure if it'll be enough, though. Shun, 9,000 damage. Eminem, 11,000 damage. The 280 carries, putting in so much work in that fight. But I think after a lot of back and forth, it should be CFO picking up their 2nd win in this series and moving us to match point.
They absolutely do. And off the back of a 4v5 around the Elder nonetheless.
Yeah. Oh, I think that fight should. You got to give him an MVP for that one, right?
Yeah, honestly, I think Shun has to be the MVP, of course, but Eminem, man, that guy.
Yeah, he tried very hard.
He tried his absolute damnedest, and by God, 11k damage and you lost the fight. That seems criminal.
Yeah. I think honorable mention to Xiaoxi's Rel that game. Felt like the CFO bot lane as a duo were doing great work. I mean, there was a lot of huge Rel ults, but I think, again, I have to say, while CFO, they pick up the win, it wasn't super clean. You know, just a thought I actually had during the game was about 25 minutes in, I was thinking, wow, you know, CFO, they're looking real good. And then, of course, stuff happened around that 4th dragon, and it went back and forth. I think they were actually pretty fortunate to end up picking up that dragon, because if they don't pick up the Ocean Soul, I don't think that necessarily means Frank wins the game, but I think it would have made the fights very different, right? Maybe even the last fight, if Shun didn't have the Ocean Soul ticking the whole time, that could have even been the difference alone.
Yeah, well, he was very, very low when Eminem finally went into his GA, and it really could have been the difference maker there. And especially, the game would have just been at least 5 minutes longer as well, which is something to always consider, because if that smite does go the way of Kenny Chan, then you don't have the soul, and then the next fight is just for a regular dragon again. So it's less all or nothing sort of fight, and I think that means that Frank probably stay in the game longer. And honestly, it was starting to shape up like Eminem was about to just completely 1v9 a fight.
It was close.
And I feel like a couple of them, as you touched on the fight previously, it was, if that Ocean Soul's not ticking, maybe Eminem just does have the damage and is able to do it. But it was not to be, and ultimately it was CFO who picked up a win in somewhat similar fashion to their first game.
I think so, yeah. And so far it has also been just blue side has won every game. And of course, going into the next game, Frank, after their loss, will be able to choose the blue side. And I think they will, pretty much without question. For me, the question is, though, what adaptations would you make? Because I think, you know, of course, you have the first choice around the 80 carry picks. Do you just let the Yeah, I don't know. Do you let everything else go through? Because no pick really stood out as a single problem, right? You maybe look at the Kai'Sa, but there's several ADCs that once you get that late in the game are going to be putting in a lot of work. And I guess maybe on the CFO side, right? I think CFO took a risk letting the Nocturne through, and they dealt with it completely fine, right? So I think going into the next game, while CFO will move back over to the red side, they probably feel pretty confident about the draft, I would say.
Yeah, and I think correctly identifying taking out Annie Viego was a huge step in the draft, because it did. Game number 2 was not close. It was really just completely taken over, and especially by those two champions. And so, especially now they're on the red side, I think even more likely they ban it, unless they feel like they want to give Jimmy and Annie, or perhaps Gemini Viego, which doesn't seem all that likely. But it could be something that they've practiced and they just haven't shown. Of course, being in playoffs, things like that do occur. And so, I don't know, I guess CFO, if they can go in and they either take Viego or Annie, or they ban Viego and Annie, their chances of winning does go up. Although, even in this game, it does feel like, I don't even know exactly the reason they were winning. Like, it feels like a lot came from Gemini Sejuani and just how unkillable that both the Sejuani and Rest really were. Because it really took Eminem 4 items until he was actually doing the damage to get through them. And so maybe it's something that you could look at again, is getting rid of the Xayah and then just forcing Eminem to play something a little less safe that has to burn through these tanks.
That could be the way, right? I think just to make his job a bit more difficult, I suppose. But I mean, you know, talking about the game and you say you're not really sure what the problem was, I think it was just teamfight execution as a whole for the side of Frank. And I don't think you can really, while you might be able to band-aid that in the draft, again, with having an easier comp like the Annie Viego, it's not like their comp was difficult to play, right? But it didn't really feel like they were on the same page in a lot of the fights. So I don't think Frank are out by any means, but I also think that I really like that CFO, one, you know, again, that took away the Annie Viego and let through the Nocturne, and it wasn't a problem. I think they feel very good going into game number 4. And I think this fight here was one of those team fight misexecutions, right? You've got Kaiwing forced to flash out on 1 HP as the rest of Engage is trying to go forward, right? And if you have a bit more Engage tools here, perhaps you do get Shun, because he was forced to flash and cleanse out. So his job is not easy from now on, but what's Kaiwing going to offer, right? He can't really do anything. And you maybe go back to some of the earlier fights in the game where the fight was so split that Eminem wasn't able to DPS at all, as possibly the strongest member of the team at the moment, or at that point. So I think, Frank, they've got to look at some of these fights and get some, I don't know, They've just got to get on the same page, which, admittedly, as chaotic as these games are, it's not super easy.
No, absolutely not. And I think this fight in particular that we just watched, Jimmy and really did a good job of just being sure he was in between Eminem and the team fight. And so Eminem could never walk forward and do any damage. And that changed once Eminem got some items, because he is just going to kill the Ahri if the Ahri looks for him. And I mean, here, this looked like it was just going to be Frank and getting back into the game, but it was truly some heroics from Xiaoxi in particular.
I think that Nico, again, unnecessary, really. And I think maybe if you have Nico here, you could win this fight, because it was close, despite getting 4-man rail altered. And despite that Ocean Soul, you know, just a couple things different. Could have changed this game, but it was a miracle Engage found by CFO, and Xiaoxi in particular. Just all found up here, and I think Eminem making this somewhat close is just a testament to how unbelievably strong he was at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, look, he gets 1 auto on Jimian, and he's half HP.
Even here, 1 auto on Shun, it's just like so close. And maybe even you can make the argument of Eminem flashes in time to avoid the follow-up from Xiaoxi's Engage, then maybe the team fight does just go, because it was ultimately a 3, I guess it was a 4v5, but still, it should be in your favor. And this, I believe, is the final fight of the game. And I mean, they do just catch out Xiaoxi. And I don't even know what happened throughout this team fight, because there was just so much going on.
Yeah. I think, again, key here is quite a lot of cooldowns have been used, right? The Nocturne ult, the Ornn ult have all been invested. And Shun is still sitting pretty with both Sums and the ults. So it's, I think, quite a lot to ask for both the Nautilus and the Nico to be enough from now on, because I think that Shun is so strong. I believe he has a stopwatch here as well. It's really, really difficult, but Eminem, he had that front line in front of him, and he was doing a really good job. Now, the Nautilus ult does zone out Shun for a time, slows his DPS, which I think is part of the reason why Eminem was able to hit so freely, and I think Nico ult was decent enough. Can't really ask for too much more at this point, but I think the Ocean Soul, you know, how much work is this putting in? Invisibly almost, just adding to everyone's health pools the whole fight long.
Yeah. goes and secures that kill. Imagine if Eminem had actual team fight guns as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's not even the best combo and so low.
Definitely there if no Ocean Soul. Shun is taken out. But there was Ocean Soul.
Yeah. Insane team fight, though. I don't know what the most damage we've ever seen in a team fight here in the PCS is. I think it's about 14k, but 11k, I mean, it's up there, especially when you look at the damage here. And, you know, it's making up a sizable portion of it.
One team fight did almost as much damage as his Nocturne did in the entire game, which is quite funny. I mean, honestly, I think the Nocturne was fine. I didn't see a problem with the Nocturne.
I guess I didn't really find anything special, but it wasn't a problem either.
No, I think, honestly, you don't often have to find anything special. And I mean, in those earlier team fights, it was really the only champion doing anything in the fights in general. And so maybe if his team was more sort of able to follow up, because I mean, Jimmy was like 3-0-6 or something. And so it was just very hard for Eminem to ever get involved in those fights without being immediately taken out by the Ahri, especially if Ahri does have the Spirit Rush available. And so, I mean, it was hard. I think, honestly, if you run back this draft, you probably feel pretty good. And it's going to be Rest who picks it up. I'm kind of surprised, but 95 almost % kill participation as a top laner is a pretty insane stat.
That is pretty surprising. I'm not sure what exactly Rest did this game. Not that he didn't do anything, but just there was so much going on. And I think Cassante, one of those champs that a lot of the time isn't part of the main fight, right? Because you all out someone, and sometimes that just happens completely off screen, and then he kind of comes in and cleans up after. So maybe we'll see. Not sure if we are going to get some replays of it, but maybe we will see some of the impact of him in the team fight. So let's see this one. Gets engaged on. Kites out the Nord ult.
Gets
also
hit by
tanks up
every single ult in the game.
Oh, this was the Shall See 4-man re-engage, right? I guess he probably like
hits a 4-man as well. Right? Yeah, so that's 4. Comes in the knock-up as well. Comes through. Yeah. It's another.
That was pretty disgusting.
Yeah. And then even hits 3 people back with his W. Damn, that is actually insane how much CC just came through.
I think Cassandra as well, probably one of the worst champs you want to see an Ocean Soul on, right? Because he's already unkillable and he does so much damage. Yeah, and now it's just like, not only do we kind of have to focus him, but we just can't kill him.
Yeah, absolutely. Ends up ensuring that Eminem does go down with that all out. And, well, I mean, we have got a series on our hands. Because I still think that Frank probably should win this.
You reckon?
I still truly do. And I think both games they've lost have been off some early mistakes. And I think they're not really the team that often makes these early mistakes. It's usually mistakes that come through later on in the game. And so, I mean, so far at least, CFO looking like they might take it, but I still do favor Frank. But that is a story for next game, of course. It is now 2-1 in favor of CFO. They are going to be on match point. But when we come back, we're going to have game number 4 to see if Frank can bring it back and bring us 2 silver scrapes.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的3杯鸡？哇，现在好想吃哦！
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗3杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道。
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼。
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，海酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
All of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion, all of them clap. Big applause, wish I could pause all they reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Can't stop, nah, won't stop. It's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch.
And we are back here for game number 4, of course, brought to you by Chungma Telecom and TTL Brand Noodles. And I think we've got a 5-game series on our hands because it feels like we're going a bit back and forward.
Yeah.
It does feel like the games that CFO have won haven't been decisive enough for me to think that they're going to get it across the line yet. And honestly, Eminem, it feels like he is inevitably going to carry a game, and it feels like this game is probably going to be the one.
You do feel like it, right? I think the back and forth, part of that could be due to the sides. It's hard to put that much faith in that because I feel like the drafts have been attainable on either side. But anyway, so far Blue side has won all those games. And I think heading into game number 4 here, I think CFO did make some strides in terms of figuring out Frank a bit, you know, taking away the Annie Viego, but it's not like Frank had stuff that they weren't comfortable on, right? Like the Nocturne and the Nico, I think, look solid. And, you know, maybe, what do you think? The solo kill tank?
Yeah, I think that is a big thing because, honestly, in game number 2, while it was a decisive win from Frank, it feels like if solo kill was not on the Renekton and was not able to do damage, that one team fight probably would have gone the way of CFO. And so I don't think we're going to see solo kill on a tank again. I think now Frank probably realized that it is a big sort of component of their team to have solo kill as a legitimate threat, especially in the earlier stages of the game, because he was finding some nice Ornn ults and he was getting a lot of value out of that Ornn, but it's not as much value as he gets when he does play those carry champs and he does play something that can pressure more in the team fights. And now pick and bans are looking the same as last game, and he's banned already. The Azir is also banned by Frank. So going towards their second ban, they're going to take out the Ahri.
Interesting. I kind of like it. I think if you're going to play a Nocturne comp again, Ahri is one of the best mid laners at dealing with it, and to be honest, the other one is probably Azir. There is still LeBlanc, but I think LeBlanc, a bit of a bait pick here in the PCS, so I'm not sure we'll see it, but I think interesting adaptation for sure.
Yep, definitely. I think Jimmy really was such a big component of how they found success too, because he really was stopping Eminem from finding any damage in those earlier fights up until Eminem was able to just deal with them. And it allowed then for Xun to be just so strong that he was able to take over those team fights. And I mean, you saw the damage he was outputting. Definitely nothing to scoff at. Now LeBlanc is the third ban. Bit of a wasted ban, it often feels like.
I wonder.
Nico remains open.
Yeah, I feel like Frank here, if Zaya's left open, you could just take it and then know that you can pick a full engage comp and nothing can really be done about it. Okay, the Zaya's actually banned.
Okay,
so
so
I think
this
still,
means Nico.
yeah, you can just pick up Nico Nocturne later on, and I think if you just pick as many go buttons as you can possibly get here as Frank, it's going to be so difficult for CFO to play up against this.
I would love to see that locked in. I, however, don't believe it will be. Okay, so Poppy, this is almost certainly the jungler if it's locked in. Kenny Chan looks very, very strong on that champ, and so will be Poppy locked. Now, Fiora hovered, but I don't suspect we're going to see an early Fiora take here.
But we see the Kai'Sa picked up, though, because
I feel like you will. Xun had a very good game on it.
Yeah, I think he probably does want to run it back, and I think potential, of course, this time to get on the AP Kai'Sa, especially with the red side last pick, I think makes it easier, you know, for the top laner to grab something special.
Okay.
It does get locked in. And I like the Maokai alongside it.
Me too.
This is looking good, I think, for CFO. I still think, we have to see what else from Frank, but I think both sides are at least somewhat happy. I'm a little surprised, I guess, by the Poppy priority. Not so much in terms of Kenny Chan, but more just, I feel like with those bans, I was expecting something very different.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see, though. It does feel like Nico's probably going to come through here.
Should do.
But what do you pair with it? I mean, Renekton's still open, and it is a fine blind pick. As well as Solo Kill just looked very, very good on it in game number 2. Eminem, is he going to go back to the Aphelios? I don't really see a reason not to. He has been playing pretty phenomenally on the champ, despite the fact he hasn't picked up a win yet. We'll be locked in.
Okay. I do like that as a pickup. I maybe do worry about being Aphelios up against too much engage and too much poke and kind of not having the opportunity to play the game, but you have a decent tool already in the Poppy, and I think the Nico complements that as well. Has the ability to go forward or go back. So what do you pick up here? Oh,
the Jimmy and Yon.
I don't think he would do this versus Nico Poppy.
No. That seems more realistic.
If he does, he is the
Look,
he's the bravest.
He's got a bit of
ever.
a smile on his face.
He's thinking about it, but I just
like,
don't want him to think too hard.
Hey, how about Yon here, fellas? Looks like it will probably just be this Talia.
I think the Talia Maokai is really good.
Me too.
Oh, okay. Look, if he can pull it off, because I think this does allow A for AP Kai'Sa, right? And I think if you pick the Talia, it probably doesn't. But I think this looks pretty tough. Now, Jimmy probably has been the best Yon when I think back.
Yeah. I mean, who are you comparing it to? Zhao Tu?
I believe there was a top lane Yon from...
Oh, there was.
Rel here, maybe?
Yeah, Relia, it was. He played it twice.
Yeah, I actually think he played pretty well on it. But yeah, Jimmy has looked pretty solid all up. Rel ban comes out, so going to limit the strong engage supports that can come out. And Frank, what do you respond? Because CFO comp is looking pretty strong. Maybe now, what do you ban out? Because you probably target supports, I would think. I mean, you can go for tops, but it feels like Rest can reach pretty deep into that pool. Alistair is the ban.
Leona, Nort.
Yeah, Leona, Nort feel like the big ones, right?
Rakan as well. I think Rakan would be pretty gross for the side of CFO. I mean, for both sides, really.
Yeah.
I guess if CFO pick it, there is the difficulty you sometimes run into going against the Poppy.
Hey, Leona ban. So I don't think it tells us too much. It's still taking away the strong picks, obviously. And Frank, I think maybe you need to be careful, because if they ban out another engaged support, you could just find the last one taken away by CFO and forced onto something a bit different. Maybe you could go Braum this game, but it's good against the Yon. I feel like it's not that great against AP Kai'Sa or the Maokai.
Could it just be a Jax ban, perhaps? Rumble, okay.
Okay.
I'm sort of surprised.
Yeah.
Now, while Rest does play a lot of the Rumble, it does feel like that would mean it's an AD Kai'Sa. And yes, it was a good AD Kai'Sa game last game.
I think that's what they were worried about. I think it was going to be, Rumble Maokai and then just Kai'Sa with some other engage, and I think that probably would have done it. So I understand the ban. Let's see what Rest gets instead, because I think there are still great pairings with this. Nautilus is the lock-in, so Rakan feels like the natural pick for Frank. Could you go for something like a Lulu this game? I think it's tough up against this comp, but Eminem has been performing very well, so maybe buffing him up is the way to victory.
I don't want to see that, because I honestly feel like you just lock the Renekton here.
I like it.
Sweet.
Okay.
All right.
Does get locked in.
Frank have realized maybe Solo Kill has had the word that he had last playoffs, where he gets to the point where he says, I don't want to play tanks anymore.
Yeah, he's had enough. I mean, we saw what he did last time on the Renekton.
Yeah. Looked very good. Picked himself up that MVP. Now, final pick to come through. Does feel like it probably will be the Rakan, but maybe you could look for a Thresh. Braum, I do like that.
Yeah, so I talked about the Braum before, and I think it is good against the Yon, obviously good against the Nautilus as well. I don't think it's particularly good against the Maokai or the Kai'Sa, but you just don't have that many options at this point, and I think the Braum is a decent one, and I think it does play quite well around Eminem. So last pick for Rest, I think the Cassante is a fine pick. I would maybe be... Yeah, a little worried, I guess, that it can't actually reach the Aphelios in fights with just how much CC there is, but I think they have a fairly solid comp. And I mean, what do you think going into Game 4? Because I feel like despite CFO having Kai'Sa Maokai, the Frank comp looks pretty broken.
Yeah, I think it is somewhat reminiscent of last game. The big difference being that you have a bit better kite back with that Braum, as well as Solo Kill now is able to actually look for things in team fights other than just setting them up with ult. And I think that's a big change because having more pressure onto Shun in the last game might have just meant the difference. And so now that you do have Solo Kill on the Renekton, and you've already seen what this guy can do on the champ, I think feels better for Frank. I think going into the game, CFO have a really good press R comp, which oftentimes just wins because it's easier to execute. But I don't think really that the side of Frank have a bad one in their own case. In fact, I think it's pretty similar, where they can just go to a team fight, use a bunch of Rs, and then try and protect Eminem to do the damage he needs to do to get through the team fight. But I think ultimately going in, I kind of prefer the side of Frank because now that they've got the Renekton, a little bit more autonomy over the early game means that they can perhaps find a bit of a better advantage for themselves. And when they do have the advantage, they are just cleaner at finishing it up than CFO, at least in this series. But I think a lot of it comes down to how they play around the Renekton in particular.
Yeah. Feels like when the Renekton is in the game, it's always something you at least have to consider, right? It has the potential to, if played through, just completely take over the game, but also has the ability to just be a nuisance even if nothing's put towards it, as we will head onto the Rift for game number 4. Remember, it is match point here for CFO. If they win, will advance to face Beyond and would send Frank out of the playoffs.
Absolutely. And that would be a bit of a fall from grace, of course. Frank reaching grand finals for the spring split when there was only one team that qualified to MSI. This is the big one, though. Getting to grand finals here in summer means you are guaranteed to go to Worlds in South Korea, and I'm sure both of these teams do not want to miss out on that. Now, taking a look at the runes, do you see anything that takes you by surprise?
No, I think everything looks fairly normal. I think, you know, the Hail of Blades should be the AP Kai'Sa. Jimin obviously has to go for a lot of early game strength to be able to survive this. And you see here, CFO sweeping this out, even with Jimmy in there. I think they were maybe a little scared of just level 1 Braum invade and having a split map. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
And now we have a Poppy.
We do. It's Kenny Chan's Poppy.
6-0. And every Poppy we see pretty much finds a kill, if not multiple summoner spells, before the 5-minute mark. And so we'll see both if CFO can play around it and realize it's a real potential, or if Frank can find those angles, if Kenny Chan can get into those lanes and look for something to set his team up for success. I think so far at least, Eminem has pretty much played the most consistent, and gold onto him certainly go a long way.
Now Chelsea getting aggressive here very early. I think if Hook comes out, probably not a winning trade just with how much Braum can trade back. But can get aggressive, and holding that bush control obviously very, very important. Level 2 is ticked over, so Frank respecting.
Pretender having a pretty good time for himself here in the mid lane. Nothing all that surprising.
Yeah. We'll see how much he can get done, because it is a pretty hellish matchup for the Yone early, but Gemini, he could be the one to put some pressure mid, and that would make this a lot
Pretender,
easier.
he's playing to the wrong side of the map. Flash forward, Twisted Advance comes through, and knock-up is to follow. Pretender lands a 2-man snare. Maybe he's able to get out. He is slowed up. Jimmy does have Flash available for himself. Kenny Chan is here. He is holding that steadfast presence, going to knock Jimmy against the wall, and in fact, big trade back.
Yeah.
And both mid laners now left very low on health. Pretender going to recall, look for that teleport back into lane as Gemini aggressively pathing into the jungle.
Yep. I think that's really, really good for Jimmy, and though while the minions definitely favor Pretender, he's going to be able to pick up a lot. I think Jimmy managing to get through this early game without being too far behind is really, really good. And also, not having the flash there on Pretender is going to limit his options aggressively. Bot side, some big trades coming out, but no one ends up going down. It is just Kaiwing on that low HP.
Shouldn't got a recall in somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
No. I'm lying.
You are.
This is the Cull versus the Longsword this game, though, so the longer the lane goes, the more gold Eminem will have over Shun if minions and the like stay equal. Chan looking for an invade. Feels a lot stronger than the Maokai for the time being, and this blue buff will reset. Makes it a lot harder for Kenny Chan to try to take away, but he is going to still start that up. Down to 1,000 health, and it might just reset again, although it isn't going to, at least for now. And Kaiwing, he's back to full health. Blue buff was secured there by Gemini, managing to smite that one away for himself.
Now Jimmy is starting to take some punishment under the tower, but he's managing it for now.
He's got a dagger. Is he going to go the Maple Tech?
What was the Maple Tech again? The Bork?
No. You go straight into Rage Knife, and then you sell it later on to pick up whichever mythic you choose to. Sometimes Evershroud or honestly whatever. Obviously, you don't really want the Gwinsus, but just the attack speed that you get from the Rage Knife makes your Q such a short cooldown so early on. Even shorter than that of the boots.
Look how much pressure Gemini has to put mid just to salvage this matchup, which it feels like it is worth. I think the Yone scaling is really insane, but obviously you do need a lot of babysitting in that early game. And not even the babysitting will make him even. He is still behind.
Yeah, absolutely. Now top side, Rest just holding this minion wave, but it does feel pretty good for solo kill because it's not going to be able to stay there. And Eminem backs with a wave like this, and Chelsea is here.
Yeah.
Shun also has returned to lane very quickly, and so the potential here for Eminem to lose out on quite a few minions has gone back, picked himself up the boots. It's the Noon Quiver picked up there by Shun, obviously working his way towards the Static Shiv, but it's also Gemini in the meantime, getting to work on this dragon very, very early on, reminiscent of Spring Split CFO at this stage.
Yeah, it's a CFO classic. Can Kenny Chan find a trade on the other side of the map?
Oh, Dominus comes out and Rest is so low.
Oh, I think he could have got him.
Rest is dead.
Yeah, has to be.
There's no way Rest is get out. And even with that Colour of the Meek going to be landing, Kenny Chan going forward, he's going to try and use the all-out, but won't be able to. And solo kill won't pick up the kill, but picks up some plates. It's Kenny Chan who finds that first kill. And again, Poppy being proactive on the map, able to find himself a nice early lead. Gemini trying to get back some of that gold through the bot lane camps. But certainly, all things are not equal.
No, it's a lot of gold there picked up on the top side. It is first dragon, of course, going over to CFO, though, and that really harkens back to the CFO of old, where they would just stack up the dragons as soon as they possibly could and give themselves a drag win condition very, very early.
Pretender doing a really good job of weaving auto attacks in.
Nice ward there, placed by Jimmy. So we should see Frank pick up the Herald. I don't really see a way for CFO to contest it, not into the Renekton, especially this far ahead, and of course the Nico as well. So you probably instead want to try trade something onto bot side. As you can see, Gemini is down here. Nice note. He is resetting those, so obviously he has to go back up to his red. And pings onto mid lane. Jimmy, and he does have flash.
Yeah, Pop Blossom does not connect.
No, I think he E'd out of it. So it's okay. And that might mean that there's a chance to contest that Herald. Because the Nico ult being gone, it is a big cooldown. There is still the Renekton, though. And the Renekton is very, very strong.
Yeah. Iron Spike Whip as well as Caulfield's Warhammer. This early on, feels like you don't really have a right to contest for the Rift Herald. Now, maybe even not a right to contest for your red as Kenny Chan's invading Gemini here. We'll be on a ward. But solo kill is just proxying the wave, and it means that Gemini cannot contest for this, and Kenny Chan will be able to pick it up for himself.
Solo kill.
Gonna hit level 6 off that as well. Solo kill did use that blast plant, but is not going to be able to find the stun. Both junglers level 6 now. And it's looking like it will be Frank who start up this Herald. Jimmy in very low in the mid lane, and Rest not able to be even nearly as useful as the Renekton is at this stage of the game.
Seems like it is just gone. Although Jimmy actually staying on the map, trying to find Honey Fruit instead of just going for the reset. I think that might be a mistake. See if he finds some. Looks like he does. Is going to get a bit of healing, but that is, of course, Frank. They do grab that Herald, and they can use that to snowball their gold lead a little bit further.
For sure.
Oh, bot lane.
Oh, bot lane. It's going to be Kaiwing being looked at. Flashes over the wall. Killer Instinct was used. There is Flash available for Shun, but he's not going to be able to use it to follow. And bot lane is going to remain alive here. Eminem backing away from this tower in case Gemini continue to look forward. Of course, Nature's Grasp would have just cemented almost certain death, if not, it was at least both summoners.
Pretender almost has ult. I think if Jimmy gets caught by an E, he will be in big trouble. Gemini waiting in the wings, knows this is an important timing. Jimmy has to be so careful. If he gets hit by an E, he is just gone.
Chalthy, though, he's also looking mid. Level 6 will have, actually won't have the ult, used it bot onto Kaiwing. Very important, I think, that Kaiwing lived there.
Even just for Shun, really, not to pick up the gold.
Yeah. Obviously, there is a pretty substantial gold lead already for this Kai'Sa, being up 20 CS.
It is nice, has a plate as well. But, I mean, look how much has been picked up on the top side. Solo kill is going to be an absolute menace, and I think he does deal pretty well with this comp, right?
The minute till Dragon, it feels like CFO should be favored unless Solo Kill walks down.
Yeah, I think if CFO is in the fight, it's going to be so hard. Or sorry, if Solo Kill does manage to get
I think
all
there
the way
is the
down.
potential for him to as well, because he is just going to be able to get this minion wave in and then walk down. And honestly, Cassante doesn't push lanes all that fast, and he definitely doesn't take towers very fast.
Some damage comes out. Oh, 30 seconds away. I wonder if maybe CFO, just with the bot prior, will just get it for free. Just because it is so hard to contest these waves at the moment. Kenny Chan sprinting across mid, though, and might just drop the Herald here. Or not. He's holding it.
He's coming down. And I mean, it does...
Oh, that's a big problem.
That is a solo kill. That just got a solo kill.
Yeah, that's problematic, though, because
Look
that
how many plates as well.
Yeah, Cassante doesn't have TP, so I think that tower is just gone. And that's going to be...
I don't think Renekton can get both plates, but he certainly gets one.
Like, Cassante can't be here. He can't just stay, right?
Yeah, but you do like no damage. Unfortunately.
Well, we'll see. It looks like he's going to back off, so we'll leave it for now. Obviously, he can just pick it up later. There's no rush, really.
Yeah, absolutely. When Demolishes back up, feels like good timing. And somehow, some way, Frank have priority over this dragon. I guess maybe it's just because of mid lane. So despite the power in your Kai'Sa, aren't able to find that, and that's very important because that means next dragon solo kill will be at. And I mean, we'll take a look what happened. He just walks up, pops ult, and wow.
It's kind of a stat check, it looks like.
And then Rest even used Flash. Solo kill didn't even have to do that. And so, Gore Drinker completed, Tarby's completed. This Renekton is going to be a massive problem.
Yeah. It's going to be a bit of an issue.
They're looking for a dive, but there's Hextech Gate. So despite the fact that Kenny Chan recalled there, he's going to be able to be at this play and deny any potential look under the tower. Thornmail.
Wow, look at that.
Wait, solo kill is, he doesn't care. He's going to get this tower.
He might get rest after as well. Dominus isn't too far off.
Dominus very close to being up. Lands the stun. Cull the Meek as well. And Slice and Dice. He's got everything up. Rest does get himself out of melee range, but solo kill putting out so much pressure. And how worthless is Thornmail?
Does not look like the item that wins us the game. Herald now dropped mid. It's already a 4k gold lead for Frank, and looking to extend that further. Jimmy, and he's been having a lot of trouble baiting all game, despite the help that he's received. And you got to wonder, you know, at what point is the Yone going to come online? You're looking perhaps towards the 1, even 2 items, which feels like it might even be too long to wait.
At which point, solo kill has 2, maybe 3 items.
Yeah.
And I don't think Yone later on in the game, it's you know, even items, you know, 5 items, whatever, will deal well with solo kills Renekton. But for the foreseeable future, it's going to be pretty impossible for Jimmy to ever go forward as long as solo kill is present.
Yeah. It's going to be difficult.
Do you know, does Poppy Steadfast Present stop the ult from Yone?
Because
it's not a teleport, right? He does an animation to go forward. That's what
feel
brings
like
everyone.
It's a teleport. I don't know. I'm actually not sure.
I know it's not a teleport, but some things are just, you go unstoppable.
Yeah.
And maybe he goes unstoppable during it. I'm actually not sure. I'm sure we'll get to see that interaction.
We probably
at some
will,
point.
yeah. Demonic is picked up here for Gemini, and they're going to need that damage because no one else is really going to have it just yet. Shun's working on 2 items, and Shun's been doing a good job. You know, he is actually up a fair amount of CS here. Now, some of that has just been because bot lane was weak-sided for a significant time, but a lot of it, I think, would have just been in the 2v2 as well. Remember that they did make Kai Wing flash away.
And Rest really can't do anything to solo kill. So solo kill, now he's on the bot side, is likely to pick up this tower in the near future. Every time he has that demolish proc, pushing in the minion wave, getting the proc off, probably 2 or so more waves, and there's the potential it goes down. And saying that though, Rift Shield spawning 4 seconds, it might just force out the teleports from these top laners. And if that is to happen, you definitely have to favor the side of Frank, because solo kill, very, very far ahead.
Yeah, he is unstoppable for now. And it feels like it's going to be a very long time before anyone even holds a candle to him. I think Shun is going to be the closest one, and even he needs 3 items to contest. So it's a lot of time.
Ooh.
And CFO do have that time if they want it. They have picked up a dragon, so they can slow down the game, but Frank,
oh
my god, he crit.
That was a crit, yeah. It is concerning though, because you do feel like Frank should have picked up both dragons.
Possibly, yeah. But I think you're still okay with that. Right, you're not really worried about your scaling either.
They're looking for solo kill.
Yeah,
I'm not
this
sure they
seems
kill
just-
him.
I don't think they can at all.
No. Shouldn't half health as well. Does have both sums, but there is the potential that solo kill just gets angry and gobbles them up.
Yeah. Well, next dragon, 50 seconds away. I want to see what happens around here, because I think if you're CFO, you should probably just give it up and try and get more gold. I think being 16 minutes in and your mid laner doesn't even have a completed item is not a recipe for fighting.
Certainly not.
It's just rough, right? And you wonder about the Yone pick, because I don't think it's particularly great against the comp, and it's not good for the lane. So the only reason you've picked it is to allow Kai'Sa to go AP, which, hey, it's nice, but do you want this hard of a losing mid lane for it?
Yeah, pick Tristana. Tristana was open.
Yeah, they could have. Oh, Pretender. I think this works. What do you think?
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe Shun is just standing too far back.
Oh, lots of pings. Lots of missing pings on that wave. I think they know. But this tower should go down regardless. Shun
Absolutely.
can't even get the Shiv auto. And it could even go for a second charge. Oh,
They're gonna look
Nature's
for rest.
Grasp.
Nature's Grasp does come out. It's going to connect, though, onto Kenny Chan. Not the target you want. Oh, a lot of damage coming out. Pop Blossom going to be forced out and doesn't land any real significant damage. And meanwhile, it is Jimmy and up on that top side, claiming himself a tower. It's getting very low.
I do think Rest lost his bot tower here, though. Yeah, it does look like it goes over to solo kill. So still even, all things considered. And can CFO look at the drag with the Poppy ult, or sorry, the Nico ult gone? I don't think so.
No.
I think that Renekton being on the bot side is still too strong. Really, it's just, is Jimmy getting enough up here to make this worth it? It's going to have to be, because he's resetting. So that any trade that they can go for is over. And I think the dragon should just be gone.
Jimmy picks up his first item. Solo Kill picks up his second.
Okay. Can they get here in time? I mean, that looks like they want to contest as CFO, and I don't know. I don't think you have any business doing this.
I don't think they can. I think they're just spotting out, placing vision for no real reason.
Yeah, ends up going over.
And it's a Hextech Soul this time.
It's a dangerous one.
It is one of the most oppressive souls in the game. Solo Kill.
They're looking at him, but they need like 4 people for this.
Yeah, he does feel very unkillable. Has his Black Cleaver now too, so even Rest with his armor is going to be able to get taken out pretty quickly.
Frank, they're looking really good in this game. I think as long as they fight with solo kill, they shouldn't be losing any fights. Now, side lane on the Yone side of things might be a little difficult right now. But I don't think Pretender is really in danger of getting dived. I mean, he can easily clear waves, and worst case, he can just ult under tower and probably trade 1 for 1.
Yeah, for sure.
Lots of people around bot, though. Baron isn't up, so wouldn't be able to trade that. Pretender feels a little too safe, but should still lose his tower as he wisely respects the 4-man that can come out.
Meanwhile, though, top side, solo kill getting a lot of headway done. Very far up, and nice reactions by Jimmy in there to avoid as much damage as possible. Pretty inconsequential as he does have that Blade of the Rowan King, so we'll be able to heal up nice and quickly here on that bot wave.
There's just able to back out there. And CFO, I think they will be looking to contest the 3rd dragon. I'm not even sure, though, if they'll be strong enough, right? Because it feels like without having the Rage Blade on Shun, that's going to be a big difference between Renekton being killable or not. Because I think that without that, solo kill doesn't have that much of a chance of being taken out, unless he's super chain CC'd up. Once the Rage Blade comes in, I think things can be different.
For sure. We'll see. Baron now spawning 15 more seconds. And honestly, both teams, again, do have the damage, of course. It does feel like CFO might even do it quicker. But they can't do it if Renekton's alive, so should feel pretty happy as Frank. And it might even be an angle where you just start it up, being that you know if solo kill joins the fight, you are just going to be stronger, and it does force Rest to use his teleport.
He could, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't hate it. I think that Frank, at least in the immediate team fight, are very, very far ahead. I think the items really tell the full story.
Yeah, 4K gold lead.
That might be what they look for here. They have full control over this area, and they are going to start hitting it. CFO, they do have a pretty good comp for starting this, and they will find out about it early, but, I mean, this fight, it should be so advantage to Frank. Solo kill here, in position.
Baron now, down to 5K, and hook goes wide there onto solo kill. He's being looked at, Gemini flashes, but it's not going to be able to use that twisted advance, and solo kill's turning around. Meanwhile, though, the Baron's taken out. It's going to be picked up. Pop Blossom lands onto 2, but unstoppable goes Rest. Hook connects. It's going to be on to Kenny Chan, and everything's being used, but solo kill flashes forward. Eminem picks up 2. Rest and Jimmy and are alive in the back as Eminem's going to be taken out, and Jimmy and now looking for the kill onto Pretender, and in fact will find it. Meanwhile, though, it's solo kill chasing down Shun. All things said and done, Baron does go over to Frank, but 4 of the members lose it. It's only solo kill who remains. And a huge team fight there, and perhaps a little bit of split decision leads to a massive team fight and some gold back for CFO.
Yeah, that is some nice gold back. It's really going to be needed for the next fight. And you can see here, split decisions indeed around this fight. Now, nice by Jimmy, and I think at least to keep solo kill out of the fight for some time before going back in. And I thought at this point that CFO were all about to die. But they actually managed to somehow win this, and I think that the ult from Jimmy was fantastic. Massive. I mean, if he doesn't find that, I think there's a good chance that the game is pretty much decided here. And even this, I mean, this wasn't too bad, right? Like Shun just running solo kill around for a time. Obviously, the Renekton 3 levels up. There's no doubt who wins that fight. But I think decent enough. Now, I'm not sure who actually picked up the shutdowns. Jimmy must have got a lot because he got a full mythic here.
Yeah.
And it feels like, I guess Rest got 2? He must have got a lot of gold as well.
Yeah, maybe Chelsea. No, Rest didn't have a kill, so it must have been. I mean, Chelsea, yeah. I mean, they only have 4 kills and they just picked up 4.
Yeah, it was all in that fight. Okay, true. Wasn't that hard to work out.
I don't know who got the shutdowns is really the important thing. Because it does feel like if Rest got it, probably not who you want them on. And Chelsea as well might have picked up 1. Not entirely sure, of course. Now, Dragon spawning, it would be the 3rd here for the side of Frank. And solo kill is at 3 items. He is absolutely the biggest member on the Rift. Shun at no cooldowns. Both that flash and cleanse on cooldown. And Jimmy, he does have flash, he does have ult, and if he finds a angle like he did in the previous fight, maybe they are able to just take up a win again. But solo kill, he's not going to be looked at first. He's going to be able to be there in front of his team. And Pop Blossom as well. Pretender, if he's able to find a big angle, could just be the difference maker. Solo kill though, over the wall. He's going to get spotted out. In fact, no, he's not for now. Sapling though will mean that he is known. Dragon very low, picked up. Kenny-chan does take that one. And stands in front. Glacial Fissure as well will be used. Kenny-chan does land the stun here onto Rest, and he is going to be grounded as well. Rest is just taken out. Pretender picking up the gold for that one there. And it's going to be third Dragon Soul point now for Frank.
That's going to be a tough one now for CFO. Now, I think at least they have bought themselves enough time that Shun can probably get close to item by then. He has a lot of CS. So I think he might be able to. And that would be a big turnaround if he can pick it up.
Rage Knife and pick. He certainly can.
Yeah. So that's going to be a really important pickup. Now, Pretender, he's got his Zhonya's as well, which I think does go a pretty long way. For sure. So I think while it is a pretty substantial gold lead for Frank, and while they, I think, should be favored in the next fight, I don't think it's going to be a landslide victory like some of the earlier fights were. But look at that gold. I mean, Solo Kill is up so much over his opponent. And Shun, despite the CS, is actually still down to Eminem. Probably just off all that global gold, you know, the Barons, the Towers, and of course the kills.
Absolutely. And so, I mean, now should be, again, a bit of a lull. There is 2 minutes until the Baron, and that should be where we really see our next fight. I don't think CFO are going to want to give that one over. Looking at XP too, Solo Kill is 2 levels up.
That's
an
crazy.
Entire 2 levels.
Yeah.
On even the nearest member to him.
That is pretty wild. He's really, really, really strong. I mean, especially with the stopwatch now as well. There's no chance of somehow bursting him out without him getting the ult off. It's always going to happen.
And if this does go to 5, we are not seeing Solo Kill play a tank again.
And I'm not sure we'd see him see a Renekton again either. I think it
that
could get
be
banned away.
Yeah, he's looking very, very strong in this one. Of course, CFO still have chances within the game. Shun getting strong, Jimmy as well getting very strong, and they do have a good team fight setup. And if they're able to find sort of the setup they require, can just find themselves taking out Pretender and Eminem. And while, of course, Solo Kill is strong, Renekton not really one to be able to win those 1v4 sustained damage fights.
Baron's a minute away. And I'm not sure if this will get started, but Frank could again try and force CFO to come to them before those item spikes can be completed. Because you know Shun is going to get a lot stronger once this Rage Blade comes through, at least at dealing with Solo Kill.
For sure. Now, one thing to keep an eye on from the last Baron fight was Kenny Chan actually missed his ult. And so I think this one going forward, if he's able to connect that onto anyone, really, despite, doesn't really matter who it is, if he just connects it onto anyone, can be a big difference maker.
20 seconds away now. Frank, they're on the map first. So they should feel pretty confident about maintaining this control. But Gemini, he's been standing here. Tree cosplay. Just defending the area. And can this be started up by Frank? I think it could.
Yeah.
Rage Blade is now completed for sure, but he's late on the map, and Solo Kill is already topside. So if they want to start this up, they very well can. And they start it up immediately. Jimina's recalling from bot, so he's going to be very late here. Is going to be forced into TPing, and this is going down rather quickly.
Half HP now. Gemini is in the area and can find an angle over the wall, perhaps. Out comes this Nature's Grasp. The Baron is very, very low. Down to 2.5 HP, and it's going to be picked up by Kenny Chan. Now the team fight, Solo Kill going to have to dash away. I think Frank can leave if they choose to do so. First though, they're going to take out Gemini. It's going to be picked up there by Eminem. Reset's going to come through. It is the Baron, a clean Baron this time for the side of Frank, as they now look to try and take some objectives on the map.
I think they very well could just secure the Hextech Soul off of that, and that would be such a nightmare for CFO to deal with. Big gold already picked up. They are very far ahead. Eminem, he's got the BT, and I think with all that gold injection that they just got, now it seems pretty hard for CFO to win a team fight, especially given that they are just about to lose all their control over the map, and probably the soul along with it.
Absolutely. Now, Guinsu's was finished by Shun, so he is going to do a lot of more damage in this next fight. Is it going to be enough, though? I mean, we'll have to obviously find out. Oblivion Orb for Pretender. Don't love it. I understand.
I think it's not too bad.
Oh, I guess
Yone healing is pretty crazy.
I just feel like
I mean, this is the only fight that matters now.
Yeah,
and
true. And it is just the most
there's nothing
power.
else to buy, yeah. All right, let's see it, though. If
Solo
CFO
Kill.
want a chance in this game, they're going to have to win this fight
Solo kill is exactly where you'd want to be as a Renekton. He's coming down now, should pop the Dominus very shortly, and Chelsea is able to buffer that Q to avoid getting taken back by the Keeper's verdict, but it's Kenny Chan in the middle of the team. It's also Solo Kill who goes golden, and the the Dragon is picked up. Solo Kill getting knocked forward, able to pick up rest. He's very low, but he's not low enough. He's going to claim himself yet another victim, and Shun limping away on 1 HP. It's a clean 3 for 0.
I think they can end.
They could possibly end. Solo Kill does have teleport available. He's backing. Going to get his health nice and topped up. Baron still available, of course, as well as this Hex Tech Soul. Through comes this teleport. Pretender does have teleport as well if he wants to buff up one of those minions and make them indestructible while his team takes out the Nexus. Chelsea lands a hook, but it's onto a clone. He gets taken out. Shun going to have to use his cleanse. He is going to be removed, taken back to the fountain as the game will be going over to Frank. And again, it's rubber banding, clean games from Frank and long ones for CFO, but we are going to have Silver Scrapes and we're going to have game number 5.
Back-to-back game number 5s here in the PCS, and I don't know, who do you favor going into game
Frank.
5? You think it's Frank?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I don't know, I mean, I'm willing to flip a coin.
We're getting out the Udyr this time.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it depends on what gets picked up, obviously, in that Game 5 draft. But let's bring it back to this game for a moment. It feels like so much of this game did stem from what happened top lane very early, right? It was the first blood picked up there by Kenny Chan, and so much gold, right, for solo kill. He gets 2 plates and then able to base, gets a solo kill off that, extends it even further. And I think from there, you're pretty much guaranteed not to win a fight until very late in the game. And I don't really think that CFO even had like a super heavy outscaling comp, right? It was just maybe when we get our items, we might be able to deal with Renekton. And I think one big question mark for me in that game was the Yone, because I think, well, there was that pop-off fight, right? It did find some value, but there was so many resources invested into it in terms of Gemini spent the entire early game just making sure that he could play. And it still never felt, at least not until the game was pretty much decided, that it was a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also think, like, I always have to question it, because I know the Evan Shroud, and a lot of people go it, but I feel like it feels better than it actually is a lot of the time. Because I think in this game, you really needed the Yone to be doing damage. And I think going the Evan Shroud means you survive a lot longer, but you're going to be doing a lot less damage in that time. And it feels like maybe he could have gone a different Mythic. I mean, I don't know exactly off the top of my head what he really could have gone, but it does feel to me like oftentimes you've got the Evan Shroud because it makes you a little bit tankier. But then the trade-off almost feels too significant, really, because by the time he got that, obviously, he was very far behind. And solo kill, he never really felt threatened this entire game, and I think you needed someone to be able to threaten them. And obviously, Kai'Sa got to Guinsoo's, but it was very late. And so maybe having someone at the 2-item spike that could have done some damage to the Renekton might have just been more important than making yourself slightly tankier.
I think I can agree, and also I feel like it's kind of risky, I guess, to give up so much in the early game when you're against a Renekton, right? Because it feels like, okay, you've got 2 ways you can go about it. You can say, we can't beat Renekton in the early game, so we're going to play for some ultra scaling. You know, you think of stuff like the Azir, or we're going to try and match, and you might see things like the Nico or the Annie, but it feels like the Yone is kind of like somewhere in between, right? It's not the super late game carry. Maybe if you get towards 5 and 6 items, right? But not in a realistic time frame, and it's also not strong enough to contest the early drag. So I expect that won't be looked at again. But game number 5, you would expect CFO do go over to the blue side. And again, blue side has won every single game so far. But how much of that is because of the side? We're not too sure, honestly.
Yeah, it's also important to note that Frank have won every time that solo kill's not on a tank. And while, I mean, we joke about it, but I actually think that is something. I mean, you've seen it both of the games now. It's going to be solo kill who picks up this MVP as well. And so that's 2 games in a row that they've won, that it was pretty much off the back of solo kill. Now, obviously, the first game they won wasn't off the back of solo kill, but there was a time in that game where it felt like, well, this could go poorly. But within that same team fight, solo kill just cleans up 4, almost 5 of them, and it really did turn the game around. And you can't do that if you're on. You can't do that if you're Cassante. That really is a very specific thing to those carry top laners, the likes of Renekton, even Jax perhaps, Gwen certainly. It's like those sort of champions are the champs that can do it. And solo kill, has the ability to do so. I mean, you saw it in that game. He gets the Renekton, solo kills his laner. Yes, he had a lot of gold early, but even at that stage, especially against a Cassandra, you're not really expecting to solo kill. Under tower, nonetheless.
Yeah, that was the thing as well, right? It was that Rest invested so much. I think he flash ulted, and it still wasn't enough. Solo kill didn't even have to invest the flash. That's how one-sided it was. And I think, again, as you said, solo kill should be the obvious MVP. Maybe shout out for Kenny Chan for getting the ball rolling, though.
Yeah, for
but
sure.
solo kill obviously capitalized on it quite well.
Definitely agree. And I think, going into the next one, I mean, we're going to take a look. I believe this is going to be the solo kill. Or is this? No, this is
I think
the
this
gank.
is the first gank.
This was
I
good.
wonder if Rest should have just based and TP'd. I mean, he wants to stay, right? But I think Dragon is coming out on the bot side, so ultimately you do just need to try survive. And
he
I think
actually played aggressive. He probably just should have not done
Maybe if
that.
he just kept all his CDs and was high HP. But yeah, I mean, it feels... what is this with the double ward?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I think I've done that before. Like when you're like, oh, I need to be careful if there's a jungler here. So you just go to ward it instinctively, but you already had a ward there anyway. I've done that before. And the last fight.
Yeah, this felt like the only fight that solo kill was somewhat threatened. And even then, I don't think he dropped below half HP. He had the stopwatch, I believe.
Yeah.
So
And I think he felt threatened because he decided to go all in with that stopwatch
yeah, pretty much.
as well.
Yeah, I mean, you see this here, that he's pretty much just making sure that Shun can't deal damage to anyone else. And this is 4 people CCing him right now, and 820 from the Q heal there. Gets hooked, Sterix pops, goes into the stopwatch, and I think he even ticked level 18 in this fight. Look at this. Yeah, plus
just
560.
seals the deal.
Dude, what is the healing?
It's
just Conk, Gore Drinker, Q?
Yeah. That's why you get Thornmail first item against Renekton, by the way. How much came from auto attacks? Do you want to take a guess? It would have been
Guessing it
0.
was not a whole lot.
And
So,
damage,
yeah, I mean...
it was just a croc.
Croc on the top. Top of the charts.
Absolutely. I mean, there's not a whole lot, I think, to say. I want to, I guess, stress the point that when Frank win, it's a whole lot cleaner than when CFO win. And so I think that is a big thing when you go looking forward to this Game 5, is that even if CFO get a lead early, it's not a done deal. Whereas it feels like if Frank are ahead, there isn't all that many options to come back. I mean, they found pretty much the most miraculous Yone team fight to almost bring themselves back into this game. But even that could have just been different if Solo Kill hadn't gone on the long journey chasing Shun. And there is his Solo Kill. Solo Kill, very well named.
Yeah, he is. I think Renekton will be banned Game 5. That's my prediction. All taken away.
All taken. They are blue side.
Yeah.
And so, maybe it's something where you can like leave open the Xayah as red side, but also leave open the Renekton. And then like, well, you can choose your pick. But, I mean, that's a story for next game. We're going to go to a break. It's going to have Silver Scrapes. And when we're back, it's going to be game number 5 between Frank and CFO.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿妈，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的3杯鸡？现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗3杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道。
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼。
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味海酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
game number 5 for the second time of the summer playoffs, and the second time in a row, in fact, and now is between CFO and Frank. And going into this one, it's Frank with all the momentum. And I think CFO, they get blue side, which has been the victor of every single game, so maybe you favor them from that, but I think it's not so clear-cut.
I agree. It's not so clear-cut. I don't know who to favor in this game. I think I'll look at the draft and then decide, but it feels like that is the factor for me, right, is who comes out ahead in draft. And if drafts are even, I would say it's probably Frank that comes out on top, right? I think that the games that you hit on it before, the games that Frank have won have looked cleaner overall. And if CFO get a lead in the early game, it's not a for sure victory. But at the same time, I mean, they do have the blue side, which is what's been winning. So we'll see.
We will, in fact, see, of course, and I guess the power picks to really consider at this stage, it feels like the Xayah, a big one, the Renekton, a big one. Of course, there are other things like the Azir, but that has been banned pretty consistently since game number 1. That man on your screen, he's looking to get it done. He's looking to get his AD carry fed. He's looking to roam, set up for those objectives.
It's looking like he needs to sleep.
No. He's just imagining what's about to happen to CFO is what he's doing. I think, importantly, we are into draft, of course. Eyes on what solo kill picks up, because, again, he's lost both times he was on a tank. He's won both times he's on Renekton. And I think it's not so specific to Renekton. Of course, Renekton is a big power pick in the early stages of the game. But it's more down to the fact that he has the ability to carry a game if he is on something that actually does some damage. And so, of course, the bans remaining the same here for CFO. Will the Xayah be the last ban for Frank? I think that is the most important thing to look, and it is going to be that. So Nico remains open. Jimmy can take that away. Ari remains up this time. It was banned last game. Swapped out, of course, for that Xayah ban in this one. Tristana, a pick that has been played a lot previously, but not in this series. And Kaiser, the current hover, Shun having one very good game. He played well last game, but ultimately was not able to take down solo kill. It was just outrageously fed.
He was. And I wonder, that could, we haven't seen the combo, but we could see a Renekton Sejuani maybe from Frank.
Ooh. Yeah.
They did want to. I think taking the Nico is probably the right thing to do.
Do you just Nico Renekton?
I would be down.
I think I would be too. It doesn't feel like Rest has an answer really to it. He's just been picking the Cassante both games. Although now maybe that it is game number 5 and their playoff contention, Worlds contention is on the line. He might bring out something, a little something special. It is akin to what Rest does. See, I do like it, but do I like it for Frank specifically?
Yeah, it does feel weird for Frank.
Okay, I like that more, honestly. For Frank, I do, yes,
I
absolutely.
don't know, because I feel like now we just see a run back of the Ari, right?
No. We see a run back of the Ari, but this time Frank shut him down.
I think if you just go Ari Renekton here, you already have 3 champs that are unkillable for pretty much for Nocturne. So, I mean, let's see what they choose to pick up. Maybe they don't want to pick the Renekton. But if you're Frank and you go Renekton into bans, can you? Probably not. I think picking up an ADC. Ooh.
Okay, Renekton.
I like taking that away. I think it's a good choice by CFO. I still think they should just pair the Ari with it. I think if you have Ari, Kaiser, Renekton, it feels like Nocturne's job in this game is, it's tough, to say the least. And what do you pick up now? I mean, do you just go with the Zeri or the Aphelios again? I mean, Eminem's looking real good on the Aphelios, so I wouldn't be surprised to just see him run it back. Or do you take, something like the Jax into Renekton right now and be like, okay, solo kill is our carry, and we're just going to make sure that he has what he needs?
Certainly could be the angle. Zeri the hover. Is it going to be locked in, though? Time ticking. It will be. So the first time we're going to see the Zeri out of Eminem in the series. We did see Shun play one game of it. But this time, I mean, I think Zeri probably has a better time up against the Renekton, up against the Ari.
Yeah.
Which means that if Eminem is able to stay even or get ahead, it probably looks a whole lot better for him in these team fights, which is where he did struggle in the last game. Sejuani ban now.
Do you think that's followed up by a Vi?
Yeah, I think so. I think against Gemini, there's no reason not to, right?
Especially with the Ari as well.
Yeah, I think Vi would be the natural pairing with that Sejuani ban. Now, you could argue the Maokai, but honestly, I don't think you really have to worry too much about the Maokai, because when you have the Nocturne, you can actually just spell shield out the Nature's Grasp, and then people, if they are stood behind you, will, I mean, it have no effect, really. Discussions, though. Discussions. Jax was banned, so cannot answer the Jax into the Renekton. And I don't think Solo Kill really minds, because that guy, he plays everything.
Yeah.
Could even be an angle for like a Gangplank.
I was thinking that, yeah, it could be the Gangplank angle. I think it does pair well with the Nocturne, and that could even be the difference maker of having the damage maybe to kill a Kai'Sa or not. Because I think if you go in and you can't get the kill, you are pretty much left just floundering around. It is the Rel banned away instead, and Gemini, he hasn't played Vi in a long time. But I think it's a damn good Vi game, and I kind of hope he does just pick it up.
Yep, I'm inclined to agree with you. But he has been preferring the Maokai.
Yeah.
And that does remain open. And
it's not
Vi
bad.
does similar to the Vi, where it can just point and click onto the Zeri and lock it down. It just doesn't have the damage really to follow up from it. Now Gwen is the ban up against Solo Kill. Don't want to have that Gwen up into the Renekton. And while it hasn't had the greatest results, I think it has done completely fine into the Renekton and oftentimes just remains equal. Now, Rumble the Hover. Are we going to see Game 5, our first Rumble here? I mean, I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah,
it is going to be locked in. Solo Kill.
Not on a tank.
Not on a tank.
I'll see what he can get done on the Rumble. I think it's not the easiest game to be a Rumble. And, oh my, would it finally be time? Game 5.
Playoffs and Worlds on the line here for both sides. And we're getting to see... Well, we'll wait, but it could be...
I hope he does it.
I do too. I think it's going to be locked in at this stage.
He's good. Oh my
God. And it will.
Let's do it.
Alistair as well for Shall See. Makes sense.
Yeah, that's a strong comp. I wonder what Frank go for as the last pick. You know, will it just be something like the Nautilus? Because I think having more lockdown does make Rumble's job a lot easier, especially against two fairly mobile carries. But maybe you just played Appeal, right? Because I don't think CFO are going to do anything except go forward. When you look at a comp with Ahri, Vi, Kai'Sa on it, what else are you going to do?
Yeah, Kaiwing, it's all up to you here, pal. What are you going to pick? You've got Red 5 in your final game up against CFO. Are we going to see something interesting? 1 second. Okay, the Rakan. Now, does...
Oh, Galio.
Okay,
Galio with Nocturne.
Yes, and I was going to say one really good thing about Galio that has often been underappreciated, especially in the bot lane, is that Galio does really well into engaged supports simply because if they engage onto your AD carry, you can walk in between the AD carry and support on the other team, hold your taunt, and your AD carry remains very, very safe and is able to offload a lot of damage. And so while, yes, Galio isn't as strong as a support anymore, it does do very well into engaged supports. As well as you pointed out, pairs well with the Nocturne, offers lockdown for the Rumble, as well as, of course, the Nico that's there. Game 5, we get to see Kaiwing on Galio. We get to see Gemini finally going back to Vi. And I mean, Solo Kill Rumble as well. I am so excited.
This game really has everything you could possibly want. Two teams that I think are just going to launch themselves at each other. And I'm expecting... Okay, rather than asking prediction for the game, how many kills total?
Ooh. I'm going 40. I think I'm going in total. Yeah. This is a long boy. This is going to be one of those games where every team fight is like one or two people limping away.
Yeah.
And it's just eventually it comes down to one fight that's decisive later on in the game. That is my prediction. How many kills do you think?
Oh, I was thinking a little bit lower. I was going to go with like 30, but 40.
Weak.
Okay,
Weak.
You're a believer.
I'm a believer. We're about to see some shenanigans here. First time we're seeing Solo Kill on the Rumble here in playoffs. Definitely exciting to see. First time we're seeing Galio at all in the PCS.
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't seen it either split, right? It's never been played mid, for sure.
Yeah, no, this is the first time. And if there's ever a time to do it, it's in game number 5 with it all on the line.
Interesting, right? Because I think, you know, Galio Nocturne is a old mid jungle combo.
It is.
And I believe there were times when Galio mid was meta that Galio support was a flex, right? And so I'm sure it got played then as well. But I have not seen it in at least a couple years. Now it is Conqueror Rumble rather than the Comet, which is It's interesting, right? Because I think that even with, you know, Comet probably not great against Renekton, but I think it does still give you a stronger lane, but maybe he just wants to play for those extended fights and for those 5v5s.
I think the reason he's gone it is to have more tenacity. I think because otherwise you don't get access. You can have unflinching, which he does have here, but getting access to the tenacity from that precision rune tree might just be what he's going for. Because obviously, if you get hit by a charm, you do just probably go down very, very quickly. I mean, the same thing you can say for a Renekton stun. So I think that is probably his thought process. As well as it does feel like you are going to be able to get those Conqueror stacks up pretty well. Obviously, once you overheat, very, very fast attack speed. You're a melee champ, stacks up very easily. And it wouldn't be the PCS without a cheeky little pause thrown in there.
Of course, in game number 5 of all games. I think as well, you know, what about maybe the double tenacity just allows him to not go Mercs and still go Sorks?
Ooh,
it might be a reach, but, you know, Rumble is so good with flat magic pen.
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the best champs in the game, perhaps, with that flat magic pen. Of course, because the Electro Harpoon does also...
Yeah, it shreds.
Shred magic. Yeah, it is. So you just end up doing pretty much true damage. And Rest has a game issue, we've just heard. Maybe it's that he sees a Galio in the game and he's like, ooh, something's gone wrong here.
Yeah, I don't know.
I want to see how Kaiwing plays the bottom lane too. I hope we get some sort of camera pannage around there, because it does feel like if Chelsea goes on that AD carry and you are able to just stand in between, you feel pretty safe. He has gone for the Ignite, where Chelsea opting for Exhaust in this one. Solokill notes that this will not be a blue side start from Gemini. Starting the red, of course, getting a leash. Meanwhile, Kinchan on the top side, starting Raptors leashless.
See how this top lane goes. Feels like it's probably not going to go too much in either way. I mean, both champs are very strong lane bullies and probably will just cancel each other out, all things considered.
Yeah, I think if there's ever a champion that can contest with the Renekton level 6 at an objective, probably is the Rumble.
Yeah, especially with, you know, Nico for lockdown too.
Yeah.
Because I think that, you know, aiming the Rumble ult, not the easiest thing in the world, but if Pretender can get a big ulti, followed up with the Rumble ult, that's a surefire way to win a team fight. Oh, could this be 3-camp top?
It is looking like it. There is no ward here for Rest. Kenny Chan is pathing this direction, but the wave is pushing in towards Rest, and if he plays safe enough, should feel okay. Kenny Chan, though, is looking for an invade. Does have top priority. Gemini, though, pretty interesting, really, his jungle pathing, but does secure himself pretty much everything, and Kenny Chan's not going to be able to find anything off this invade, so Gemini not going a very traditional jungle path, but a path that ended up working out very well in his favor.
It did. It's going to be pretty inefficient as he clears up the rest of them, but I think pretty happy there that you didn't get invaded by the Nocturne.
Oh.
Maybe it's not over. Kenny Chan is crossing mid. He might go for these Raptors with the mid prior.
Yeah, but once again, Gemini already having done them. Wow. Kenny Chan, he's sick of being in his jungle.
Yeah, he's going to Krugs next. He has this mid and bot and top priors, so he's just able to run around the map, and Gemini, unfortunately, can't do a whole lot about it.
Okay, are we going to see our first fight of the game?
I think we might.
We might see...
Those Krugs are important.
They are. Smite available here for Kenny Chan, so it should just be his big Krug is going to smite that one away. Gemini, importantly, though, gets more gold due to concussing blows, picking up those small Krugs. But certainly Kenny Chan being a big nuisance. And will have an XP lead, quite a significant one. Oh.
He's got the scuttle. Can he go back to top?
Oh my god, he is.
Wow. Yeah, I like the jungle path from Kenny Chan. He's really abusing this prior to his limits. They will maybe find him.
Vault breaker. Gemini,
he's going to his bot side. Yeah, okay, wow.
This is smart.
Both junglers are honestly, I think, playing this quite well.
Yeah, it's going to be blue buff here. So Kenny Chan does miss at least one camp, probably more. Gemini should realize that this top crab's being done by Kenny Chan. Kenny Chan, he's not done. He's gone now into the top side jungle. Just going to use out that scrying orb.
Yeah, is able to get back.
What is going on?
Quite a lot of time. Yeah, I mean, it's a wild game already. There hasn't even been any kills.
Topside camps respawning here. Does Kenny Chan take his Raptors and go take Grom? Because he will have a good idea of when that is spawning. He should know that it's coming up.
Now resets do come out. Oh, managing to cancel Shun's base there as well. That's pretty bad because now Shun is going to have to either miss a wave or stay on the map for a very long time. So nice pickup there by Eminem. It's going to cost him. So he decides to stay, which is problematic, I think, especially around the Dragon once Kenny Chan gets back on that side of the map.
Alistair comboing through, but certainly losing out on that trade as Eminem firing on at the back of that Alistair. Oh, top lane. Solo kill and rest. Oh my god!
Both flashes used. E in 3 seconds. Oh, he's not going to be able to go for it.
Wow, that was close.
It was. Solo kill, he limps away. And Rest, he's the one who comes out healthier, so this wave should be lost, but Solo kill can just TP back. Dragon has started up. I think it makes a lot of sense. Shun was still not off a base, so this should just go to Frank.
Yeah. So, nice work there, of course. Up and top side, Solo kill will lose out on a few minions, and he's opted for the Boots of Lucidity.
Look at Rest, he's got a Hex Trinket.
Oh.
I kind of like it. There's a lot of magic damage coming out, especially early game as well. Let's have a look though. So Solico, he ticks 6 first, is getting pretty aggressive. Conqueror stacks are of course building, but Rest, he gets 6 off that last creep dying, fully commits in.
Oh, wow.
Let's see, could he have killed him? I don't think so. No, I think it was just as close as it could possibly get.
I guess if his flash was slightly closer, he could have got an auto attack, which... But I mean, it was just a predictive flash.
Yeah.
I think if you hold it, maybe you just don't have the time to do it anyway.
Oh, Shalcy's in top river, way ahead of Herald. So I think he is looking for some play onto topside, but it's pretty heavily warded, and Kaiwing is here to match.
What is going on?
I don't know, but Shalcy being here so early means there's virtually no chance he will be level 6 for Herald, which is pretty important. Shalcy spotted, yeah, is spotted there by Pretender, and that's a big waste of time in the end.
Yep. Kaiwing all the while, now coming into this mid wave, helping Pretender push that one out. There's Jimmy in with push for now, but honestly, it doesn't really matter for the next 40 seconds. And who do I even favor for this Herald fight? There's no flash on either top laner, and they both have ult. I think, I guess it depends how it's played, obviously.
Yeah. Ults are up and available, so we'll see.
I think the fact that Renekton has Hex Drinker, though, weakens himself.
Really?
A little bit
I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it is really good in a 3v3, right, against the Rumble and the Nico, excuse me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's hard to say. I think this fight could even be just whoever gets the drop first, right? Because there's just so much burst and so much chain CC that comes out from both sides that whoever gets started with it, whether it's the Vial or the Nico ult that comes through, it might just be the first person hit ends up dying.
Kenny Chan will be starting up this Herald. Drags it out of the pit, and Solo Kill, Rest, both pretty similar in terms of health. It does look like this Herald might just be given. Kaiwing is...
Oh, they're pinging on it.
Closer. Solo Kill does overheat as well, which is very important. Paranoia comes through, and it's going to be the Rift Shield picked up there by Kenny Chan. Can he get out, though? Oh, Gemini will not connect there with the Vault Breaker. Does get the flash, however, out of Kenny Chan, which is, of course, a very important cooldown, but no kills yet. And objectives all going the way of Frank.
Hey, we'll just go back towards bot side. Now, Eminem did manage to get himself a little bit of gold as Shun rotated up. And Eminem has been, ever since he stopped that first base from Shun, been slightly ahead there in the bot lane. And that's always a nice start for yourself, especially as this area where you do just want to get towards those 2 items as quick as you can.
Absolutely. Now, we saw Shun on this area go second item Bloodthirster,
We did, yeah.
Do you ever think there's a world, and I think if there ever was, it's this one.
Really?
Where Eminem, no. Hear me out. Eminem goes second item Shield Bow.
Oh.
Because I think Shield Bow is just a better item than Bloodthirster a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think the Shield Bow has potential. I wonder if it actually makes a difference, though. You know, I feel like if you're getting CC'd by, say, Vial, you might just be dead unless you have a stopwatch. I think it might be better just to go towards your Navori and then just build a stopwatch, or even just buy a stopwatch at some point and just sit on it, because I think that if you survive one Vi engage, that's almost a guaranteed teamfight win, that one. And if you can do it at the right time at a teamfight that's important enough, that could swing this game, for sure. Okay,
Okay,
to clear the
Solid
wave.
realizes that he is the weak side, commits that equalizer, although, is he going to get greedy for that cannon? He doesn't. He just picks up the XP. Wise decision, because I think walking up any closer probably just means he's going to go down. And Rift Shield being used bot, it should be Eminem who picks up gold for this, alongside, of course, Kenny Chan. Oh, is it going to even crash?
I think it should, although maybe not.
Oh no!
Oh, they
it
got
doesn't.
it.
They managed to get it.
Wow.
Kenny Chan using it too far backwards means it was denied. That is massive.
Yeah.
That's a lot of missing gold that could have perhaps been picked up by Frank. Now, they are still, of course, in the lead, but extending it is really what they want to be able to do. We're not able to on this occasion. Solo kill, though, on the top side, picking himself up a plate.
It's nice enough for him. And can there be any trade back on the bot side here, as a lot of tempo was invested by Kenny Chan? It could be CFO that start up the Dragon, and it looks like that's what they're going to play for.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised to see Frank try and fight this, though. Solo Kill has TP soon as well, if he does want to come down.
Yeah, and Dragon now at half. Kenny Chan back within Paranoia range very, very shortly, but this Dragon should be going over. Real question is there going to be a fight afterwards? At least Chelsea has gone forward. Paranoia comes through. Teleport also. Pop Blossom lands onto 3. It's going to be first blood. It goes over to Kenny Chan on the Nocturne as Rest has popped his dominance. He's trying to get away. Equalizer comes down, lands onto the carries. Rest finds himself one, and a lot of healing back there as Eminem trying to find something. Pretender flash forward will land the root as Jimmy and lands the charm there. Does seemingly stop the play. Shun does have flash, does not have killer instinct, but the flash forward, Chelsea finding a lot of CC. Solo Kill flashes away. He might just be taken out, and the charm confirms it. 2 kills there for CFO, as well as the Dragon for the first blood to Frank.
Things are really heating up here. Still even goal, but now our first 3 kills all come out. And pretty crazy fight. I mean, it felt so close. Both top laners TPing in is so early. We'll see it here.
Rest only just in time before Paranoia, by the way.
Yeah, for sure. And now, it looked like it was pretty good here, but the Pop Blossom coming out finds 3. It was nice by Shun to be able to avoid that and just kite it out. Solo Kill, he comes in. I think the Rumble ult, it looks pretty good, but I think, again, there's too much mobility. They don't stay on it for very long. And I think if this Rumble ult maybe was saved until there was more CC, it's difficult though, right? Like, it did look like a pretty good Rumble ult, but ultimately didn't find a lot of value, and then just kind of ran out of steam here. Did Solo Kill and the rest of Frank as they're forced to walk away. And flash, double flash re-engage from the side of CFO. Finally get him.
They are able to take it down, and importantly, it's gold over to Shun on the Kaiser. Chelsea very happy with his re-engage, as everyone else on CFO should be.
How crazy is this game? This is going to be... I can just tell it's going to be insane.
He has his flash. Kyming's in the area.
Oh, they find him.
Chelsea on the flank finds Kenny Chan. He does have flash. Is he going to be able to use it? He is able to get away there, and it was a lot used. Vi ult, Ari ult, all used there. Not able to find the kill, though. Quite surprising, at least I think. Thought that was maybe going to be Kenny Chan going down. Chelsea finding a really nice flank.
Did look like a done deal, but he manages to get out. Shun will pick up a fair amount of gold off the back of this. He denies the wave, grabbed himself another plate, which all feels good, especially because he didn't start the lane in the spot he wanted to. But he's able to trade it back now.
Look at Solo Kill's item, by the way. He's going first item.
First item's on yet.
Interesting.
It's probably good, honestly. Makes you pretty much immune to the Vi engage. Now, are you going to be the target of it? Probably not, but I think if you are, it's still a problem, right? You still are going to die. But maybe with the Zhonya's, it makes a difference.
We'll see. Honestly, big CS lead in the jungle. Kenny Chan doing pretty well, but it is, I think, ultimately at this stage, Shun, who's the real threat on the Rift. Feels like he has all the cards here to be able to get CFO across the line. Of course, gold does remain even. A lot of that being the farm lead acquired, really, by Kenny Chan. A few plates as well.
Could look around mid here, but with no flash for Gemini, it's going to be pretty hard to cover the distance needed as you get onto Eminem. Can just come through mid, though, and use this priority, start dropping some vision in the top side. The Herald is available, so if you want to start it up, now would be the time. They drop a pink. Shun will walk the safe way, so not going to risk getting engaged on over the wall. From that paranoia, he has sums, though, and I think we're brewing for another fight here.
Oh, boy.
Pretender's running up. He does not have flash, so Frank have definitely, or doesn't have TP or flash. They have 100% committed to fighting this. TP comes out from Jimmy and solo kill flanked from the top side.
Jimmy picked up Everfrost. It's a big item to have picked up. Solo kill coming around to join his team. It does have access to the equalizer, of course. Now, Herald will be picked up by CFO. Kaiwing getting charmed up. Going to have to go golden here as Dominus is procced. Are they going to commit to anything, though? It is Rest getting chunked out ever so slightly. Gemini going forward. CFO, Jimmy not going to be able to land that charm. And with that, should be the play fizzling out and just the Herald given over. But the Pool Blossom is coming out and Jimmy going to have to flash and commit the ult as Chelsea running for his life. He's taunted. Kaiwing landing that one. It's a kill to Frank as the play looked to be over. A heroic snare and then follow up by Pretender. Manages to net themselves a kill.
A really nice play there, and that also means that Frank should pick up the second dragon after that, and it will be looking towards that Hextech Soul. Probably the most powerful of them all for game number 5. And they've got pings on towards it. Remember, there's no Alistair or Ahri ult. But ults are missing from the side of Frank too, so maybe CFO can contest. Frank didn't start this up instantly, and that might have given CFO the time to get back on the map, and we might just see another fight.
We might just see another fight as teleport's coming in. Solo kill does have his as well. Pretender dodges out of that Everfrost. In comes solo kill. Pretender, though, gonna have to go away. It is the dragon picked up by Kenny Chan. There is no ult for this rumble. It's very close to being up as Eminem. He's not going to be the target. He's going to be able to wail here onto Gemini, who is going to go down. And solo kill goes golden. In comes the hero's entrance. And now Frank are trying to get away. Chelsea is flashed away from by solo kill. And Frank, they get the dragon and they get out.
Frank, they get away with it there. They managed to get the heist. They got the drag, even with the tempo being slightly delayed. And I think winning that fight was so important because now you'll be able to threaten the dragon a bit later on, but also, you know, Gemini, that was a big window for him to really start getting himself ahead. The engage, it doesn't look the best, and we'll roll all the way back to that initial fight. And everything, it looked over here. Nice stoppage coming out of Kaiwing, I think, saves him from death. And so we all walk away. Things are looking good. Jimmy, he gets a bit aggressive. He tries to go for a blind charm over the wall. Doesn't find anything, but aggressive pathing. Greedy. Very greedy. Cost him a lot. You know, as he's forced to flash ult away. Chelsea, you know, comes in here. I think also had to ult. And just, yeah, was taken down by this taunt. That's rough.
And that equalizer just missed as well.
Yeah. So let's see. So Chelsea's engage, I think, got cancelled by something. I didn't quite see it in the moment. Oh my god, how unlucky is that? And Gemini, he gets the ult, but it's onto Galio, not onto Zeri. Now, does it change the fight? Hard to say. I don't know if the engage would have been there, but it feels like going far too in, and I think Frank, they have such a good comp for fighting in a choke like this. And nice flash from Solo Kill there at the end, but man, how often do you see a Galio E cancel Alistair engage?
Never, in fact.
Never. I don't think I've seen it either. Not that way, anyway. Maybe the other way around.
Wow. We've got a game on our hands.
We do. Now,
gold, relatively even. Jimmy about to pick up a tower for himself, though, and it will be the first tower of the game. So, big amount of gold now onto this Ahri.
That's a lot. Shun's accelerating pretty nicely before to his second item as well. There is, of course, Zhonya's on solo kill, a stopwatch for Pretender. So the Vial already feels like it can only really go on the Zeri. And I think that's been the plan the whole time. So it's not really too bad that that's the case, but obviously just having less options is never good.
What if Eminem goes for Zhonya's?
I wouldn't hate it, but I don't think he can get it before like 4 items.
No, yeah, of course. You do need... Ooh, do you even need that much armor shred this game? It doesn't feel like it. So many Merc treads. 4, in fact. And Renekton as well, opting into MR. Of course, Zeri does do magic damage within her kit. You don't really want to be itemizing magic damage, of course, in this game when you are so much of your AD damage, but having the Zhonya's against Vi feels so good, and ult comes through, it's on to Kaiwing yet again, and the paranoia to answer immediately, but it's going to be Eminem getting targeted by Jimmy, and he is remaining safe though, and the first kill goes down. It's Kenny-chan who picks that one up. Rest comes in, he flashes, he stuns up Eminem, but he doesn't go down, and Pretender's in the middle of the mix. It's going to be Eminem though, he's wailing on the back. That's one kill. Shun and Jimmy in a very, very low. But again, Engage goes wide. It goes on to Kaiwing, who doesn't even get taken down. It's a 2-for-1 in favor, again, of Frank.
I think Vi out there, as you said, on to Kaiwing, very questionable. Just feels like that allows the carries from Frank to get aggressive. And Kaiwing, I don't even think he dropped below maybe 90% health, so it wasn't in any trouble at all. And we talked up Gemini. I think for most of the split, and most of the last split too, was probably the best Vi player in the PCS. But the Engages this game have been... They haven't been hitting, as we'll see here. I mean, just, I'm not sure what he's thinking. Anyway, it doesn't quite find it, and that allows Eminem in particular to get very, very aggressive here, especially with all the other CC coming in. You keep your eyes on Pretender, who finds the flash forward. It gets both carries on the equalizer. Very, very important. Even manages to stopwatch the charm at the end. So Pretender, I don't think you could have asked for anything more from him that fight. He did his job, and then some.
Absolutely. Now, importantly, it is going to be both of those cooldowns down for Eminem coming into this next fight. The next fight likely to be over this dragon, because we are loving the action here. Of course, Shun has access to both of his summoner spells. It is the Navori now picked up, though, onto Eminem. A bit more damage. Really the only thing down. I mean, Pretender's flash, very important as well, of course, but
yeah,
I think Eminem not having sums, it might just mean that Frank want to give over the dragon. Yeah. I mean, they can also look to just try and trade it for the Baron.
They could. I think giving the dragon is completely fine. Yeah. I think playing around Eminem's sums is super important, and you are getting gold on the top side for it, so it might not even be a bad trade. I don't think dragon win condition is super realistic this game.
I tend to agree with you. Now, Pretender picks himself up. That one is headed towards what looked to be the Shadow Flame. I don't know how much I like that, considering the MR that's already available.
Yeah.
Rest has himself the upgraded Maw, as well as 4 sets of Merc Treads across the Rift.
Maybe once again, just... Ooh. He's got a Codex now.
Oh.
So I guess maybe he is going Zhonya's, just with an alternator, or is he going to go Horizon?
Horizon wouldn't make much sense, right?
No, it seems pretty random. But... who knows? We'll let him cook. He's been playing well.
Pretender is a quirky dude.
Certainly is. Now...
Baron the real objective.
Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, the gold is still dead even.
Yeah.
Dragons are dead even. So really, I think it does just come down to teamfight execution still. For a series that's been so back and forth, for a game to be still this close, 23 minutes in. And look, we haven't got up to 40 kills yet, but I certainly think there's time.
Yep, I don't think this game looks to be ending in the very near future, especially off how these team fights have been going. Now, Eminem will have access to red buff. His cleanse will be off cooldown. His flash, though.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, nice charm there. Lands onto Kaiwing. Paranoia comes through. Eminem is here. He's going to be able to pop that ult, and in comes the Nocturne. Vault Breaker, though, does get Gemini to safety. All things said and done, it's just Kaiwing getting caught out there of a nice charm from Jimmy, and Spirit Rush going to be down. And Baron might be the objective. Gemini very, very low. It might be hard to do in the face of a Rumble.
I think shouldn't start it. Not without the Ari ults.
Shun just copped about 1/3 of his health to a single Nico Q.
Yeah, it does happen. He's getting pretty close, I think, to the Rage Blade. Obviously doesn't have it just yet, but should have it in time for the next drag, which obviously is important as Rest knocks down a top tower for himself. Even more gold in his pockets.
Yeah.
Stopwatch for Eminem.
Oh, okay, that's big ahead of this next fight. Is he going to be able to get anything else, though? I mean, what can you really look for? Depends what he wants to go next item. It does feel like Lifesteal probably the better choice.
Yeah.
I honestly think Shield Bow is probably the best option, at least in my opinion. I think the lifesteal difference is about 5% between Bloodthirster and the shield bow.
5%, is it? I thought it was like
it's
10%.
barely anything.
Oh, okay.
It might be 10%, but it's honestly, it's pretty inconsequential. Especially when you can just get that survivability that comes through. It would equate to less than the shield bow shield.
Yeah, possibly. 2 minutes away, though. Third Dragon. That's going to be a big one. I wonder if Jimmy can get his Rabadons before that, because that would be a really big spike. If he can grab that. He's resetting. He might have it. He's got these 2 rods. Pickaxe comes through for Shun as well, so getting closer to the Rage Blade. Rabadons is now completed.
And it is going to be solo kill, picking up that Demonic.
There's some big spikes across the board. Pretender, he's got the variety bucket of items right now. I think he is going towards the Zhonya's, but he just built an alternator.
Yeah. It might have been for an immediate fight. I don't remember when he picked it up. But might have realized that he had enough for an alternator and there was a fight about to happen, so best to pick it up. Now, one good thing about Nocturne is you can just eat up those Kai'Sa Ws. I'm pretty sure it does remain on the lowered cooldown regardless.
Yeah.
But still,
I think so.
That charm almost connects onto Kaiwing up in the top side there. Might have seen a repeat. Oh, Pretender!
That was a little sketchy.
Yes, I was very worried that we were about to see a very dead Nico. Now, Kenny Chan's pretty much out of mana at this stage, and while he doesn't need a whole lot in the fights, you definitely do want to have some just to get spell rotations off after using that Paranoia, so he'll be able to get a bit of his mana back in his own jungle, of course, just with how the jungle items work, but maybe going to have to look for a recall. Resets coming through, of course, here for Shun now.
Yeah,
Good
does
time.
he have it? Does he have the Rage Blade? He does. Just in time.
Wow, and Radiant Virtue as well, picked up from Chelsea at the exact same timing, so big spikes now coming through from CFO ahead of what could be their third Dragon or even Baron. They are slowly but surely increasing their gold lead, and a lot of that is just the objectives. A lot of standing gold still here on the map for Frank, and Charm lands onto Kaiwing yet again. He's rooted up, but the follow-up is not there. It's a bit scary going on to this Galio. They've tried it twice. They've tried it 3 times even. It worked the last time. This Kai'Sa poke starting to be a real nuisance.
Yep. CFO, they've got good control.
They have very good control, and a lot of that afforded, of course, because this mid lane tower still remains here for the side of CFO.
Baron?
Frank, they are sending the Nico clone. They're just looking to take out this tower. They do have, of course, priority over the mid wave. They take out the tower fairly slowly, and CFO are on their flank. They're playing, Chelsea flashes, is not in range to land the combo, and just slaps the ground. Pretender, okay, is going to have to leave. Kaiwing gets charmed up. He does have that aftershock proc. Eminem's found himself in the fight, and there's so much lockdown. It is going to be the start of the fight here. Shun picking himself up one. Exhaust comes through onto Eminem, and there is no more follow-up. Low health bar for Eminem, as well as solo kill. And with 2 quick kills here found, especially onto Kenny Chan, this is going to be Baron given over to CFO in game number 5.
Wow, that's a really big pickup here. They managed to get both the Dragon and now the Baron off just a extremely crucial pick, leading into 2 kills. And now CFO, it feels like perhaps that might have done it. As we'll see here, the charm lands onto Kaiwing as he goes in, and it's just immediately blown up. Also, Pretender did not find either of the carries, and that was a flash Nico ult that came out. So misexecution from Frank, it costs him in a big way. And yeah, Kaiwing probably tries to shot call the team on the way out, but he knows it's a costly mistake.
Okay. Now, how much can they get with this Baron? There is wave clear that can come through. Of course, you've got the Equalizer. You've got Static Shiv on your Zeri. And Nico offers a little bit. Eminem getting hit by one of those Void Seekers. Feels pretty bad. What item is Eminem cooking? Looks like Phantom Dancer?
Yeah, I guess. PD Enjoyer likes to go fast. Who doesn't?
Very true. Now, this will be 1 tower at least taken. Jimmy is recalling, does have access to the teleport though, if he so chooses. And importantly, Eminem, while not finding much in that last team fight, retains both of his summoner spells. Shun does as well, and Shun is up 2 levels, as well as pretty much an item. Okay, it's going to be the Runans. Makes a lot of sense, actually. 3 melee champions coming through from the side of CFO, being able to hit all of them at once is quite nice. But honestly, it feels like Eminem might just need to be able to get to his next item before finding all that much value. Feels very, very scary to be able to dash forward, and GA might solve that, as well as LDR might need to come through to start doing any real damage into the frontliners. Spear of Sojin, by the way, for rest here.
That's pretty wild.
We brawl him.
Yeah, have not seen that in some time. 2 minutes away. How long does red buff last? It is 2 minutes, or is it 90 seconds?
My guess would be 2 minutes.
Because maybe you should just leave it and, you know, make sure you have a red for that fight.
Yeah. I think there's certainly an argument to be made there, as Chelsea looking here for solo kill. There is at least 1 wave left of Baron, 40 seconds remaining. Pretender transforms into a minion. Hasn't been pinged out yet. In fact, they're pinging out the Nocturne more than anything. But Pretender will not be able to find anything with that minion form. And now Tower does remain alive, but I think with this next wave, it should be going down. Importantly, though, there is no bases. No base towers are taken. And so Frank still certainly have a shot within the game, but a 4,000 gold Baron power play in favor of CFO means they really do feel like they are comfortably in control of this one. When all of it is on the line, of course, again, loser eliminated here from playoffs, from World's contention. The winner will go on to face Beyond tomorrow.
They will.
The decider for our last team at Worlds, and who will go up against PSG in our grand finals.
Some huge items picked up. Shun got a Rabadon's, Jimmy and Zonya's. Hex Drinker on Eminem.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he is up against that double AP, and Shun is actually 2k gold ahead. Just been picking up all the money this game, but now this dragon fight.
Yeah.
It looks like it should be CFOs. They've hit the spikes right when they need them. They have control over this jungle. And I don't see how Frank are going to get set up, but maybe it starts by going down mid and just trying to enter through there.
Might have to. 15 seconds now. And Kaiwing has to be careful. He's been caught out a couple times. Nice W there. Lands a reasonable amount of poke onto Jimian, who was waiting in this bush. Everyone in this bush. And this fight, Paranoia comes out. They're going to go in. They've found their way onto rest. In comes the heroic entrance, although it is stopped by Chelsea's Alistair. Equalizer going to cut him off from the rest of the team. He does have to pop that ult, and constantly Shun firing off those Void Seekers, trying to find the damage. That one will miss. Jimmy going forward, will find Pretender, but he's stunned up. He goes gold and dodges out of that Pop Blossom. And Eminem, he's trying to find the damage. He doesn't have ult, and it is just going to be the Hextech Soul picked up. CFO getting that one for themselves. And solo kill, hit by the Void Seeker. He's slowed up. Shun going forward. Solo kill is so low. And the flash will confirm that kill. In comes another one. Golden goes Eminem. He's going to have to flash away. And down will go Kenny Chan. It's only Kaiwing, Pretender, and Eminem. They've got it all to do here to keep their playoff chances alive. It's 3 versus 5, 30 seconds yet on the respawn timers, and no ultimates to speak of. Flash as well, noticeably missing from Eminem. Do they have the wave clear? They do have a static shiv. Zeri offers quite a bit as well. Nico, no slouch in her own right, and death timers, there is 15 seconds. Reds flashes forward. He finds Eminem, but Eminem gets away. Pretender the next target. There are still no ults, but a lot of low health bars, and CFO are gonna have to limp away. One Nexus Tower standing between CFO and going up against BYG.
Yeah, so close there, and I think the game perhaps should have even ended. It was a missed charm, or mistimed, I guess, on the Zonyas that allowed Eminem to get out there and be in the base to defend, but CFO, they're in full control, right? Up 9,000 gold. They have the Dragon Soul, 2 inhibs broken, and Baron spawning in just 7 more seconds. How are Frank going to do this? They almost have to contest this Baron before the waves become a problem. As we'll see, engage from Frank wasn't good enough. They don't manage to find any carries there. Shall see really big in that fight.
In the
Equalizer
paranoia.
did go wide. Yeah, that was actually an insane play. And Jimmy on the side also did really well. Gets out Pretender's ult and is just able to trade the Zhonya's for it. So happy, I think, here as Jimmy. So well played.
Even he missed ult too.
Yeah.
Wow, massive play by Jimmy and Shall see. Now picture in picture. Doesn't look like the Baron has been started as of yet.
Yep.
Oh, but we might have a fight here. It is going to be Kenny Chan getting stunned up, taunted. Gemini also getting low, and in comes solo kill. Equalizer available. It's a perfect choke to be able to use it. He puts it down. Eminem's going to use that ultimate. His Rest going to run for his life. Shall see with ult pop. It's Shun though. Shun goes in. Pop Blossom does not connect onto him. Gemini picks up one. Shun picks up one. It's traded back with Eminem. Solo kill looking for the kill on to this. Vi is not going to find it. Ari getting low. It is all up to Eminem. Shun golden. Eminem finds the kill, but it's not going to be enough. It's an ace. There's still Gemini, Jimmy and even, and Rest to take this game. And despite the heroic effort out of Eminem in that final fight, it's going to be Frank who are eliminated, and CFO take game number 5 and go up against Beyond tomorrow.
What an insane series and an insane game to top it all off. CFO, they've got to be so happy with how game number 5 went. And oh man, what an absolute treat of a game.
It was. It was an absolute treat of a game. I think that is the one real way to top us off.
Yeah.
It was. Wow. I mean, that game, we had Frank slightly ahead for the early stages, and then CFO remaining even, found themselves ahead, and then never relinquished it. I think heroic effort from the whole series, really from Eminem. I think it's sad to see him go in specific, but CFO, especially in that last game, I mean, it feels like you're not going to ever want to give Jimmy an Ari again, because in both of his Ari games, he played so phenomenally. This game even ended the game without a death, despite all of the fighting that was going on across the map. And you see it there for Frank. Looks of defeat, solo kill, goes down early, and never really found anything significant in this game. It's the unfortunate reality for the side of Frank. I think well played their hearts out there. And
They did. They gave us a good series.
They did. Feels bad, of course, to see them leave. We're our spring finalists as well, but going out here, they will be 4th. I mean, valiant effort, honestly, considering one of the few teams to make minimal changes to the roster, and they did well the entire split. I mean, they started off rough, they came back, and in this playoffs, they really were a contender for getting into the grand finals, getting into Worlds, and even possibly winning. I think leveling up significantly, and Kai Wing there, one of the best supports in the region, if not the best. Bring out the Galio in Game 5. Had some really good plays on it earlier on in the game.
Both supports, I feel like, all series long were absolute menaces on the Rift. Shall see. You know, I want to see... what I'd really want to see is that Alistair engage in the paranoia from his POV. Because I feel like he couldn't have seen much. And to be able to make that sort of play in the moment, I mean, it goes under the radar, right? Because it doesn't... We don't get to see... Well, we see everything, right? During the Nocturne. But I think for him, just having that level of game knowledge is... very impressive.
Yeah, certainly. And I think plays like that are the plays that mean you deserve to be contending further on in the playoffs. It was very, very well played. The whole series, really, from Shall see. I think he was a phenomenal player. Jimmian, as well, had some very, very good games for himself. I think the Azir and the 2 Ari games, obviously they're the games they won, so naturally was there better games. But, I mean, that one fight around the Hextech Soul, where he was able to bait out not only the Pop Blossom from Pretender, but also getting out Zeri's ult as well. And Zeri without ult ain't even half as strong. And it's things like that make a huge, huge difference. Finally, we get to see Gemini's Vi, a bit of rust around the sides there early game, but certainly came into its own later on.
Yeah. Wow. Still in shock, I think, a bit after that series, because wow, it was really, really good. I was impressed with that, because I think, you know, yesterday's series, 2 good teams, but just didn't deliver the hype matches that we wanted. But I mean, this series, if you didn't watch all the games, I'd recommend going back and watching them, because there were some absolute nail biters all series long.
Absolutely. I think Eminem finished that game 5-1-3 on the Zeri.
Yeah, sad way to go.
Yeah. I mean, that guy,
he tried his best.
He played so well in all 5 games. even in spots where you were just like, wow, this is completely doomed, I think he was really the shining light for that Frank roster. And at least personally for me, I think that's the saddest person to see go, because it felt like he deserved to win, specifically. And it's not like Shun didn't play well, but just Eminem, even in their defeats, looked so good.
Well, who do you think would be MVP for Game 5? Because I think maybe consistency, give it to Jimmy.
I'm giving it to Jimmy.
Yeah.
100% I'm giving it to Jimmy. Obviously, Shun played well, but it felt like he was just succeeding off the back of the rest of the plays the team was making. But Jimmy, that one fight in particular, I think, getting so many cooldowns for just your Zhonyas, that cannot be overlooked for the importance of that.
Yeah.
I think that alone deserves an MVP sort of vote. An honorable mention, I guess, to Chelsea.
Yeah, he had some crazy performances. You know, not just game number 5, right? But throughout the whole series. And so important, I think, in this meta that your engaged support is just on top of things, because that's the catalyst for so many of these fights starting. I will say that Gemini's vibe went a bit missing in that game, but he got it done in the end.
Yeah, I think he started to do more later on in the game. I think it was just those early plays where he was looking for Kaiwing that got turned around on them, and it was like, ooh, a bit shaky, but he did seemingly pick it up, and he stopped going for Kaiwing later on, and that's really all you need to do. Is he would get out, I mean, that one fight he ults onto Eminem, Eminem's forced to use his Zhonyas, and then pretty much the fight's over at that stage. Yeah, I don't know, it was very well played, and I mean, it's sad to see anyone go.
Yeah, it is.
But it was really just CFO who deserved to win.
I think so, at the end of the day. And you do wonder a bit how CFO will perform up against Beyond, because I think, you know, the earlier games for sure were not clean, right? It was taking a long time for them to close it out. But I think as the series went on, they were getting a bit cleaner, right, when it came to I guess, closing them out. I still do worry. I feel like the game as a whole is never that steady for them, right? There's definitely opportunities for those stronger teams that come back into them, and I think Beyond can look at this series and have a really good idea of what CFO is succeeding on and what they kind of need to take away from them. So I'll be interested for tomorrow. I think there's one thing for sure, which is that CFO, not the kind of team to go down, you know, without a fight, right? Like, if they're going to lose, they're going to fight for it. They'll die 10 times if they need to.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one thing that could be important to note is that CFO have just basically beaten mini BYG, because they play very, very similarly. They want to get, I mean, maybe the difference is possibly Lakai and Solo Kill, but even Lakai likes to play carries and Solo Kill likes to play carries, so it's comparable there. But in terms of the team style, very, very similar. It's just the problem you're going to have if you aren't able to close out a game at 40 minutes. It does feel like Betty is just kind of a step above the rest.
Yeah.
And he might just have the mechanics and sort of the positioning and all of the micro down so well that you're not going to be able to. And I think that is something that between tonight and tomorrow, maybe just a quick VOD review and see like, wow, this is an angle where we could have just gone. Something that's easy to recognize, and maybe that's something they can do. But I think in terms of draft, they probably can just go into tomorrow and ban the exact same 3 champions and feel pretty good about it, because maybe 1116 is a better Nico, but it seems like Jimmy is completely okay to lane into the Nico with the Ahri, and so
seems so.
It feels like, well, maybe that's the angle.
Could be. I think I like that you bring up the draft, because they are very similar, right? And really the main difference is, you know, the Betty win condition, right? Because Eminem, there's no doubt he played really well, and he was so close to carrying some of those fights. And I think someone like Betty, he's the kind of guy who will drag his team just kicking and screaming across the finish line if he needs to. He will 1v9.
Yeah.
There is no doubt about that. So I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's series. And do you want to be bold and give me a prediction right now?
I mean, I think Beyond are going to win.
Yeah, I think I agree.
But I honestly want to say it depends a lot on if Betty is showing up, because he didn't seem to have shown up that well against PSG. And maybe it's because Waka was just on his level.
Yeah, he's right behind him, really.
Yeah. And so maybe it's just that it's like he didn't have the ability to punish as well as he might do against other bot laners. But he did just look worse. He looked worse than he generally does. And so maybe if he's still looking like that, then I can actually see CFO perhaps winning, or at least taking a couple of games. But I guess as a prediction, I'd say like 3-1 Beyond.
Yeah.
But if Betty's playing like he did against PSG, I could actually see CFO just taking it.
Okay, interesting. I don't think there's any universe CFO take it. But I think going to Game 5, it's possible. I think I would also go 3-1 Beyond. Hard to say though, right? We'll just have to wait and see.
There's something to get excited about for tomorrow. And I mean, back to this game though, especially for Frank, it was a pretty good year from them, all things considered.
Yeah.
I mean, no one really expected them, I think, to come second in spring, and obviously coming into playoffs as the 8th seed, no one expected them to make it to 4th. I mean, taking a 3-0 against J Team.
Yeah,
that
that's
seemed
the big one, right?
unfathomable
Yeah.
to me. And then here, going all the whole distance, and then honestly being so close. If a couple of team fights went slightly different, maybe you see Frank picking up that game number 5, but it was not to be. And I think ultimately the team and the staff and whatnot should all be proud of the performance they put on, because this was not an easy series for CFO.
No.
And really, any of those games, even the earlier ones, could have gone either way.
They could have, yeah, but let's take a look at some of the replays from that hectic game. I think this was the one where Kaiwing passed aggressively and gets charmed, or is it a different one? No, okay, so this is when Jimian was caught out. Passed aggressively, rooted up by Pretender. They finally engage onto him, and Shalsey ends up dying for his sins. Now, I think what happened after this is Frank didn't reset in time, or maybe they just didn't start the dragon in time, but they ended up actually giving this dragon over to CFO. And remember that CFO eventually were the ones that got that Hextech Soul, and perhaps if they had just done it here... Okay, so it was spawning. They decide to recall. TP initially. I think if they just been on it immediately, not gone for the mid-wave, they probably would have gotten it, because eventually CFO, they managed to show up just in time. And I think it was double TPs invested here. Yeah, TP comes down from the Renekton. Shortly after, I believe it was solo kill home match, but it's pretty late, honestly. And by this time, Frank already being corralled into this area. It was the disengage from Kaiwing who finds it. But I think, yeah, being forced away here. I mean, it was still decent, all things considered, right? The engage from Gemini, I think, was a little fumbled. Finds Kaiwing. But I believe this ended up in a, what was it, a 2-for-1 after the very long extended fight for the side of CFO.
Oh, something
Who
like
knows?
that. Oh, no, this was...
Oh, no, different one.
Yeah, just...
There were so many fights, and they all looked the same.
They did. I think in this game, solo kill and his equalizers...
Okay, this was the one.
Yeah, Kaiwing just getting charmed.
Yeah. This felt like a massive turning point, because I believe at this point, you know, Frank were probably still a bit ahead in goal. They had given over the dragon, but they were still in a fine position. And I think as well, the flash Nico ult, I'm not sure if he intended to flash the wall and wasn't quite close enough, but either way, finding no carries. And I think as well, you know, it was a difficult game for solo kill because the engage isn't that consistent for him to follow up with the Rumble ult, and I don't think he really ever found a super 1v9 Rumble ult. And that's so important because, you know, as a wise man once told me, there are only 2 types of Rumbles. There's QWE Rumbles and there's R Rumbles. And I think solo kill maybe more of a QWE.
Oh, that was a disaster. Taking a look at the damage, it was Eminem topping the stats. And I think against AP Kaiser, the fact that you've topped the stats
that's
is
pretty crazy.
pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Especially when your team was just losing so many of those fights. You even had a fight where you didn't get to do anything because your ult whiffed onto the Zhonya's from Jimian. And so the fact Eminem is topping the stats there, pretty incredible. Shun picking up the MVP. Don't hate it.
100% KP.
Yep, I didn't even realize that. I don't hate it. I do think perhaps the looks that Jimian found, he feels a little bit robbed.
He did get caught that one time.
Yeah. He didn't die, though. That is the important
true.
thing.
Chelsea died for him.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
This was the end of the game. Oh, I'm excited to see this because Eminem, I don't know how this almost was close.
Yeah, he must have gone pretty freaky in the back line. We'll take a look. Okay, so Eminem, he uses a dash over the wall. This is where the Hextech Soul is really annoying as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so, okay, I really like what Shun did. He actually waited out mostly the paranoia until he could fully commit, knowing that if he wasn't engaged on, that he would just be able to out DPS. And it's kind of the same for Eminem. You can see him in the back line once this disengage is gone, and they're just AoEing everything. The Nico ult is dodged out there by Shun, has that movement speed. So both the ADCs just going crazy, and I feel like I've seen a version of this fight so many times this series of just both 80 carries, 10,000 damage apiece.
Shun with the stopwatch as well.
Oh, so close.
Wow. That was a fight of inches.
It was.
And that was the fight that ended up ending it. I mean, insane. I don't really know what to say about the series because I will say I feel like it does lead me to think that CFO don't have too much of a chance against Beyond. But again, if Betty doesn't show up, I think it is feeling a lot better. But I mean, we'll have to see because CFO seem to turn up and not turn up between games. So, I mean, who knows? It's a story for tomorrow. But before we do that, of course, we are going to have an interview. First of all, there will be a little break. But, of course, once we're back, we'll be with Nash.
just wanna lay here. Don't know what I'm waiting for. Don't know what I'm aiming for. I've just gotta feel it. Late night, yeah, my head be spinning around. Yeah, I was once lost, but baby, you got me feeling found. It's time to show me how it's done. This is the glow up. Come on, it's time to have some fun. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna break it down. We giving big love. We're gonna show 'em how it's done. That's right. We're gonna show 'em. I've got to keep fighting. Strike hard, I'm like lightning. It's my life, I rewrite it. Yeah, I'm gonna show ya. Late night, yeah, my head be spinning around. Yeah, I was once lost, but baby, you got me feeling found. It's time to show 'em how it's done. This is the glow up. Come on, it's time to have some fun. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna break it down. We giving big love. We're gonna show 'em how it's done.
Welcome to our post-game interview. This is Nash, joining by CFO Rest. 那我们今天的赛后采访邀请到的是刚刚夺胜的 CFO 的上路徐世杰 Rest， 跟大家打个招呼。
大家好，我是 CFO 的上路 Rest。
So first question, you guys started your playoff journeys from rock bottom, and now you're one series away from the grand final. What do you feel right now? 就是你们是从败部开始一路打上来，那现在你们只差最后一步就可以前进9月9号的和平篮球馆，心情怎么样？
心情非常兴奋吧，然后也很期待明天像最后一场门票的比赛。
We're very excited now, and we're looking forward to win our next game tomorrow and get the final ticket to the grand finals. So next question. Nico is considered to be an OP pick in these playoffs, but she seems to be a bait pick in this series. What do you think about this champion? Nico 在季后赛一直被认为是一支 OP 角，他在多数的比赛其实都是被封锁的。但这个系列赛的尼可战绩是1胜3败，不管是你们玩还是他们玩，好像胜率都表现非常不好。那你怎么评价这个英雄？
尼可在对线上是一支很强势的角色，但主要还是观念的问题嘛，就比较还是很看操作员，比较看 ID 的角色，就到后期要有影响力，还是要有点观念。
So Nico is an OP champion in laning phase especially, but in terms of her team fighting, I think it's about ID. The better player can pilot this champion well. So next question. This is such a tough series for you. It took you over 35 minutes to win each game. What is the key point of this series in your opinion? 就这个系列赛对你们来讲非常艰难嘛？你们赢的每一场比赛其实都花了超过35分钟才拿下来。你自己觉得这个系列赛的决胜点在哪里？
决胜点是我们在中后期营运的时候失误减少了很多吧。因为我们在例行赛的时候，每次到中后期都会有一个人失误，不管是我还是我的队友，就大家互相提醒，就是我们赢的关键。
I think we made less mistake in late game especially. We often make a lot of mistakes in late game. Our macro wasn't perfect in the season, but we managed to lessen our mistakes and perform better in the playoffs. So next question is about you. Your summer split wasn't perfect. A lot of people think you're washed. You're surpassed by new generation top laners. But in these playoffs, you reclaim your throne and prove that you're still the rest everyone used to know. How do you feel about the ups and downs this summer? 回到你身上，就是你在这个夏季赛，其实非常多的人认为你已经过气了，你已经被新生代的人超越了，你已经不行了。可是，在季后赛，你又再一次证明自己还是那个大家熟悉的 Rest。你自己怎么看待你在夏季赛的这些起伏？
主要因为这个赛区是打波1嘛，然后毕竟年纪的关系，就希望打稳定一点，然后后勤也给我很多资讯，我有点装不下，然后打了就绑手绑脚了，就还是打波1的时候就会很奇怪，就感觉不像我自己。
那波
5就能放得开打，可以比较开心。
Okay, so I think as I grown older, I try to play more steady, more stable in my season. And also my coaching staff, they giving a lot of information, a lot of game knowledge. And sometimes I got a little bit overwhelming by all this knowledge. But in the playoffs, I just try to be me. I just try to play open-minded, and it worked out really well. So the last question. BYG is your last opponent to go all the way into finals. How confident are you facing them? 你们现在从败部的最后一轮，从山底下一路要迈向山顶的巅峰，只差最后一个系列赛，明天要对上对手的 BYG， 你自己多有信心？
有100%自信吧，因为毕竟我们是从第5名上来的，然后一路拼了那么多场比赛，然后季后赛也是从最后一场开始打，所以能打到这里，觉得非常不容易。明天觉得我们的气势非常好，可以拿下来。
So I'm 100% sure we can go to the finals. We work hard for so long. We start our playoffs from the 5th place, and we climb all the way through. And I think we can make it. Okay, that's it for today. Thanks again for joining me. And let's go back to our caster desk. 那这就是我们今天的赛后访问。那我们就把时间交给主播台了。
Thank you very much, Nash. And Some interesting questions there.
There were some funny questions.
I wonder how it translates, but just going up and straight up calling Rest washed was pretty funny.
That's risky, Nash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, he didn't look too washed. Maybe in the
good,
Kazante game, he got solo killed there.
True.
But other than that, I think he
That was
played a
jungle
very...
diff.
That was.
Yeah.
Was
No,
a
he
very
made a good case for
It was
himself.
a very good series from him. And he has been playing a lot better, I think, in the playoffs than he was in the regular season. And that's going to be very important, especially up against Beyond, because as we kind of often touch on, it feels like Beyond's most exploitable lane is often that top side. And I think Rest, someone that is comfortable to play carry champions, he's comfortable to pick out something unique and not really seen before, could fare well up against someone that's like Lakai, that you kind of know he's going to opt into pretty much the Aatrox, the Jax, or the Renekton 99% of the time.
Yeah, for sure. I think they have the ability to prepare ahead of time, and I think that is something interesting about the series tomorrow, is that while Beyond get to look at this series and gather a lot of information on the side of CFO, you know, they get the exact same from that Beyond versus PSG series, because that also went to 5 games. So I think tomorrow, you know, both teams go in with just complete info on each other and should be able to prepare, you know, well in advance their drafts, which are games of this stakes, really. It's going to be important.
Absolutely. And the results, of course, it was a 3-2 in favor of CFO. Back and forth series we had. I think the games that Frank won were very decisive, and it was entirely the blue side.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. It was blue side.
Yeah.
Won every game.
Every single game was won by blue side. I think that's the first time we've actually seen that happen, so interesting. And of course, the playoffs bracket, PSG already in the finals, but tomorrow we will have BYG versus CFO, and that is very, very important. It is almost arguably more important than the grand finals in many ways, especially for the teams individually, because every player, you know, they want to make it to Worlds. And so if they're able to do so, I think everyone is going to be very, very exciting. Now, of course, on your screens there is how you get tickets to go and watch the live event that will be happening for our grand finals over in Taiwan. The link there is where you purchase those from, and it will be an exciting event. I know there are certain giveaways depending on where you're seating, and pick up some player cards and swags, I believe is the word they use.
Swags. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, tomorrow, what are you thinking? What do you think are the big takeaways from watching Beyond and watching CFO?
Oh, I don't even know. I think it will just come down to teamfight execution for the most part. I don't think there's going to be much that the teams can do to get a leg up on each other in the draft. So I honestly think you just go into the games and you just try and play out a good team fight. I think maybe look at the supports as kind of the hidden factor, right? Because obviously the ADCs is maybe the place you look, but I think the supports have the potential to be the difference makers in the series.
Yeah, I think Chelsea certainly made a case for himself in this game. And of course, Kerez, he's no slouch in that support role.
Sure.
He quite often is the guy that gets things started and gets Beyond across the line, or gets Betty to the point that he is able to carry. But that is obviously a story for tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed our thriller of a 5-game series. And of course, tomorrow, come back at the same time and you will be able to catch CFO versus Beyond, and we'll see you there.